Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the chief host of College Genesis. Thank you for being here. Now, folks, when you have topics like who are actual Americans, or hot topic, explosive, things are going to get hot tonight. You know what's going down in College. You know this is where you want to be. Where everybody should be. So stop what you're doing and like, share, subscribe. Hit that notification button. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Subscribe, share, and let us get this part started. Because you want to do it. You know it's the right thing to do. So the right thing is always to share and tell a friend or somebody about the College Genesis. Don't keep all this good stuff to yourself. Tell a friend that the College Genesis is here. Tonight we have the Collar Rumble tonight, and again we're rumbling tonight. If anybody wants to rumble, tonight is one of our Rumble channel, Rumble nights. If you want to come and rumble with the College Genesis, yeah, you're more than welcome to come on tonight and get down. I welcome all comers. But yeah, tonight's show is going to be really explosive. Before I got to the show, I'm going to read some comments from the past show, some feedback, okay? All right, this is from the other night show, Life's Gamble, Michael Langley, military career. I got my good friend Princess P, says Collar Man Goofy on this point. He cried foul if it was a Caribbean African undermined, demonized simply. First of all, Caribbean Africans have made a point of undermining and demonizing everything Black America does. So what the hell are you talking about? That's what they do. That's what all they know how to do is go against us and throw us under the bus for white people and white supremacy. So I guess they don't like how it feels that we might side with white supremacy one day against them. We're supposed to be the loyal, stupid Pan-Africanists, get nothing out of it. We're supposed to be the Pan-African cuck, That should be the topic, like the Pan-African cucks, We sit here and get cucked and whatnot, and while you guys sit there and do what everyone. White people, Caribbeans, everybody want to go out there and sleep with white people, and they want to go out there and get with the white man, let them ruin the motherland. Let them rape everything, do what the hell they want to do. You guys let the white man come in your countries, take all the resources, take all the women. Yeah, but goddamn, but you want to sit here and judge us like we're supposed to be some, when it comes to you guys, some fire and damnation, Pan-Africanism. Every time you call, hey, Black America, why aren't y'all burning down the White House right now over General Langley? Because we're not going to fucking do that, I don't think Africa's worth all that shit, getting involved with this people right here in America putting our lives at risk. Are you fucking crazy? Were you on drugs? Are you nuts? Are you friggin' crazy? Right now, Black America, just like we told the Mexicans, we're basically worried about our damn self. This is an age of Black America saying, what about me? What about my goddamn self? I didn't get no comments last night from the last night's show. Let's see, let me go to this channel. I didn't get those. Okay, 3 comments. Let's see what the comments were from last night's show. Last night's show was about Ghana versus South Africa. I got iTuber. He's been following me for years. BAO member. He says South Africa easily outclassed every single West African country. It's not even close. The problem is the boiling point. Apartheid, which no one has addressed properly. Who knows when the flame will blow off? Another issue. And for single peace, HIV is a major issue. HIV is a major issue no matter where you go, And then I am Joe Mama. Joe Mama character being in the chat room. I don't know who the hell that is, but he says not even close. Regarding your comment about single people, they should practice safety. In other words, don't wrap your shit up, and don't stick your dick in every place. Why do dudes feel like they got to put their dick in every place? I never could understand that, Like during HIV, man, damn, why the hell you got to feel like it? What you do is you go over to your country, find yourself a nice girl, have her tested and whatnot. Then you can do what everyone do, but you don't have to fucking go out every night, frequenting places and getting prostitutes and all kinds of stuff like that. You put yourself at risk. That's a dumb comment. About HIV. It's a dumb comment. Let's see. I had a show the other night which Diane's copied off of. Because, like I said, this show is now going to be the show. You know, it's our good friend Diane Samir, a lot of his shows a copy in mine. You know, it says why has learning institution why learning history from academic institutions instead of online is important. In other words, basically, it's the end of the pseudo Negroes, the ghetto scholars. Those people are on those bastards are on their way out the door. And Princely says, overall a good show. MP says the Youngin and Mike, ha ha ha. And also, yes, the cola nut is found in Coca-Cola. We don't know that. I know cocaine is part of Coca-Cola, not the damn cola. Everybody just make up their own shit, you know? You know? Yeah, people over in Africa drinking Coke, having a Coke and a smile hundreds of years ago. Okay, Miss MP. They call him Collar Rumble for nothing. Collar Rumble. That's our friend Principe, you know? Principe says AAs have a lot to build America and Africa, but requires organization. No fucking shit, man. Thanks for telling me shit I already know. Thanks, no shit, Sherlock, you know. Look at Captain Obvious. You call Principe Captain Obvious Principe, you know. Tell us something we don't know, you know. Colony, the first brick land servant date like you demand Umar Johnson. Oh, look, man. The thing is, differences between Umar Johnson and me, I didn't take tens of thousands of people's money. You know, I didn't take a dime from anybody yet. So don't put me in that category yet. I tell you one thing: if you ever see me raise $1 million or a $2 million tree, you think I'll be just give you some raggedy ass building in the middle of a fucking hood, whatever like that, and call it a fucking museum? No. If I get correct $1 million, you're gonna have the first phase of a nation state built. You know. Kala, we integrated and we still retain our culture cousins, but not minions, you know. Africans don't try to, Caribbeans and Africans don't try to integrate with us. That's another lie. You know, they want us to integrate with them in Africa, but they want to come here and we got to preserve our culture, Kala. We don't want to lose our identity. When you go to Africa, you got friggin' Ross Moisture last night talking about we need to be renamed and all this kind of shit. Let me tell you something I'm sick and tired of. I am so sick and tired of. Look, let me tell you something, folks. The whole thing of renaming and all the stuff like that Africans insist on, it has nothing to do with them loving you or you trying to be. It has everything with them being jealous of you and hating you and resenting you because we're the slave descendants that actually succeeded and we're actually better off than they are. So they look at us. We're all on TV. The most beautiful black people are Black Americans. The most successful black people, Black Americans, and they want to possess that by taking our identity away and make it, you got to be an Igbo now, Kala. You got to be this thing. I don't interested in no damn none of these African tribes. You can go to hell for all I care, you know. Amin Ra. Have you ever seen Amin Ra? That clown? No, wait a minute. No, all R.I.P. Respect for the dead. Amin Ra passed away years ago. You know, it was good. Me and him used to go back and forth at it all the time on a Dynasty show. But he was a good brother, man. He wasn't too bright, you know, but not too bright, not too much upstairs, but he was very passionate about his beloved adopted homeland of Kenya. Okay, Princess of P says, who's asking you to abandon it? Not us, maybe a negativity, but retain positive views of the nation you go to. I don't know what that means. Princess says, why are you disagree with you brought when you disagree you automatically group as an immigrant, you know? Because most immigrants tend to disagree with me on every damn thing. That's why, you know. Princess also says, what's your definition of leadership? And leadership is collagenesis. I'm taking leadership because I'm living and doing by example. You know, that's leadership, you know. And I intend to be the leadership of this movement, you know. But since nobody else is going to do it right, everybody else with their ego and they end up being buffoonery, you know. Yeah, you know. What is the difference in leadership? Okay, cuz you say a lot of infuriating shit. Yeah, look, if I'm not pissing people off, I'm not doing my job. You know, when you look at the current state of Negroes If everything you say is nice, whatever like that, you are not doing them any service. My job, I believe in. I'm not an FBA. I'm a FTA. You know what FTA means? It means foot to ass. I means I put my foot up Negroes' asses. You know. There's another show I had. Is it time to make a decision about our future? That was a good show. Almost 500 views. You know, about 3 days ago. Damn, 14 comments. So I definitely gotta read these. You know. I said Kala is Mola says Kala is hilarious, but I can sense his frustration about black people globally. It's true that we haven't built much. No shit. So I do feel Kala. Yeah, black people will make you fucking hate them. You like I said, if you don't sometimes hate black people, man, you don't have a soul, man, because black people push you to that point. Jonathan says on point today. Thank you. No. He said, principally says Jonathan's on point. Man, I gotta look at that. Jonathan's never the fuck on point, He was a clown. Somebody named RBRZR5SU. I don't know who that is. Oh, he says, Kala. I was in the Calabash in Old Cargo Town last night, done the whole VIP thing. You get the money back. That's how it does it when you go to the Calabash, right? Let's say you pay $15 for whatever the entrance ticket is, was $10, $15. When you order food and drinks, they take that off the bill. That's what the entrance fee. So they want you to pay something. You come in and you come in the door. You pay $20 for a VIP. You sit in the VIP section. And you order drinks. You got $20 discount right there. So they make you pay for something, Works out good. Because every time I go there at night for the club, in daytime they don't charge or cover. But when you go to the club at night, I always know if I pay $20 at the door, pay for me, Isabella, I basically come away with, okay, I know the meal's going to cost like $60, but I know that, let's say $55. Now I walk away with only $35 for a meal. So that's actually pretty good. All right. I said, Princess said, don't be fooled. AES is still doing business. Who accepted terms of leadership? What's that? Germany, Italy, still building ACS. Principally sends me a fucking link. He was just sending me a shit. No call. Like I got time my fucking busy day. Look at every fucking busy. Every message he sends me, every video message he sends me. Okay. I know. Okay. The story about the show I did 4 days ago. Did the Messiah? So who's the Messiah, Colin? Who the fuck are we talking about now? Who would be this Messiah, you stupid jerks? Messiah's Traore. That's what I'm doing, I'll be a little humorous with that whole thing, but says did just destroy the ADOS FBA movement. I think he did. I'll play something tonight. But Tariq Nasheed is now trying to sound like a friggin' pan-Africanist again. He's trying to ease his way back into the pan-African world, because ADOS FBA movement just flopped. Now you got fools out there like Jonathan Miller, still ADOS FBA. It reminds me of, there's a movie Woody Allen made years ago called Bananas, right? And it was really funny, right? Woody Allen was some clown, right? And he got sent to jail, right? This shit was so fucking hilarious, right? And he was in a bunch of inmates, and they plotted the escape, right? And all of a sudden, anyway, they had to plan all down the pack, right? And he's like, okay, I'm down. So anyway, halfway through, somebody said, yo, the warden got an idea that we're going to escape. Let's call it off, right? But they forgot to tell Woody Allen's character, right? That the breakout, he's outside saying, hey, where you guys at? And they're like, dude, we called it off. And he's out there like, what? And next thing the guards come one night, we called it off. I'm out here. That's so fucking funny. That's how the ADOS FBA look, man, with Tariq, Yeah, man, Tariq is like making an about face on the whole ADOS thing, but he got people following him, and he's making an about face with it. And people like, what? There's no ADOS FBA, man. We should be Pan-Africanists. What the hell? But yeah, it's hilarious, man, Yeah, so other comments, I guess that's the night Honeyflower called in And Frenchies talk about Kidola going in on honey flower. That was explosive, man. Kidola does not like, not Kidola, Lewis does not like honey flower, man. What the hell is that all about, man? I think Lewis and honey flower are going on a date. It's that, hey, sitting in a tree. Lewis and Honeyflower sitting in a tree. Kissing. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes Lewis with the baby carrot, wiping his thumb, sucking his pants. Then comes Lewis with the hula dance. Man. So Lewis and Honeyflower, man, that's a match made in heaven. Hope they could work it out, man. Just go ahead and get married, man. Principe says, please do what's the difference between college geneticism and FBA and pan-Africanism? Why college genetics have no respect for chiefs teaching without lasting pan? Look, pan-Africanism means I don't have to fucking listen to some dirty, dusty chief in Africa. That's not on the thing, That's not on the agenda, Ooh, Honeyflower said, if Lewis saw me, who was there? Woo, that's a love connection right there. Lewis and Honeyflower. She said Lewis would be so smitten with her beauty and everything like that. He couldn't know what to do, Wow, man. So Lewis, man, you never know, man. Honeyflower could be your wife, man. She could probably come over to Ghana with you and come back one night, be on your compound, walking around there with Victoria's Secret, whatnot, cooking you foo and stuff like that, man. Don't ever count these women out. Come on, Honeyflower, man. The guy obviously loves you. He obviously loves you, man. Give the man a chance. He has strong feelings about you. He loves you. To me, you're like my daughter. Plus, I'm already married. So but yeah. Dark Migo's in the house. You got Principe in the house. Yay, my moderators, man, be on your job tonight, man, because some of these people, man, I just want fucking gone. Some of these people coming here talking smack. Get rid of them, please. Get rid of them. I'll give you permission to get rid of anybody you deem necessary, I am looking for a man call. I wrote that. Woo! Honeyflower's like, man, I'm juggling thugs. I'm juggling, like what Nas said in that song, Black Girl Lost, you juggle too many willies. You got you juggling too many willies in your hand. It must be a bad chick, Honeyflower. You juggling willies and whatnot, She a bop. I don't know these new terminologies, man. What is a bop? What is a bop? I don't like thugs. All right, that's good. Honeyflower, do you like simps? Or you just like nice guys? You're rare. It's rarely you see hot chicks that like nice guys, So guys out there, man, get your act together, Or you could be you could be lucky enough to be one of the men that Honeyflower juggles, Simps and nice guys, especially all you guys are just nice guys. Most of you guys here are simps anyway, and squares. She likes squares, No, she's not a hoe. Come on, Principe, she's not no damn hoe. She's like a decent girl. I know hoes. She's like a decent girl, decent woman who just wants a strong black man that got a half a brain and shit, She's looking for the College Genesis Junior, She's looking for a younger version of me. That's what she's looking for. You guys up here, you're so freaking clownish, man. That's a sad thing, man. We can't attract women, which we talk about. If you sound like a weirdo and whatnot, and you got people like Honeyflower, women are watching, man. Women are the ultimate judge of all this. The ultimate judge of women, to tell you the truth. Because the bottom line, if you can't attract women, what you're saying, man, just leave it alone. It's a shame when, like, most of you guys that get on here, women think you're weird. You don't want to be like that. Am I doing something wrong? Okay, the topic of tonight: who are actual Americans? Now, one thing I would say, right? If you look in the mirror and you see a Negro standing in the back of you, cross yourself off the list. And I'm gonna prove that tonight by saying, an American is an actual, like a creed, a cause. If let me give you a test, right? Do you agree with the bombing of near Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Do you say that was a good thing that America was justified? No, man, the Japanese shouldn't have that's white supremacy. I mean, you're not American. Do you agree with the taking of the American land and putting Indians on reservations? No, that's cruel, man. It's white supremacy. You're not an American, you know? Do you agree with manifest destiny that America has a right to span this continent coast to coast, to sea to shining sea, you know, and basically subjugate anybody and anything in this land? If you don't agree, you are not an American. Simple as that. So if you agree with the white man's plan, his wars, his everything, then you might be an American. But I know a lot of black people don't do that because they sit up on this show all night talking about how racism. If you support Ibrahim Traore over General Langley, you are not an American. Do I understand? Do you understand where the college genesis is coming from tonight? Do you understand why they call me the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, broadcasting on DeVille Radio sometimes? I'm going to get back on DeVille. I haven't been on in a month, 2 months actually. I haven't been back since I've been back to Liberia. I'm just taking a break from radio, and I'm just doing YouTube right now. And that's why they call me the Collar Rumble and the culture critic / geopolitical pundit. You understand why they call me these things? Because I'm the only one that brings it like this, you know. I don't cuddle people, you know. I make you think. You're gonna walk away from the show thinking, "Damn, man, Colin made me think. Maybe I'm not American, you know. Maybe I need to go back where the hell I came from. Maybe I should think about this idea of an African, you know. Sure. Maybe I should think about this idea of an African. Maybe I should basically become a pan-Africanist, a black nationalist, you know. Can't be a black nationalist and an American at the same time. You could be a U.S. citizen, right, and obey the laws of this country and everything else, which I do. But when you say an American, that means you drop what you're doing, you stop what you're doing, and say, who the fuck is against America? Then you basically go against that person. If it's Ibrahim Traore, you hate Ibrahim Traore. If it's Gaddafi, you're like, fuck Gaddafi. If it's this one, that Saddam Hussein, if it's Iran, you hate Iran. That's what being an American is all about. You know, you go with it because even though, like, you look at most countries in the world, the problem right now is the Liberal Party has become mostly anti-American. And the reason why you have that is because you got a lot of people running the Democratic Party that come from third world countries like AOC, Ilhan Omar. They infiltrated the Democratic. Back in the days, the Democratic Party was just as patriotic towards America as the Republican, if not more. But now the Democrat Party has been a party of minority groups, fringe groups like the LGBTQ, the transgenders, the feminists, the open borders people and whatnot, the American flag hating group, whatnot. These are not America. These are infiltrators into the country, you know? So basically, I'm just asking you tonight, are you American, you know? And then what does that mean for Black America? How can you be a Black American? I don't understand. How can you be a Black version of fucking, let's say, Rush Limbaugh? You know, how can you be a Black version of Michael Savage? How can you be a Black version of, let's see, Sean Hannity? How can you be a Black version of Donald Trump? You know, yeah. So in other words, basically, you're a white man with black. If you say I'm a Black American, what you're saying is you're a white man painted black. You're a white man with black skin. You know, it's a truth principle. You know, Chuko, you're not an American at all, man. You're Igbo Nigerian. You're not American at all. You know, you're not even African American. you know. So I'm a U.S. citizen. An American is a white Anglo-Saxon. That's what American's a white Anglo-Saxon person. Being born on this soil don't make you an American. You know, America is a spirit. You know, and so that if you don't have pride, you don't wear the American flag, you're only trying to assimilate and believe in the country's culture and values. You're not an American. Simple as that. You know. So it is what it is, you know. Princess of P, you know. my good friend Princess P. I got my usual friends tonight here. I got Chuk Wo. I got Princess P. Now all waiting for Zongo to log in or not. And Mike, oh my God, Awali. Oh my God, Awali. That was funny last night. He gets kicked off. Kid Ola gets kicked. Dollar Bill is going off last night. He kicked everybody out. He kicked Kid Ola off. He kicked Mike Olawale off. Yeah. Yeah, America's an ideal. And the bottom line is this: if you don't believe in those ideals, then you're not an American. America's not a place, it's an idea. It's a concept, Princess of Peace says, let's see. Princess of Peace says, America has been held up to the America values by Africa. What the hell are you talking about, Prince of Peace? What the heck are you talking about? All that stuff like that. Black people just going along to get along to fucking earn a paycheck, We're trying to fucking eat here and not get killed by the fucking white man, So we had to cosplay and play like we're American. Really, deep down inside, black people were like, hey, look, we're just playing along with the game. That's why it'd be so easy to build an African. I know Black America would go for it, I know it, But people are just so stupid, like, oh, black people are just going to stay. No, they stay in America because America, the United States has infrastructure, so it is what it is. Like we said, ban me. Well, not you weird nigga. You ban me for no reason. And I've been here since the 1600s. Yeah, it doesn't matter how long African Americans been here, That's his whole thing. White people on the whole, I say like this, I still believe that a good portion of white people hate black people in America more than they do even terrorists, I believe somebody from Palestine, that terrorists burning the American flag, can move into more neighborhoods than the average black American, So we never became American, I'm just a citizen. Whether I'm fifth class or what, I know the fact that we didn't create this civilization. We don't control it. So whatever civilization I'm in, whatever class I'm in, it is what it is. I'm not, man, because I'm part of an affluent class in America, My people, you could say, are fifth class citizens. I'm not, So Principe, you can sit down with that Principe. You can sit down and go suck an egg on that Principe, But yeah, so we had a good show last night. Ghana versus South Africa, and it seems to me the consensus is South Africa's going to take it, not even question. Look, you gotta have good infrastructure, man. You gotta have a good healthcare system. You gotta have all those things in place if you want to get Black Americans to go to your country. You can't send people to not even a third world. Africa's not even the third world. It's like the fifth world and shit. Can't do that, man. You can't go over there without people go there. Eyes are free, Well, you could post a link, I don't care. You can post a link. I can't play it from this chat room. But if you ever come up on a thing on the back chat, if you ever logged in and put it in my back chat, I could play it. She said a lady moved to Ghana. Are you talking about that fat chick, Kane Kells, whatever? That fat chick, that hippopotamus, She was going, that was just a plan. She went over there with the intentions of not liking Ghana, I remember her and her husband, whatever like that. Then she got with some dusty ass Ghanaian, I left her husband and her kids for some dusty ass Ghanaian. I remember that fat chick, I remember her, So, but the bottom line is that must be really humiliating. You hate America, but you end up having to come back to this country because you can't make it in Africa. That's just fucking, yeah, all around, man. The movement is getting just producing. It's like 500 years and Black people are still suffering humiliation, And the bottom line, it doesn't basically, so the bottom line doesn't even matter, at this point anymore, It seems like Africans are not gonna friggin' give us any real refuge, right? How much money does Africans ever put up for African Americans moving to the continent? Not one goddamn dime. You'll never see African government says, yeah, in our budget year, we're gonna make it easy for Black people in America to come out. We're gonna give it big so they can build homes, they can do this, they can have build a adequate healthcare system. We're gonna make it home for them over here. Africans, man. It's like, what can we do for them? We put $1 billion in a year return. How much money does that money go back to us and say, hey, look, man, we see y'all trying to. And like I said last night, people think there's tens of thousands of African Americans living in Ghana. The total of African Americans living in Ghana is like 1,500. There's like 1,500 Black Americans living in Ghana. Like 1,500. That's nothing. So Principe says, Carla Frederick stood up. Nisha stood up. Mountain stood up. Delaney should the deacons. What are you talking about? Black church stood up. No, they didn't. The Black church stood up. Pan-African stood up. No, they didn't. Everybody stood up with Principle. Guess what? But when a white man stood up, they sat right the fuck back down. Say, bitch, sit your ass on that toilet. Black people are sitting down while they pee. White man had you sitting down, squatting on the toilet when you pee. You gotta be he wants you to sit down like a nice lady and pee while you're sitting down. So all the Black people stood up. Pan-African stood up. Yeah, you sat right the fuck back down. P.O. Principe, I have a PhD in Negroology. I know all the tricks of the Negro or not. We stood up. No, you didn't, nigga. Whenever you stood up, you sat right back the fuck down or not. You stayed in your damn place. Chuko says, what about the 14th Amendment? What the fuck about the 14th Amendment, right? If you look at the 14th Amendment, it never specifically, let me tell you something about Principe, and let me peep you onto the game. The Dred Scott decision was explicit. It says, Black Negro, Justin Townsend, has no right that any white man is bound to respect. They're not citizens of America. They're not recognized as human, whatever like that. They can never be citizens. That's what the Dred Scott decision says from the Supreme Court. Now, when the 14th Amendment, right, it said people born in the United States. If Black people are still three-fifths of a person and not human, that's a loophole where they can say we're not. The 14th Amendment doesn't really apply to Black people. You see how they do it? They know what they're doing. These are masters of legal phraseology. They understood that they did not specifically overturn the Dred Scott decision. It was just assumed because the Constitution says all persons. Okay, so if Black people go around thinking they're human and not three-fifths of a person, yeah, you can get away with that. But if somebody want to press the issue and say, hey, look, Black people technically were considered property, that hasn't changed. So how can they become citizens, guaranteed citizens? No one's ever pressed that issue. And like I said, what I fear is, man, Black people keep running their mouths. Someone will press the issue and say, let's go over the Constitution. They're going to find the fine print and say, something? Technically, Black people could be deported. Technically, Black people are like this, so I wouldn't press the issue too much, man. I'll tell Black people, just shut up, enjoy what you can in America. You got a lot of Black in America like, I got the 14th Amendment. I can't be deported. Oh, really? They can find ways around that shit. Trust me. And get your ass the fuck out of here because that's what they really want. They want Black Americans gone. That's what they really want. Because they know white people never fucking consider America. There was a guy that called in a dining show yesterday and gave all these problems. Black people are this, 50%, 70% out of wedlock. He said, I'm justified not being around you people. Now, when Black people were 99% married and all these things like that, had nice communities, and they still attacked our what was the excuse then? So it has nothing to do with our problem. The problem that we have in Black America is this another reason why the excuse they have to hating us, were we all that during slavery times? Why did they basically condemn us to slavery because of our race? So I don't buy that nonsense that some people like Chuko believe that if Black people straighten themselves out, racism will go away. No, because they will find something else to fucking hate Black people by, because that's what America is all about. You can't be an American. One of the things you can't be American is You gotta hate black people, you know, or other or dislike or despise black people, you know. And all American is justifying slavery. You know, a good American will say the best thing that happened to the Negro was being brought during slavery time. That's a good American. You know, I must be a good American. Sometimes I think that is true, you know. So that's must be the American side of me, you know, coming out, you know. Do you understand where I'm going with this Chukwo? You know? Chukwo. Chuckwo. Where's Dollar and Jonathan at FBA? At FBA. I don't know where Jonathan's at. I don't see Jonathan. Dollar Bill, I don't know. He might call in tonight, but you know, he's busy. You know, he can't call in every night, you know. Yours truly was gonna be here because I got a job to do, you know. Remember, folks, we're going to Liberia next year. If you really want to go on a tour with us, you know, there's my email right here. Get in touch with me if you're interested in going on this tour, you know, with us next year. We're going to have the time of a lifetime, you know. It's in the promised land, the mother of Liberia country. Beautiful country. Liberia is like everything you need in a country to enjoy Africa. It's like Africa, but it's not Africa. It's like Africa, but it's like America all in one. It's like you're in Africa, you're on the African continent, but don't feel like you're in Africa half the time. You know, feel like Liberia is so modern compared to so many other African countries that even probably have more development. But Liberia is so much modern, the culture, you know, than the rest of Africa. You know, that I see, you know. I could not live in Ghana. I could not live in Nigeria, you know. I could not live in Cameroon. I cannot live around that shit, you know. Liberia is probably the only country in Africa, in West Africa, that I can freaking go to. Southern Africa is a different thing. I would love to go to Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, South Africa. Those countries look really nice, you know. Where West Africa, the only country I can really mess with is Liberia, you know. That's it. Liberia is like having a Southern African country in West Africa. But yeah, so that's what we talk about tonight. What is an American? Who and what is an American? I guess Honeyflower. I go with 38 minutes in the show. I think I could let people in. You know, let me hear from my child, Honeyflower. So, 38 minutes in, folks. You got something to say? Do you disagree with the College Genesis? You know, the United States didn't create Liberia, bro. That's another thing people don't talk about. You know, the United States did not create Liberia. Black America created Liberia. Liberia was a colony of Black America. It was not created by white. There was no white people in Liberia. You know, America had nothing to do with Liberia. It had no diplomatic relations with Liberia for most of its history. It did nothing to do with Liberia. That's a mistake people make. America created Liberia. No, it didn't. You know, no, it didn't. As somebody who studied the history of the country, man, they did not create Liberia. You know. Chukwu, that's what's called a conundrum. You know, it's not silly. Back then, if you want to come up here and debate me, there's a link right in the chat room. You know, that's what I said. People always talk this smack, but they can't come up here and debate me. You know, because I know this a complete history of Liberia. I know everything. You know, I've been there several times. You know, I know the history of the country. I studied it intensely. You know, for years. I've been studying Liberia for 20 years. You know, many books I read, everything like that. Nothing suggested America had anything to do with Liberia. Nothing. Liberia was most access to history. Liberia was just nothing but Black America transplanted in Africa. That's all it was. People don't understand. Black America had communities here in North America, right? Oh no, Chukwu. I was expecting Honeyflower. That's what I like to talk to, but here comes Chukwu. Oh Lord. Chukwu.
Salute. Thanks for having me up. So I just have a question. Okay. You brag about being from the richest country in the world, your
I
inventions.
never, look, I never bragged about that.
Okay, but you know, we're savages and shit kickers, and you guys are like
Here's out. Somebody
uh
said, she
the
said Wikipedia. That's another thing. This is what I'm talking about the other night. Hold up, Truco. People, when you get your history from fucking Wikipedia, that's the fucking problem. Becton Hollow, please go get yourself a library card. You know, get yourself a library card. Start reading books. I'll give you a reading list of books you can get on Liberia. You go by Wikipedia, by somebody sitting in their pajamas writing history. Well, Wikipedia says this. If you only know about Liberia, the Wikipedia, you don't know shit. You know. So go ahead, Truco.
yeah. So your biggest strength is simultaneously the thing you hate the most. This is very confusing.
I never said I hated. I never said I hated America. What makes you think that?
You just said that you're not really an American.
So that don't mean I hate it, right? If
Well,
somebody
the
said,
white
so
man
if I
has
said
no.
I'm not a Rockefeller, don't mean I hate Rockefeller, right?
No, but you
I'm not
just
a
said that
Rockefeller. I'm
the
not related to the
14th
Rockefellers.
the 14th Amendment is not for you. It's not real.
No, what I'm
Forget the
saying
guy.
is, look, the 14th Amendment, right? If there was a 14th Amendment, right, was any good, we wouldn't have had Brown versus 47 board. We wouldn't have had to need the civil rights movement, you know? We would not have had need Plessy versus Ferguson. 14th Amendment did nothing to do that because it basically, on paper, the 14th Amendment wasn't done for us. It was done for them. You understand? That's
Okay.
how white people do things. It did it for them to basically say they clean their guilt consciously because they knew they had a moral obligation. They looked at their civilization. They said, "Now we brought these people here, right now and they said it even back then. They said we cannot just basically a country cannot just basically oppress a man just because it's called. So history will judge us, right?" So they said, "Well, what about white people? White people will destroy these people." You know, they knew white people would never live in peace, but they knew that, you know. But they said, but on paper, they said, "We're going to do this, but what we're going to do is let the South." That's what they withdrew the troops from the South. We're going to let the South deal with black people how they normally dealt with them, you know, because we don't. If they tried to really enforce the 14th Amendment and stuff like that, because like Thaddeus Stevens wanted to do, and he wanted to literally reconstruct the South and make do all this equal stuff and everything. And I tell read my novel, the Colfax Massacre and stuff like that. Yeah,
Right.
there would have been another civil war in this country. So basically, what they did was, on paper, you say you have the Constitution says black people are citizens, right? But in fact, right, they transfer all the power and how to interpret that to the states and white people. They left us in the hands of white people. Thurgood Marshall said that. He said you cannot leave the hands of white people. They said, "Do you trust white people?" He said, "No, I don't." You trust white people? No, because the bottom line, the racism in this country is too deep. In fact,
So okay,
General,
can I end?
hold up. You know what the term 40 acres of mule came from? There was General Sherman met with a bunch of grassroots African American leaders, right? He said, when this war is over, what do you people want? And what they told him was, what we want is a separate territory. They was going to build a separate territory on the coast from Wilmington, from where Florida is, Jacksonville, Florida, Savannah, Georgia, all the way to Wilmington. That was going to be federally protected territory that only black people could migrate to for protection. He said, these people are so prejudiced against us that if you guys leave it to us, we're going to be back in change or even worse. So therefore, but the Union troops, the South kept filibustering Congress, and they said, we can't keep doing this. We're going to be back in a civil war. So the Union withdrew the troops from the South and left us in the hands of the white people. They betrayed black people. Henry McNeil Turner, read him. He said, he said, look, it's time for us to leave America because both the Democrats and Republicans betrayed us. So that's what I'm saying. Hold on.
You're missing my question, though. Okay. Are you looking for acceptance from the white man? Do you want the white man to?
No, look. I'm like this. This is what I'm saying.
American.
I'm saying.
Do you need a reassurance that you're American?
No, it's not reassurance. It's not reassurance. I'm looking at history. Look, I'm looking at history. Mm-hmm. We had black thriving communities in this country that were burned to the ground by white people. You understand that?
What do you want today's?
You cannot. You're just dismissive of that. We had black people who made an honest attempt to be Americans, to send people off to fighting wars, everything, and they still were rejected by things. So don't put the onus on me like you got to be an American. No, I said America just said like this.
Your question. whenever you leave Liberia, you say how you express how happy you are to come home to America. But then
No,
when
I
you're
said I
here,
come home to a more modern. So that is right there is a shame right there. What I just said.
you
I'm
said
saying because
you don't even,
Liberia and
you don't even
Africa
like
should
to
be
be
more
there.
developed, you know.
You don't
And
even like to be there.
the reality is, black people in America, me, I feel like I'm in a conundrum. I know I'm in the greatest country, and man, I'll admit that, right? But I understand at the same time that I am not fully accepted in this society. As simple as that. I know it, you know,
So
based on the fact,
who
not
can
by
change that?
hold up,
Who can change that?
not by my. It can't be changed, you know.
Well, okay.
It is what it is. It's a
So
conundrum.
who
You
can
know, it's a
confer?
conundrum.
So nobody can confer on you authentic Americanness. Like you need. What would happen for you
You know what Americanist means? That
What
means
is
I
that?
have to become like them, you know, right? I
Like
have to
what? Like
become like
who?
them.
Like who? Like
Okay,
who?
in other words, basically, I should accept the fact that Native Americans are on reservations and stuff like that. That America took land from Mexico and stuff like that. So I should just go along with that, right?
You're
To be
complicit.
an
Yeah.
American.
If you want to be an American, you're
I
complicit.
don't look. I refuse to do that. You know, I
It is
refuse to do it.
what it is.
I think America, what it did in Pearl Harbor was, excuse me, Hiroshima and Nagasaki was evil. You
You
know,
can't pick
I
and
don't
choose,
agree with that.
fella. You got to be all in. Are you
Oh
all in
no,
or
I'm not. I'm not. All I just told you. How many times did I tell you? No, I'm not. That's why I believe ultimately black people need a nation of our own. Because, like I said, you know, I'm not going to sell my soul for that. Let me get Honeyflower on. I'll bring her back with you. Go ahead, Honeyflower.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I'm a little bit sick. I have allergies, but
Oh,
yeah, so I agree with you. Like it's it's the most logical argument you can make because it's like, okay, you can't flip-flop, you know, like some of these people um they um they don't know give me a second, my thoughts are everywhere, but they don't know which side to pick. Like if you're gonna be an American, you have to be pro-America, even if it comes to the detriment of African people or Black
exactly.
people. Like,
Exactly.
you know who is a good example of a Black person that's like a full American that doesn't flip-flop is Candace
Officer
Owens.
David?
Like
Officer
Candace Owens, she doesn't flip-flop. Like she's just pro everything America. And I also wanted to say something. So I was watching the Dinah show. I can't watch it anymore because one thing I realized is Black people, they make emotional arguments. Like their arguments is not based in logic at all.
It's not. It's never not
It's
logic and
never
reason.
based in logic. Like
And
what the
reason.
heck? What is that? Like what why I mean, it's just so like if you feel like your IQ drops because some like someone will bring up a point about building Africa and like businesses and stuff, and then somebody on the FBA ADO side will say stuff like, "Oh, well, you guys like they'll just bring up something like, oh, we don't have to go over there, we Black Americans, we did this and we did that." It's like no one's like, the thing is nobody's forcing you to come to Africa. You don't have to come to
Exactly.
Africa.
No one ever said like this. Those people, I want to cape right here. You know, I think we have a golden opportunity to build with the African continent, right? But you can't do that if you're tethered to America. And when I say tethered to America, is that means that America now has a plan for Africa, which is not good. Do you agree that where America should take over the Congo and occupy the Congo? You want to be a good American and plant the American flag in the middle of the Congo, my ancestral homeland? You know, there's a lot to see. There's a
Yeah.
lot to this that people think. You know,
But
it's like
Carla, let me ask you a question. Are you really about that life though? Can you really live
yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm about that life.
can you really live
You
in
know,
Africa
as
all year
much as
round?
I can be right now, because let me tell you something, Truco. My past ancestors and the people that came before me didn't leave me anything to build with. So I have to be integrated into American society, right? I do a business here and whatnot, you know, and I'm not going to apologize for my success in America, right? But what burns in my soul and heart is the fact that I'm living a lie. You understand? It's like you living with someone. Let's say you're with your wife, right? And she betrays you and she had, and you know the kid is not yours. You know it. You know she slept on you, and the kid doesn't look like you and everything, but for appearance sake, you going around acting like you're this happy family. That's how Black America's in right now. We're in a conundrum, but you can't leave her because she's gonna take everything and everything. You're gonna be ruined. So you got to go along. That's where we are in Black America right now. We don't agree. Black people in America don't agree with American policy that's destroying the world and dominating the world, stuff like that. Not saying we agree with these other countries, but saying like this: Black America don't benefit from the United States. What it does, like when they say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna drill an oil," do Black people own any oil? No.
But Kala, I hear you express pride about being in the richest country in the world, the richest Black
Well,
people.
I know you never help me,
you
never heard me express pride.
Where do you? Well, yes, you do. You say that Africans are savages and shit kickers, and you're the richest, and you're so modern. What do you think that modernity is built on? It's built on what happened to the Indians and to the slaves. It's a package deal. You want to break it apart into little pieces and just consume the good stuff, but you got to take the bad with the good. Do you see what I'm saying? Hello? Is Kala there?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm playing my damn mouse, man. I'm freaking messed up. This thing's sensitive. Go ahead. Yeah, look, I'm like this.
So you want
I'm like this.
part,
I'm like this. Hold up. The only thing I would say, Truco, is this. The saddest part about all this, right, is the fact that out of everything, all the pain I go through, my history, it's like friggin' when I was a kid, I was 8 years old. I mean, when the TV series Roots came out, that filled with livid, angry, and fury. Seeing my ancestors dragged and humiliated on the auction block and stuff like that. And basically, and I said, and then it occurred to me because let me tell you something. When I was a kid, Truco, let me tell you my story, right? When I was a kid, up until like third grade, I was very, very pro-American. I used to have, I remember the bicentennial of 1976, right? I had all bicentennial, red, white, and blue train set. Everything was a bicentennial year, right? So everything in the country was red, white, and blue, pride and whatnot,
Yeah.
And I was very proud to be American. I was the first one when the Pledge of Allegiance was going on. I was the first. I used to tell the kids, white and black, you don't stand up fast enough for our flag and whatnot. I was very, very patriotic and whatnot, But as I got older, and I started seeing things that there's things that happening to me because I'm black and whatnot. And I learned about slavery. I learned about Jim Crow and stuff like that. My opinion about America and stuff like that changed. When I was in my childhood innocence, I was very pro-American, right? But as I became a teenager, by the time I was 14, I was very radicalized, in black nationalist politics, So that's my story. I'm only human, Truco. I'm only human. You can't expect me to be like, oh, why can't you be proud to be American? I said, look, I could do that, but I would have to forget my ancestors. I have to forget that my ancestors came here and trained. That's the problem we have in America. That's why white people, they would prefer black immigrants because you don't have a slave history, what I'm saying? They know what happened in slavery is unforgivable,
Half of my family has a slave history.
Well, you don't identify with it,
Well, okay.
I can tell by the way you talk. You don't identify with that,
I do. That's
you
part
don't. You don't identify. Truco. You don't. Truco. I listen to you. You
That's
don't
part of
identify. You don't identify. You call yourself an Igbo.
good with the bad.
And
I take
like,
the good with
so
the
you don't. So you have that escape.
I
You
take the good
escape
with the
into your
bad, though.
Igbo-ness and whatnot, and you only use that for your when it's convenient for you. I can't do that. All my ancestors came here via the transatlantic slave trade. I have no blood in Africa, no modern Africa or anything like that. All my ancestors were born here. I can't even escape to the Caribbean. I have no Caribbean ancestry and I have no recent African ancestry. All I am is African American. And the bottom line is this, and both sides of my family was subject to the transatlantic slave trade. And that's what makes me angry, that happened.
Do you really feel trapped?
And I'm not forgiving. What?
Do you really feel trapped in the richest country in
Yeah, of course I feel trapped,
You're
it's like, you know what America reminds me of?
that
It's like, look, one time I went to SeaWorld, right? I had a time at Disney and SeaWorld. I had a time of my life. But after the day, right, we getting splashed by water in SeaWorld and it was hot and sticky and whatnot. Even though what should have been paradise became a fucking virtual, I want to go home. I said, man, this is a beautiful place. I love it. I had a good time, but I want to go home. And I want to go home where it's safe, even though I had a good time. Who when you go to SeaWorld, that's the SeaWorld on Disney. That's the number one place you can go to, right? Oh, SeaWorld on Disney. But after like a day, you're ready to go home. You know, no matter how much fun you have. That's how America is, right? How much you have fun here and everything like that. You want
how
to
was
go.
your home not America? How was your home not
because the bottom line is this. And look, I'm gonna show you something. Everybody in this country hates when you know that the majority of people in this country really lividly hate you or not, you know? And so the bottom line, how can I call this my home?
I think he's disingenuous. He's asking questions like a therapist, like he doesn't. I don't know if he doesn't understand your point.
He understands exactly what I'm talking about.
I understand, but I'm trying to. It's you're a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. You understand that?
X, and then it's not
contradicting at all.
It's not a zero-sum game, Truquo. I said I live in this country, right? I make the best of it, right? But the bottom line is you sound like those white people, right? Like, look, I have a lot of white friends, right? I have a lot of white friends. You probably don't realize that, right? But I have a lot of white friends, right? One thing they do not do is ask me about slavery. They never bring up subjects like what I think about Farrakhan. What do I think about the Black Lives Matter? They know what things trigger me. You know, you don't talk to black people like us. White people respect you, understand where to bring conversations to. You know, what you want is there's a lot of white people who are racist. They want to get around you and be like, "Oh, it's okay for me to use the N-word, right?" No, it's not okay. Oh, I'm okay, my nigga. No, you can't say that word, bro. There's lines, there's boundaries and whatnot. They don't want to respect black people's boundaries in our agency. That's the problem.
Talking about the N-word? I thought we were talking about.
No, I'm saying, I'm just basically telling you that the bottom line is this: and we live in America. We live in a country that does not respect us, our space. They don't respect our history. They don't respect our pain. They don't respect anything like that. You know, they don't respect anything about it. Police shoot one of us, whatever like that. Okay, let's say the cop was justified, but black people immediately are going to be like, well, what's going on here? Now, after the fact, sometimes like, okay, yeah, he was running down the street acting like a fool, and that's why he got shot. But initially, most black people are like, yo, look, but when it comes down to white people, no matter what the situation is, they always like, the cop was justified. And you gonna tell me that when I look at stories like Tamir Rice, that shouldn't put me with anger. 11-year-old boy gunned down by a cop. Stanley Crutcher, he was faced with a deacon in the church, stopped to change the tire of his car, man. And police rolled up on him. And Betty Shelby blew his brains out because she knew she was a white woman, she can get away with it. And the state of Oklahoma said, "You know something, Betty? Even though we watched you on camera when a man was hands up, you blew his because he was a black man, and it was your chance to all that hatred you had in it that everybody knew about, right? You took a man's life or whatnot because you can get away with it, you know." Because you could be like the white woman and whatnot. So when we look at stuff like that, and Philando Castile, when the jury let this guy off, who basically killed Philando Castile for doing nothing, open fire on him and sitting in a car, sitting duck, kill a cop, whatnot. So we look at Michael Brown, whatnot, another one, right, you know, gunned down, and Trayvon Martin. You know, the state of Florida said, you know something. What you did, Mr. Zimmerman, you ran up on a freaking 17-year-old boy, you wrestled to the ground, you put a gun in your head, and the state of Florida said, so what are we supposed to think about all that, Truquo?
Well, okay, it sounds to me like you suffer primarily from being a racial minority group surrounded by white people. That's where all your suffering comes from.
Well, no, hold on. Let me put it to you like this. I'm just telling you that.
Hold on. I'm
just asking a question.
So we can hear what he's going to say after that.
Khaled, that he doesn't like to let me talk. He'll let you talk.
Let him finish this point. I want to see what he's talking about.
Right. It sounds like what you're suffering from the most is being a racial minority group surrounded by white people who control the norms of the government, right? So you like Africa because you feel like you're around black people, but you don't actually.
No, it's not even about that. It's not even about that.
So
when I was in Morocco, right? I spent that day in Morocco, right? I felt really at peace too. You know, my only problem is being surrounded by white Americans. I have no problem with any other. If I go to Spain, if I go to the Netherlands, any other country in the world, I would have no problems. I have a problem with the freaking white people in this country.
You have okay, but you do realize that America was not created with the idea of black people in mind. Like you weren't.
Oh, yeah, so if America was not created with black people in mind, why are you telling me that I got to be proud to be American?
Exactly.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is this. Okay,
Look,
okay,
you're making my argument, man.
I'm not, okay. I'm saying that okay, white people are the majority group in America. They control the norms of society.
Yeah, they're the effective majority too, not just in
But
America.
these are things we already know.
Right, but
Like,
okay, you're complaining about realities that exist here in America. So
Okay, all we're saying is this: let me believe the way I believe and leave me in peace. That's all I'm saying. I said, look, I can't do nothing about this country, right? I can't do anything about this country. Just let me enjoy my piece of America until my day comes when some cop puts a bullet in my head and I'm dead or not, which
why
could
would that
very well
happen?
happen and whatnot. That's the way I live. That anytime it could be a routine traffic stop, whatnot, and I can get a bullet in my head. That's the way I live my life. That it can happen to me too.
Answer me one question. What would have to change in America for you to feel
Nothing. No, look, nothing is going to change. I don't believe in it.
But I'm saying hypothetically, what would have to change?
Nothing.
To feel comfortable.
White people all kill themselves.
And there's no point of thinking hypothetically. We're in reality. Like it doesn't.
I'm trying to understand what is the nature of your grievance.
Well, I'm not. Look, I'm saying that my argument of tonight's show is who is in America. America is somebody who doesn't have to worry about racism. America is somebody who believes that America is justified in dropping 2 atomic bombs on people. And America is somebody who believes that the police are always right. America is
Colin, you let him bait you into saying something crazy. Like you need to think before you say things like, "Oh, white people drop dead." Like he.
Oh no, I don't mean figuratively. I shouldn't say that.
I know, but he baited you into that. You don't.
No. Like I said, I look. I'll retract that thing. I don't know all white people die, but the bottom line is this. Hold up, it's like I believe. Also, we can't let white people because they're the ones who run the country. So white people die, America dies. In other words, basically, there is no.
Live in a black majority nation. Is that what you're saying? You want to live in a black majority country?
Black people
in America.
Black people, hold on. No, not in America. We need to be separated from this continent. I say, like, and let's say that never happens, right? It never happens. That America basically is going to have to deal with the fact that you have literally a black nation in its borders. Now, what do you believe? What do they do about that, right? Now, their solution right now is to use intimidation, threats, and stuff like that. That's what they do. Just like when there was protests in remember the take a knee thing? And even though I'm not a fan of Colin Kaepernick, but the response of white America was, man, get your black asses back on that field and start playing ball. You're messing up our football, and so the whole thing is, I'm saying, okay, black people said like every other group of people have a right to protest, no matter what it is. They have a right to protest and say something like that. Black people are not given that right. Our rights mean nothing. Palestinians right now are burning down Columbia and several other universities in America. Why? Because white people in America, the Palestinians and the Arabs are more American than black people are.
Okay, they burn
down the flag. They do all stuff. Honey Pop, am I right? They burn down the flag. They do all
stuff. If black people tried to do that thing tomorrow, it would be like military SWAT team. Everybody.
There'll be a massacre in this country.
Yes, I mean, it's common sense. Like anyone who studied history, they know that America is a white man's country. Come on, like, are we?
I've heard you express pride.
Selective amnesia here, like, come on now.
No, okay, but I've heard Kyle express pride that he cannot be deported from America, and that's something he holds over the head of
Hold on. First of all, it's like this. That does not matter because.
Are you proud that you can't be deported? Yes or no? Are you
proud? America is that the worst thing in the world?
But are you proud that you can't be deported, but Africans?
Look, hold on. That just buys me more time, from the inevitable.
It's based upon the laws. Like he can't be deported.
Time for what though?
He's born in the United States.
You say you don't like America, but I really think you do.
I never look. I'm saying true quote. Let me put it to you like this. So I'd say it this time, right? Okay. I'm a United States citizen, right?
Okay.
Now, hold up. The United States, I obey the laws. I pay my taxes. I do everything I can, and I obey the law. I live in this country, right? An American is somebody. There's a difference between a U.S. citizen, right, and a loyal United States national, which I am, right. Then an American. You understand the difference?
Explain to me the difference. How are those two things different?
Because an American is a mentality.
Okay.
You know,
and you don't have this.
America is a mentality, a belief system.
You don't have that
You know?
mentality.
They believe in coast to coast, sea to shining sea, the manifest destiny, and all that stuff like this. I don't believe in that. My coast to coast, sea to shining sea does not mean anything. You know, the manifest destiny of the white man in North America, you know, is not my manifest destiny. You know,
Okay,
that's white people, you know.
Would you feel more American if you were white?
If I was American and I was Anglo-Saxon, I would be white. I would be American.
So, okay, are you really just upset that you're not white?
No, because I don't want to be white. I like being black.
He's not upset at all. Kala's a black man that lives in the reality. He knows he's a black man. He knows that Africa is the black man's land, and it needs to be built. Like, I don't see that he's angry or whatever. He speaks facts. It's the rest of you men here that want to pontificate and use all these different ideas and all this
coming at directly
imaginary fake stuff.
Okay, so Kala, if everybody in America was black, would you feel more comfortable being in America?
It would not happen because how would that be thing? Black people only really concentrate in like 10 states.
Okay.
You know? How would everybody in America be black? We're not even. There's not one black
Plus,
majority.
Black people have a land. It's called Africa. Like, why?
We're not any concentrated majority in these states. So how can we like this? We don't control the infrastructure of America, the systems and everything like that. America, the infrastructure, everything are the white people. You know.
Okay, but okay, you're happy that to not be deported from this place that you don't like.
Well, I never said. Look, I'm saying like this. I'll be honest with you, right? If I had my own land to go to, like the Jews, do you think a Jew would care if he got deported to Israel? No, because he got someplace to go. You know, and that's what I said. I don't feel sorry for anybody who has a country that even though they're getting deported, right? That ain't the worst thing. At least they got a land to go to. Black America don't have any place, you know. So the bottom line is, it'll be cruel.
America is no place. America is no place.
What do you mean no place? How you gonna disrespect the continent like that?
No, okay. Here's what I'm seeing. Okay,
no, I'm saying no. Seriously, Chuko.
I'm not disrespecting. I'm trying to understand your thought
Africa because Africa is real. It's a landmass. It's a people, and it's Ibrahim Traore showing the world that Africa is real. It's reality. That's why I admire that young man and whatnot. He's saying, yes, this is our land. This is where we're making a stand. And his Burkina Faso stand, you know what a stand is, where you make your stand. You know, that's what stand means.
Black man is lost. Like,
I'm not lost. I have if I wanted to live in Nigeria all year round, I could. I don't want to.
Well, why don't you?
I've been here since I was 5 years old, and
okay. So, but the bottom line is this: hold on, you understand that
I'm more comfortable here.
You're comfortable in America when you have a country to go to. You brag about the land you have, you know, stuff like that. That doesn't make any freaking sense, you know.
It does. I don't have to worry about getting kidnapped. I don't.
Hold on. Why? Let me ask you a question. You telling me that black people countries cannot create law and order and economy and stuff like that? That's what you're telling. You're telling me it's hopeless in Africa?
No, you could get private security, but you have to rotate it, and
I'm saying like this. Hold on. Why can't you create the civilization in there where there's no need for private security? There's no need for worried about kidnapping and not. You know,
lazy African men. That's the problem. They want to run away. They don't want to fix anything, and then they want to pontificate and create these fake scenarios.
It's not a fake.
If Africa was all built up, industrialized, I'm sure we wouldn't even have this conversation right now.
I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. If I could transport my business to the African continent, if I could transport my business to the African continent and make this type of money, even if I could make even half what I make in America, I'd be over there in a freaking minute. You know.
Hey, you just said you don't like hypotheticals, but your entire whole mindset is one big hypothetical. Where exactly would you live in Africa?
Right now, like I said,
where would you?
There's no such thing as an African. There's no that one place that the black man in the West could build and say, "Look, this is our African homeland."
So the place you want to live is a hypothetical.
I'll reach out to the blacks in this place in Colombia, Dominican Republic, Haiti. I would take all the black people who feel like they don't have a homeland and say, look, come join us and just build a new reality. You know,
it's not hypothetical. It's possible.
Everything you just said is a hypothetical.
You guys just stop being lazy and just
say, no, the black race was weak. That's why you're
the black race is weak, man. The black man makes excuses. That's the problem.
Okay, so young lady, do you want to live in Africa?
I would love to.
In Africa, she'd be a queen. She would love to be a queen in her own land or not, you know. Okay,
where in Africa?
You as an African man don't even have it in you. Say, look, so one day we're gonna. You can even say right now, if you don't mean it, that one day we're gonna make sure you have your land is where you're gonna be queen. But the black woman, the African woman, got to go all over the world just to live a halfway decent life, you know.
Somebody says she's not for Africa in the comments. Why?
That's a white guy.
Africa is not America.
You know, he thinks he's African.
True, you remember me?
That Africa is not America. Why not just stay in America?
True, you remember me? Check this out.
Bang, this guy.
Yeah, you remember me? I had a whole dissertation with you and everything. I educate your ass too. Why you not in Africa?
Why you not? You from Louisiana, right?
Yeah, why you not in Africa?
I was there in December, but you know.
No, why you ain't set up nothing in Africa?
Because I make my money here. I'm here for the money.
Then why are you going back and forth with people on the thing talking about why they not in Africa?
I'm asking Kala. He says he doesn't like to be an American. He's proud.
I said, look, I like being in America, but I'm saying, but don't call me an American. I don't agree. I got to sit back and look at foreign policy. I have no control over it. The culture of America, which is anti-black, anti-people of color.
You don't have no control of it.
I just have to live with, you know.
He want his own land to rule, not own land, but he want his own people to have his own land.
Okay, but America is real. Africanistan is hypothetical. You
it's not
to live in a hypothetical than in reality. That's what you're telling me.
It's not hypothetical.
If he building something up, if he got partners and shit, I don't think it's hypothetical.
We're talking about right.
What I'm seeing is that he has people on the ground and he's building some shit up in Africa.
I'm trying to first start with Liberia.
Yeah.
Go to someplace else. But the thing is, that's why it's important that we do build these communities that we're working on in Ghana and places like that, so people can show, we can transport ourselves, something like that. America it's not just our own reality, only reality.
There are Americans in Ghana right now. Well, you can't just move.
Hold on.
Do they own land in Ghana? Do they own the land?
No, but
okay then. So they not. Do they own the shit though? We want to own some shit.
Okay. How are you going to own? Okay, if you can marry into it, how about
no? We're not doing it.
We're saying what was taken from us needs to be brought back.
You can marry into it.
Okay, if the Congo, where my ancestors from, these people are ready to give my ancestral homeland over to America on a silver platter. You think that's justice?
How does the Congo benefit from giving you free land?
See, that's what I said, Truquo. You know, it's a free land. It's what's almost 40 hours.
And hold on. We could do it like, it could be like an economic zone.
Exactly. Economic zone,
there's different things you could do with that.
We have places we could trade and ship goods to, make money like that. You know, we have something of our own.
I will agree with you if you can prove where in the Congo you're from. If you can show,
I'm from northern Angola.
Can I say
the Congo Kingdom? Are you crazy too?
Can I say something?
Congo Kingdom.
That's where the first Africans to America came.
Come on now.
Can I say something real quick, Kala? Please.
Go ahead, Flower.
So the African man should not be like sitting up here debating with the Black American man, telling him, "Oh, you can't do this; it's impossible," and stuff like that. Just being a hater.
Yeah.
If anything,
being realistic. I'm talking about reality. You guys are talking hypothetical. I'm trying to show you
America was a hypothetical.
Congo gains nothing from
giving. But everything starts with a vision. Like it starts with a vision. Like you're a man with no vision, and that's problematic.
Your vision is free shit. We're about reality.
When did he say this was free?
There's nothing is free.
He white supremacy talking points.
Hate to break your bubble.
True.
Nothing is free.
True. Hold on. Let me talk.
I promise you. Hold
on. True.
Go ahead.
Congo is a failed state. They would definitely benefit for setting up an economic zone for black people in the West to bring their skills and labor to the Congo. It's fucked up right now.
You know what is entailed in a failed state? Do you really?
Oh
do
yeah,
you really
I definitely know.
live
Yes,
in a failed state?
I definitely know.
Okay,
Chaos,
we're talking about
violence.
you can't call 911. There's no Uber Eats. There's no
That's
Amazon.
okay. You with all these stereotypes.
You keep
Our
talking about.
ancestors
I'm
went to
telling you,
Liberia.
you're not.
Our ancestors went to Liberia 200 years ago and built the
You are
republic.
not your ancestors, Kyle.
Hold
You are you.
caught up with the, we are our ancestors, bro.
You're not. You're not.
Yo,
Really,
we're the same spirit that our ancestors had. That's another thing they try to do. They try to divorce us from our ancestry.
Yeah, he's sick. He's so pessimistic, and he doesn't have
I'm realistic. You're gonna get over there and get disappeared. You don't understand what it's like, Kala. You don't.
And managing your own
I only went
affairs
to
as a
Africa continent several times. I know exactly what it's like.
Okay.
You've been to Africa though.
About the Congo. You said the Congo, right?
Yeah, so wherever
Angola.
wherever it's gonna be, we should have someplace, a city state, someplace.
You're talking about what should
America and the diaspora control.
They
You're
just
trapped
don't
in
want
what
Black
should
Americans
happen.
in Africa. That's
True.
what really
I
is
do.
about.
Hold on.
That's what it's
True.
really
You
about.
live in hope. This is very hope and change.
Hold on. If China man can do that shit in fucking Africa, if the Lebanese Arabs can do that shit in the middle of Africa, why can't we do that?
Okay, the Chinese government helps
because they don't want you there because you're Black.
The
That's
Chinese
why.
government helps their expatriates. Is the American government going to help you to set up shop?
Who knows what they? Who knows? They basically listen to. I bet you any amount of money. Once college gets out there one night, I know I'll say, hey, look, this is what we have. I know the fact of the matter is we could probably draw American support or whoever is supporting.
Kyle, I gave you an idea that would help, but you kicked it away.
What idea? You didn't give me no ideas.
Okay. You know how they're building prisons in El Salvador. You
build where's El Salvador? I'm not from El Salvador.
Okay, build you some nice prisons in Africa.
Why are we talking about prisons?
You got your seed money.
Prisons, you know,
you got the seed money right there.
I ain't talking about building no damn.
You really retarded.
I ain't trying to prison nobody.
Okay, all right. Well,
why would you do a prison all the way now?
Funding, but go ahead.
What do you? No, hold on. Check this out, too. So, what does America want the most out of everything? True.
What does America want the most?
America, the nation of America, the leaders of America. What do they want?
They want us gone.
Oh well. After that, other than that, what do they want us?
Are you talking about foreign policy or domestic policy?
Foreign policy. What do they want? What's the main thing driving America?
They want a global hegemony where they control the
resources, and the main thing is resources, right?
Right. You want to be the hegemon. That's what you want.
All right. And they want resources. What does Congo have?
Congo has resources. Yeah,
okay,
but
hold on. So if I was hold on. If I was the president, right? I see all these little black motherfuckers over here. Let's set up like a little economic zone or some shit in Africa. You never know. Send these black people over there, some of them, and shit, they could do whatever the fuck and send the resources back to America. You never know.
You never know, but it's much easier just to, have a foreign puppet in the Congo that is doing, things that are beneficial for Western companies.
That's only because we don't have. You never had somebody like
you're talking about. You never know. I'm talking about how shit really goes.
Well, most black people before me are cowards. They never basically stood up on this level. They don't think like that, like I do.
Does he have any solutions? Like this guy, does he have any solutions? Any ideas?
My solution is to not be idealistic. You guys, you sound like a high school student who's looking at fucking African magazines. I've been there. I have a house there.
So have I. And I got a house there. I got a house there too. So what are you talking about?
So why are other races going to Africa, creating businesses, setting up communities?
That's what I'm saying.
I have family there.
The Indians got a community in Kenya where they let no Africans in. They got a gated community. That's what.
So what exactly? So why is it impossible for African Americans to do that, or like why is it impossible for?
Caribbean.
I'm confused. Like none of this makes sense. It just sounds like you're a hater or something.
Okay, one thing that you're missing is on the continent there's a racial mindset and there's a tribal mindset. Black people in the diaspora, you guys see yourself in the world through the eyes of the white man. You see yourself.
No, we don't. We see ourselves in the idea
You see
a
yourself,
global
I'm black.
reality. You
We
know,
say, we say,
I-
we
or
say. Wait,
we
hold on. What do you
understand.
say,
Hold on,
True?
hold on.
We see what now?
Africans don't understand why is it that
I'm saying
the
all you
white
are is
man
black.
sending
That's
weapons to
all
the
you are
region?
is a black
Why the
man.
white man sending
Wait,
military to
what?
the region?
Yourself
Because
through the
they
white
don't
man's
see
eyes.
in terms of race because they're
True,
not ill-equipped to deal with the white man
true.
and Chinese
They
man.
don't. What do
Okay,
you
but
talking? We see ourselves through
on
the
the
white man
continent,
up.
it's not like that. It's on the continent. You have an ethnic identity. I'm
We know that.
Igbo.
And
My
look how
wife
that,
is
yeah, how
black.
that's turning out for them.
Okay, but you want to go over there. You're expecting
Ron
people to
Morris, get
say
your
we're all black. It's not going to turn out that way.
Ron Morris. Deal with Hayden. That's all I got to do with.
It's not going to turn out the
Don't
way
deal
you
with Hayden,
think it
bro.
is in your mind.
Because you don't know what the hell going on.
You got to be. Who are you with? What tribe?
Can't they assimilate though? They can marry within the African
Not my
community.
thing. I ain't trying to. I ain't look. I'm like this. I ain't trying to look. Let's have our own little shit, right? Let's set up some shit in Africa, our own little nation state. Y'all not using it. Some people not really not. They're not using
Exactly.
some of the land.
They ain't doing shit.
They ain't doing shit. They ain't doing shit in East Congo. Rwanda want that shit back. The Nilelites, they want that shit back.
But you see, this
Northern
attitude you
Angola,
have.
they want that shit back.
This attitude you have is American exceptionalism. You are saying, okay, these savages on the continent don't know what
I
they're
never
doing,
said savages.
but
They not doing nothing with it though.
we're
They
exceptional.
not doing
We
shit
can
with
get in
it.
there
Let's
and
be honest,
change.
I'll just truth quote. Africa basically is sitting on all diamonds and they're still dirt poor. Why is that?
Why is Africa dirt poor? This is going to get into discussion of neocolonialism.
Oh, see, that's what I said. It's
But
always
hold
the
on.
when it's Africa, it's neocolonial. When it's us,
But
It's
how
the
come
government.
we're just
how come
It's the
lazy with it,
Singapore,
you
how
government.
come
know?
Asian countries are thriving compared to African countries?
Asian countries have Asia has no natural resources. And you look how they passed the West in industrialization and development.
Okay, well, we agree that you guys are smarter than Africans? Is that this is what I'm hearing? You're smarter than Africans, right?
Well,
You
we don't
change
know that, but
subject
I
too
don't think
much, bro.
Africa's ever been given a chance.
No. You said that they don't know what they're doing over there.
I never said that.
Okay, you just said, okay, why?
But it's clear that
was
you
just
don't know
asking
what
me.
you're doing. Look at
Okay, so you're
Africa.
smarter than Africans,
I
right?
never said that. You putting words in our mouth.
Okay, we
You
agree
crazy
on that.
motherfucker.
Let's agree on. Is
No,
that something we can agree on?
No. Listen, you change the subject. You always change the fucking subject.
No, I'm not trying to change.
Asian country? No. Why are Asian countries thriving compared to African countries? How come China
Well,
had the 100-year? Hold on. How come
you tell
China
me.
had Listen, let me talk. Had
You
100 years
tell
of
me.
humiliation,
Uh-huh.
and they're a superpower.
Okay, you tell
How
me.
come
Explain.
Thailand? All right, what's up? I'm listening. Because you just
No,
talking over.
tell me. You tell me. Okay, you're asking me a
I'm
question.
asking you.
No,
What's the
you
reason?
tell
I'm
me.
not from Africa. What's the reason? What is your guess?
No,
What?
you're smarter than I am. I'm just
I
a
never said.
dumb African.
I
So
never said
you're
that you
gonna
were dumb.
explain to
I
me
really
why
want
we're
to.
dumb.
I never said. I just want to know
Explain it.
where's the dude.
You're
I want to.
exceptional. I'm just
What the fuck? I want to know. What's
you're
the
smart.
reason?
I'm dumb. So explain to me like I'm a
Oh my
third.
god! You
Go ahead.
you
Explain it.
still tripping. What's the reason? I want to know your honest opinion. I'm not from Africa.
I try to give you an opinion. You say it's the government. So okay,
I never said the
I'm wrong.
Oh my god!
I'm willing to accept I'm wrong. Let me hear the truth,
It's the
please. Go
government.
ahead.
You said it was the government. All right.
No. You tell me. I'm a savage, so I
never
need
said
one
that
of
you
you enlightened, exceptional Black Americans to explain, how shit really goes in Africa. Go ahead.
I was asking. That was my main thing. I never said y'all was savage or dumb or stupid.
All right. Well, if you guys think I'm being critical, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. But every time I found something,
The gist of this is this, right? We could all sit here and be like, okay, our lives and everything like that. But the bottom line is this: here's the problem, right? Every time I turn on the news, right, you have white people saying, why are there so many problems in Black? I know what the root of it is. The root of it is you got one group of people that have all the power, right? 99% of all our money goes right back into the white people, right? They control most of the land, infrastructure. They control the banks. They control mortgage companies. They control rental office.
Thank you.
99%. That's a head start. They had
you gave a reason.
They had 100-year head start on everything, Then when we did have our own shit, they destroyed it, right?
Thank you. Stop.
So the bottom line is this. So when you have 100-something year head start, right? And you control, the only person's success that broke that was Maynard Jackson in Atlanta, Georgia. He basically went
indeed.
outside the system and brought investors to a city and built a black middle class there. Outside
Yes,
of
indeed.
what they do when you have a black city, let's say
That's
you elect a
beautiful.
black government there in the city, they purposely withhold capital investment to their city so it could starve. They
Okay.
did that in Gary,
No, Ron Morris,
Indiana,
you're not
and
intelligent.
Detroit, every place. They try to destroy all the black areas where we could achieve some political power and whatnot. The only city that survived that was Atlanta. That's why Atlanta is right now the black Mecca to this day. So please, Truco, I know what I'm talking about. White people basically make sure that the power and everything is in their community. You want a job, you got to go to their area. You got to travel across town. You got to travel miles to get to their
You gotta
job.
go. If
Whatever
you
like
live
that.
on the south, you gotta go all the way to the north side to get a job.
What you're saying is that what happens to you depends on what white people do.
No, that's what you look. This is what we're saying.
That's what you're just saying.
Because America is the white man's country.
Okay.
We're just here. We're just a minority group that's here. That's depending on them.
Yeah.
And so therefore when we live in America, I used to see this all the time growing up. I used to be like this. I used to say when I grew up in South Jamaica, Queens, right? On Merritt Boulevard, there was these buildings that were abandoned factories and stuff like that, right? Listen to this. Abandoned factories and everything like that, right? And I remember I was like 7 years old. I said, Dad, how come you don't go work there? So that's all the ones that my father had to go all the way to Jersey. So he moved us upstate New York so he could be closer to his job. I said, why don't you work over there? He goes, there's no jobs here. And so I had to go upstate. He had to move, go to Jersey. He has to take 3 hours to go to work every day to get on the subway, go downtown, and get on the ferry to go over to Jersey to work every day.
Yeah. But you should notice he lives in America. There's plenty of examples like that. Detroit, that's another example. They took away the factory jobs.
Okay,
and they deliberately did that and put it on Mexico and China to basically starve the black community of basic wages.
Let me ask you a question.
Talk to me somebody else. They deliberately did all this evil.
Let me ask you a question.
Playing with you.
Let me ask you: when Africans vote with their feet, why do they come to America? Given that
I have no idea, because they're desperate. That's why.
I'm trying to.
That's why I don't get mad at
you really want to know why? You want to know my opinion?
I'll tell you why. Because this place has the most opportunities of.
Hold up. We're charged with building communities, right? You don't have communities here like we do. So it's easy for you to say like this. You could easily Africans come here and they move to a white suburb or a subdivision around whites to get a job. We have to hold down communities. We can't just abandon our communities on the whole. Everybody can't live where I live. I know black people got to hold down communities and whatnot. And what comes with that is the crime, the neglect, unemployment, and stuff like that, and the blight.
You fled a black community to live around white folks. So
I didn't flee the black community. I always lived in these type of communities, all my life.
Where you live at now?
Black community live around white. What you talking about now?
I don't live around white. I live in an affluent black mixed race community.
Mixed race, huh?
Yeah, I live like that my whole entire life. But the bottom line is this: when we moved out of the city, when I was growing up, I always wanted to move. I told my parents we should move back to the city. And they were like, no, we're going to make it here. Why not? My father had to do that because of his job. We had to move to a white area close to where he worked at. That was the thing. I asked my father, why do you gotta work so far, Dad? I gotta go to Jersey everyone because he had to go to bed early at night. He had to go to bed like around 8 o'clock at night to get up like 4 o'clock in the morning to take 3 hours worth of transportation. My father did what the hell he had to do. I'm never going to smirch him for moving. He said, look, man, in 1976, we moved from South Queens to upstate New York and whatnot. In 1976. I began the year in the city. I ended this year in a white community in upstate New York. I learned about racism, stuff like that.
The fact remains that Africans want to, when they vote with their feet, they want to come to this white supremacist country because of the opportunity.
Because they basically have no choice. That's another thing that's sad.
Moving here is a choice.
Yeah, no, but they have no. Yeah, but they have no choice because like this. Hold on. This is what I understand. The continent of Africa is like 5 times the size of the United States.
Right.
Yeah. It claims it has oil, natural resources, and all the stuff like that. And Africans often boast about they have their own governments. I mean, you got your own people are making policies, right? Why is it that all these other countries in the world have this less than Africa does, and they're thriving? I never seen a Singaporean in my life. I never seen a Japanese come here. I never see anybody like that. And so only people I see here are people
I
coming
had some
from
Japanese classmates. I had some Japanese classmates.
I never had Japanese. Just stop it. You had Chinese. You never had Japanese.
Or Japanese. They're
or not in the Eastern United. Only place you see Japanese is in California. You know,
no, in the Eastern United States. Yeah.
no, you don't see no Japanese. Stop your lying, Truquo.
So
You know?
ass so I ain't seen no.
You're gonna
Stop your
tell
lying.
me
We know Truquo.
you're
There's
gonna
no
tell me
Japanese here.
who I went to
You a lying
school with. That's what
motherfucker.
you're gonna do. All right.
There's no Japanese
So
here. You know.
Okay. To
What the heck they come for? Japan's like the third largest economy in the world.
Japan don't want
Exactly.
to
Of the
the
United
a
States.
lot of rich Japanese send their children to
Yeah,
America.
yeah, but you don't know them. You know.
A lot of I do know them. A
You
lot
don't
of
know
rich
them.
Nigerians send their
Stop it,
children
you
here to
know?
be educated.
Stop it.
That's
Stop
what
it. You know, what hell?
Also, can I
The
say
University of
something real
Japan is one of the
quick?
top universities in the world. What the hell do you need to come to America for? We go to Japan to get
The
educated
American
now.
Can I
economy
say
is the
something real
largest
quick?
economy in the world. Go ahead.
Okay, and another thing, another issue that I'm seeing, is that the African man thinks he's the same as the Black American man. You're not the same. The Black American has
I like
400
that.
plus years of history in the United States.
I like
I'm
that.
not a victim.
You're
of
an
what you're saying.
immigrant.
I'm not a
You
victim.
have
I don't see myself as a victim, and I don't
You're not one of us.
So
That's
we
why.
ain't had this conversation on Telegram before.
see
What the
myself
hell you
as
talking about?
I'm a slave, and
I
the
want to
white
finish
man needs
We're
saying
slaves.
not
what I'm
saying that.
saying.
We're
Hold
saying
on,
we're
hold
human
on.
hell
I
you
want
beings.
to finish. I want to finish. So
Okay.
we know African Americans, their origin is Africa. We're not delusional about that, but they have hundreds of years in the United States. You're a Johnny come lately that's running from your country,
I
and
still own a house in my country, so I'm
But
not.
why don't you live there?
Because there's more money here.
There
Do you
should be more
understand
money in your country.
that there's more money?
Why is the money?
There-
Why there's no money
what
over there?
should be and what is are not the same. There's
Why there's
more
no
money
money over
here.
there?
There's
Why there's
more
no
money
money?
here.
there
Why don't
should
don't
be
you?
more money there. That's
Okay.
that's
There
the bottom line.
there should be gold in Antarctica, but guess what? It is what it is.
Oh, that's
This
just,
is where
that's
the money is.
pathetic. Man. That's really pathetic. Man.
Laziness and
That's
lack of
sad.
vision.
I'm talking about
Laziness.
reality. You guys are chasing a dream.
Why don't you guys
It's
have
not a
money
dream.
there?
It can be a reality if you
Okay.
African men stop being lazy and running away. Build your countries. This is
Listen,
pathetic.
you know what's pathetic? You complain. You're in the richest country in the world that you complain the loudest. How is it that the richest blacks
Who's
hold on.
complaining?
I don't see
I
most?
anybody
never
complaining
complained.
How
here.
is that
We're just
possible?
telling you.
You're
We're
the
just telling. We're
richest
just
blacks,
telling
but you
like, hold on.
complain.
We're
You're
just
the
telling that.
loudest
Hold on,
complainer.
Why don't you join the
like
chat?
this.
Join the link
Okay,
because
what
you
it
talking
is
too
this.
much on the chat.
Hold on. Truco is like one of these Africans. Like he is what black people in America just to shut up. No, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
because Africans are allergic to Africa.
I'm not allergic to Africa. My wife is from she's Yoruba, and she
Where do
owns a
y'all
house
live? Where y'all
in
live?
Lagos. So okay,
Where
here's the
do you
So
live?
what
Where
if
do you live?
Africa is colonized like by Chinese or something? What are you gonna do if
I
you lose
have a
Africa
house in
forever?
Lekki Phase 1.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
want to ask you as an African man, how would you feel if you lose Africa forever? You
I'm not
wouldn't
gonna
even
lose
give a damn, right?
I'm
No
not gonna,
vision.
what do you mean lose Africa forever? That's
Like
I was born.
if it gets colonized and taken
If the
over by
Chinese
this,
keep coming the
yeah,
way they do, yeah,
they
you
can't
will.
even think that far, Kala. They can't.
Oh, there's a video now where
Yeah.
there's a second video I'm gonna play where Chinese are humiliating Nigerians, making it rain on them, make them run for money and whatnot. This is humiliating. You guys want me to play a video?
You're complaining about
Yes,
America.
play that video. Play
You're
it.
talking
I'm gonna
about
play. Let me
you
Let's
want
find
me
see
it.
to
the
complain
You
about
guys
reality
keep
of what
talking.
the
I'm gonna find
African
it.
man is running from.
okay, if complaining is
When
a
are you moving
competition
back
you
to
want to
Africa?
win,
When you move back to Nigeria?
I'll be back later on at the end of the year. I'll be back. Don't worry.
When are you gonna move back to Nigeria?
I got people there. Listen. There's too much
When are
money
you
to
gonna
be
move
made.
back?
There's too
They
much
ain't
Sound like a
doing
leech
shit.
to
They
me. You
just
sound
don't
like a
want
leech.
you guys
You
there.
sound
They
like a
just want
leech.
Black
money here.
Americans to come to Africa and do your thing there. They just
I'm
don't
not
want
begging nobody.
crabs in a barrel.
What I'm telling you, stay
It's
your
some
ass
type of
here.
weird white
Stay
supremacy,
your
Africa
ass
is
here.
not
inverted
for
white
you.
supremacy
I
that they
can
got
already
going
What?
on.
tell. I can already tell that Africa is not for this young lady who's speaking.
She's
You
from
your
ain't
best
she
off
ain't she
Why
like
not?
East
stay
African?
your ass right here. Find you a nice person and stay your ass here.
Ain't she East
Africa's not
African?
for you.
No, because by the time that I have children and shit, China's probably gonna build Africa and make it all nice and
Why
good.
you
The
worry about
African man
China?
ain't gonna
Okay,
do it.
how about this? You let
And
me
you
worry
don't want
about China.
African Americans to go
Let
there.
me
You
worry
just don't
about
want
it.
Africa to be shit. It's
Let me
sad.
worry about it. Let me. I'll
She
hold
East
that. I'll
She
hold
East
that on my
African though.
shoulders.
True.
I'll
She
hold that
East
on my
African.
shoulders. Huh?
She's East African.
She's East African.
Yeah, I think she's East African. Yeah.
Yes, I'm
You ain't no
African.
damn East African.
Yes, I
she-
am. I am East African. Why can't you believe it?
Where you from? The Horn?
Why you
I'm
say?
Ethiopian and Sudanese.
Oh shit! So you're one of them. Okay.
What does that mean? What does that
One of
mean?
them. Oh, I got you. You're that
What does that
East.
I
mean?
want to see Africa become
Hold on, hold on.
a
What does that
giant
mean?
of the world. I want to see African
True.
countries unite. I want to see strong
He's one of
financial
those
systems.
Mino
I
Black.
want to see
But
institutions.
hold
I
on,
want to see African benefit
hold on. Them Ethiopians, they go hard. They go. What you talking about? They
Yeah,
go black.
a lot of Ethiopians
And the
are actually
Are you?
B100, the
Who
B.
are you?
pro
Hold
Do you
on,
black.
say Mino Black? Me?
hold on. True. The B100.
I think
They've
West
been coming
Africans have
down. They've
the
been
most
coming to
self-hate. To
America.
be real, West Africans have the most self-hate. For
Y'all really
real.
do.
For
Okay.
real.
Are you Arab? Do you pray to Allah? What's your
She's
deal?
I'm not
Ethiopian.
Arab.
She. Are you
I'm not
stupid?
Arab. I'm a dark-skinned woman, actually.
She Ethiopian. They Orthodox.
I
You
don't know.
crazy.
I don't know. I don't trust that shit. I don't know.
Ethiopians don't. She's
I don't
Orthodox.
care. I don't care if you don't trust it or not,
You
because I
stupid.
really don't care about what an African man has to say, because you
Yeah,
won't do
Ethiopians are
shit about
probably
your own
Nigerians.
continent.
You just said are you Ethiopian or are you not Ethiopian?
She mixed Ethiopian Sudanese.
What's wrong with that?
Okay,
Am I
you
not black?
don't care what the
Even though
African
I'm a
man
dark
thinks.
skin?
Isn't your father African?
Yeah, but the point
So
is
It
this,
depends which
right?
what do
one
you
Prince
You
Peter
guys,
said.
okay, the
The
point
what
is
South
you're
this.
saying
Sudanese don't
doesn't
be
make
Hold
killing
on,
sense?
them.
let me paint to you the sad affair of the African man. Okay, the African man runs to the West, he gets his degrees, he marries maybe a white woman, or sometimes he'll marry his own woman. And he neglects the fact that he has a whole continent full of resources. He also neglects the fact that his people are in poverty. He neglects the fact that infrastructure needs to be built. Instead, he allows other races of men like the
People are doing
Chinese and
just
the
fine.
Indian to come in and to build their own communities, take over their lands, buy their ports and shit like
Well,
that.
what's down,
How
Jack?
do you
What's down
feel
with it?
as
Salute,
an
God,
African
salute.
man seeing
What's
that
down?
happening to your country? Any other race of man would be humiliated, they would be disappointed, and they would hang their head in
You
shame.
said
But
you're
the African man
Ethiopian.
doesn't do that. It's a
And
mental
That girl not
disorder.
right.
It's a
She
spiritual
not right.
sickness.
I know what a white woman sound like. Ain't no white woman.
why you sound like a divester? Why you sound like? Do you
A
listen to
That's not no
divester would
white
not
woman
sit
joke.
here. No, a divester would not even be sitting here talking about Africa. I'm disappointed in the state of Africa. I know its
Okay,
potential.
let me ask you,
I
why
know about its
should I care
resources.
what you're
And it's
disappointed?
disappointing. Whenever someone has a criticism for
She
African
just
men or
she mad at
Africa,
the.
Where's
She not
what does
white
your
joke.
husband think about all this? Let me ask you, what does
I
your husband
don't have a
think?
husband.
So
She
shut the fuck up.
don't sound like no
You're
Mexican.
Hey,
disappointed.
Chuko, stop
Guys,
it,
stop
man.
Wait,
disrespecting the
hold
Stop
on.
it,
women.
man.
I
Stop
need
it.
to have a husband to talk.
She black.
I need to have a husband to talk about how
She sound like an
Africa
East
is
African.
being
I
colonized
don't,
and
I don't
being
see
developed by other races
for
of
all
men.
this foolishness.
All right.
Be
African men
Let me
cannot
play
take
this video. Let me
criticism
play this
because they know
video.
it's true.
be
Let me play this
respectful of
video.
our
Let me
ladies,
play this
man.
video.
Let's have respect.
This is
We're
and
men.
Yeah,
I'm not.
and actually, one last thing, John knows that I'm a black woman. He's seen me on Telegram. I'm not a freaking white woman. I'm not a
Joke.
divester. I'm just an African woman that's telling the truth.
sound like
And the
Cynthia G
African
to
man
me.
is
You sound
in
like a lot
denial.
like Cynthia G to me. That's all I'm
And
saying.
you know what? Like, the African man mindset has not
Rob
evolved
Morris, you been on my dick for the longest.
back when the
Go
African
fix
man was
motherfucking
colonized
Haiti,
the
you hear me?
first time. His mind
That's what
hasn't
you need to
even
do. Go
evolved.
fix
It's
Haiti.
still in that
I'll
same
let
state.
you go ahead. Go ahead.
Cause my people told me what's going on over there. I got video. Stop playing.
But guys, let's be respectful. You know, we want women to feel comfortable when they come on the platform. We want to give them respect, man, so people don't think that we're heathens, that we're misogynists, even if we don't agree with the sister.
Oh no, ain't no heat in the Rob Morris, join the chat.
Forget Rock Morris, man. Rock Morris,
He
you know,
getting he getting on my nerves. He be
I
getting on me.
understand. He does that. That's what he does.
Yeah,
And the thing is, I haven't said anything
based.
based upon emotion. Most of everything that I said is based upon
And what
facts.
I said was
A
true
blind
too.
man knows what's
He
going
tried
on
to
in
be like,
Africa.
Dollar Bill. I was like, if you listen, I said, look,
Uh-huh.
I said, I understand that I'm a U.S. citizen. Okay. I'm saying like this.
Louisiana blacks is a lot of
all the
minions.
benefits of being Black America. But at the same time, I said, look,
y'all Haitians.
Remember the story
Y'all
of
Haitians really
the
retarded.
devil and Tom Walker. Let me say this, Marcus. The devil and Tom Walker. He said, if he sold his soul for what? For fame and whatever like that. Soon the devil's gonna come and ask for your soul. You know, no matter where you go, he's gonna show up with that. That's what it is in America, right? We sell our soul, right? We we ignore all the evil stuff that America's about. We're not. because we were given a few comfort. Chuko don't even
Kala,
understand
can I
basic
ask you
history.
one
I already
question?
educated
Kala,
Chuko about a lot of stuff.
please,
Chuko
can I
acting-
ask
he
you
like he's
one
slow.
question, Kala? Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is a question that I think about. Okay, because I think in the future, what will happen to the black race, whether you're African, whether you're African American, if we actually lose Africa?
If we lose Africa, it's all we're finished. You know,
We're
as a
done.
race,
We're
we'll
done.
disappear. We'll go the way of the Eskimo, and
The Eskimo
and just
city,
die.
the
We'll just die like
Comanches
the
and
Eskimo.
shit.
We'll go the way. We'll disappear like
Native
the
Americans.
Neanderthal, the Eskimo. You know, our only chance is like Marcus Garvey says, a redeemed Africa. You know,
Yeah.
that's the only chance. These Africans on the continent, these fools, they want to fight me all the time. They think I'm their fucking enemy, like Michael Lawale and Ola and Chuko and
Ross
Zongo.
Morris
I'm their
and
fucking enemy. Moss Royster,
Alpha Dumbass, all them
after
people.
dumbass when they think we're the enemy, you know. Well, let me play this video. Check this out.
The disrespectful agents that we talked about last time that were giving out money, degrading the police officers by filming them and putting up on social media are back at it again. And this time they took it even further. They started throwing money at kids and people, the locals in Nigeria. Watch this clip, we'll come back and discuss. First of all, it's illegal in Nigeria to spray money. So, okay, the Nigerian government, you saw that. You saw the video because they not only did what they did, they posted it on social media. So you have the evidence. So are you going to do something about it? Are you going to arrest them? Are you going to make them pay fine at the very least? Because apparently these are minors or they have a company in Nigeria. So they're not only foreigners in a country disrespecting the country, they're also doing something that is illegal, which is spraying money. So what exactly is the Nigerian government going to do about these Asians? They are not only disrespecting the police officers wearing uniform, which we talked about a few weeks ago, but now they are going around filming themselves, throwing money at people and posting it. We would love to see what the Nigerian government or the police is going to say about this, because clearly it's illegal, and we've reported before that when someone was spraying money, they were arrested because it's illegal in Nigeria. So let us know down below if you think the government is going to do something about them, because they're making it a habit. They're filming themselves, throwing money, degrading people, showing that the police in uniform cannot be respected because look, we can buy them. They're doing all this and nothing from the police or the government. I think they need to make a statement swiftly because it's not a good look. Anyways, fam, let us know down below what you thought.
No, Joe Mom, I'm not gonna play it again. You know, I'm not gonna. I just played that to make fair use, folks. That's not funny. You know, that's not funny whatsoever. Seeing people that look like me being humiliated by Asians. You know, I don't think that's funny whatsoever. You know, and the bottom line is this: you know, you have somebody Chupo.
I'll slay
Probably
it.
not even. That probably doesn't even bother.
Not my first rodeo.
Me.
28 years, 45 years of doing this.
Not even bothered by that.
If
you know,
it was an African American that was throwing the money,
they would be over there
he would
laughing
be
about it.
bothered.
When not, look at these people, you know. So,
Yeah, he would be
that's the
bothered then.
sad part about it. You know, they come over here with such hatred for us. You know, it's unreal. You know, I never thought in a million years, Dollar Bill, that I'd be having this conversation. I always thought people coming over here from Africa, our numbers would be up. We're going to be unified. That's not the case. These people come over here. Like I said, Truco, I said, look, we have to hold down communities. You got black people living all majority black sections in this country. Majority still living all majority black enclaves. Right now, for years, people don't understand something. What we wanted to do was create jobs and have enterprise, and we failed at everything. We tried to get the Democrats to do it. The black people know if we can't build jobs for our people, our communities are going to disintegrate. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. You know, they're like, if we don't have factories, jobs, and new innovative stuff like that, where kids graduate from, give people hope that when they graduate from school, they can have an opportunity and stuff like that. And our ancestors also knew that we cannot keep depending on moving near white people or just being, you know, where the jobs are and everything. We need to build something in our areas where we're at, you know. White people don't want to do that. They deliberately don't build factories or businesses where we are the majority, you know. But yet the people come over like Chuko and he blames the conditions on Black America on ourselves. You know, that we didn't start this. We didn't ask to be brought here. And the bottom line, they never gave us a leg up in America. Never did.
Well, it's unfortunate that Chuko said that Africans vote with their feet and they come for opportunities. But you've only come here for opportunities because other people have died, okay, to give you opportunities. And so instead of saying, you know, let's try to work together, okay, because what white people do, okay, is work together. When the Latinos have been putting their things together and made themselves one people, they understood the Puerto Ricans who had been here since the 50s, okay, and some and the Cubans that were here, okay, in the 30s, they realized they had small populations. And so they had to put it together in order for them, okay, to have an identity that they could vote as a block and do certain things as a block. Now, that doesn't mean that you had to marry me, because that doesn't mean that a bunch of Cubans are marrying a bunch of Puerto Ricans and Dominicans, but they understand that in this space, survival. And I don't think that people who come from other countries really understand, because within a generation or two, okay, your children would have completely assimilated. And so, you know, some Africans have this fantasy, like we talked about earlier, that they're going to have this white kid who's 50% African who turns around and marries a white person. And then they're going to say that they're Ghanaian and they look like Michael Jackson. They're just they're ridiculous in their attempt. That's all.
They have no intentions of trying to get with us and build with us. No intentions whatsoever.
Why are these people? Why are they talking on the channel, on the chat? That's what I want to know. They talking about white supremacists and shit like that. Look,
how am I a white supremacist? I'm just telling you the reality. The reality is this is a white man's manifest destiny. Now, I asked a question at the beginning of the show. I said, let me ask you, let me test your knowledge. Are you an American? Do you feel proud when you see the smoke going over Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Or are you outraged? I'm outraged. You're not American, right?
We're not American. We listen. See, and I wanted to bring up something, because I hear this a lot, and then I hear people like Dinus say, when we say that we built America, that does not mean physically that we built all of the cities, even though we had large people who did a lot of things. What we're saying is that wealth itself was built on our backs. So that means
they had like 300 years of free labor, you know.
Yeah, well, not just that. The whole system of credit, okay, the whole system of
insurance
was done on the backs of us, because they treated us, okay, like a possession. So even when people
and collateral, but slave bodies,
we you know, so even when we were granted our freedom, as you may, they got reparations for it. The South got reparations
because we were mortgaged off. They had to pay that debt. You know, they got millions of dollars in compensation for the loss of slaves. You know,
so you think about in the United States and over the years, right? We're not just talking about, you know, we're talking about not just talking about the 40 acres and the mule thing. We're also talking about over the years, people in my family had lots of land, and the land was taken away from them, was swindled from them. Okay, because even when they were sharecroppers, even as we started as sharecroppers, okay, we began to get out of peonage and buy our own land and free our own people and get our people and bring our families together. So this land was taken from us, this swindled from us, okay, through terrorism, Okay, and so
we had to go up to the north. We had to go to the north.
We had to leave. We had to flee to to the north and into places out in California because our people were under terrorist threats. These people could come into our home. It was legal. At least 50 years. I think there's a book called 50 Years of Legal Lynching, where people could take your possessions.
Well,
so
then you check this out. They after the Civil War, they had another really brutal Civil War. It lasted like 80 years after slavery, where whole black cities, communities were under terror and military. It was very organized too. They had organized campaigns that would destroy black communities wherever we tried to build them.
Man, it's so evil.
This is the America True Quote says I should be proud of.
No, it's so evil, bro. Check this out. It's so evil, bro. I got old heads in the 80s. You understand? They was violated when they was little boys, violated by grown white men, and they couldn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying?
If you looked at a white woman like Emmett Till situation, okay, it was a law called reckless eyeballing.
Yes, eye rape.
So you could actually go and get killed. People can come at night with sheets on. You see, I don't understand the gravity that these individuals don't understand. Oh, there's opportunity. This is why they're having problems in Southern Africa, because they come in with this attitude that I'm gonna, the white man brought me here and this and that. If he brought you here in the 1950s, he would have hung you.
But dollar, check this. You know what that means? They money hungry.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
They money
about that money.
Money.
There's no morals. It's no morals. It's just straight money, cash. That's all I hear.
It's sad, right?
Can I say something real
people
quick?
Said, give me liberty, give me death. They say, give me the dollar.
Okay, my thing with African men is you don't have to build this world class, super advanced civilization, but at least try to build something, give it a try instead of just running away. And then when other races, not other races, but let's say African Americans or something, they want to come to Africa, they want to try to build a place for themselves. Instead of getting in their way and stuff, give them a chance. The thing about Africans, what I don't understand is they don't have I don't know if they don't believe in themselves. I don't know if they have low self-esteem, or I don't know. They just don't want to give things a try. They give up so quickly. They just would rather run away. This type of mentality is not going to get you anywhere in life if you just keep running away from your issues. You know what I'm saying? And this is the mentality that I'm seeing with African men. They just want to run away. They don't want to face their problems. They don't want to come up with solutions. They don't want to problem solve. They want the easy way out.
It's sad is they don't know how to be men to their women. If I had an African woman on the panel, I'd be sitting there saying, give her a solution. This is what I believe in, sister. Blah 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 blah. Give her hope. They don't even.
They don't. They attack me. They call me.
They don't want to do that, man. Give her hope at least. Say it. Unless I'm looking for African men.
Because it's possible. And then the other guy, he's like, these are hypotheticals. It's not hypotheticals to say that you can build your own country when you have a country.
Yeah, we don't have a country.
La La Land.
Black America does not have a country to go to.
Yeah. So it's like. At this point, I don't know, I feel bad for African Americans because you're caught in the middle. It's okay, your ancestors came from Africa. You have this situation, and I know they think I'm I'm ass kissing you guys. No, it's because I have the ability to see things in multiple perspectives. Think about it. You're an African American. Your ancestors were sold from Africa. You don't have a permanent dwelling. You don't have a home. And then you want to go to Africa, but the Africans want to escape Africa. It's like a mind fuck. Sorry to say, it's crazy. And the thing that would fix this whole solution is if Africans would just build a functioning nation. It doesn't have to be perfect, but try to build something that is your own. But they won't freaking do that. And this is why I feel like they're just going to end in colonization again, because that mindset is not evolving. It's not. I don't know if it's a curse. I don't know what it is.
It's sad because they would rather come to America and be up under the white man. They have beautiful countries. And this is the thing that we look at when you really look at some of these countries, they're really beautiful. And I say, you know, wow, you have all of that opportunity. Oh, we don't have any opportunity. It's because you don't want to make your own opportunity, right? You want to go under somebody
They
else.
want somebody else's stuff. They're greedy and stingy.
And they come to America and just pick fights with us when I tell them what we're not doing. Dude, that's the ultimate cap. You know, you come to America, you got all this opportunity. You're in the richest country in the world. That doesn't mean a damn thing, you know? That's like this. We're not reaching out.
Psychologically, think about this, and I don't want to play the victim, right? But I just want to say to some people, right? When some people are down psychologically and they don't have their things together because, you know, it could be a generational thing, okay, that went on in their family, okay? And so, you know, when Kala tells you about his family and different things, I know what it's like, right? I have my education. I've been able to take care of my family, but I know what it's like to live in the project, right? Until my father got an opportunity to really start making some good money, okay, and living the type of life that gave us the, you know, the opportunity to get an education. Everybody doesn't get it, right? And so when you don't have that perspective and you're not well read and you don't know certain things, okay, you can see how some people can, you know, can actually go in to depression and have problems. I would never go to Africa or to the Caribbean and look at people in Makoko and see that they have very, you know, limited opportunities
and mock them.
Turn around and start mocking them.
That's one thing I will never do. Like, let me give you an example. When I'm in Liberia, I be giving people, poor people, and beggars money all the time. But I've never once put it on camera and basically never once put it on social media because I want people to have their dignity, you know? I'm not going to be like, look at these people out here. They're like that. Why is it that people take pride in it? Well, yeah, we got some black people who are homeless in America who are suffering. Why do people feel like they could come here and mock our people who are suffering, you know? That's why people.
You know what it is? Because when people have low self-esteem, they have to have someone to look down on, right? And so instead of you saying how much, you know, my mother taught me different, my father, that never look down on a person unless I'm going to lift them up, right? And so I always take people and say, you know, especially young people, I try to expose them things in life. And you know that I know they haven't been exposed to in their own family, right? And because people have been generous to me, okay, and taught me and given me books to read and given me opportunities, I try to do the same for every young person that I come in contact with. And you know, and it's the whole idea. So when I tell people about Ubuntu, about my art, and all of these things, and about really the richness, there's a lot of richness in the African culture, right? A lot of things that are, you know, responsibility to family, but there's a lot of things also that are not so great, right? And so when I tell people we should take these things and put them in a museum, that's not taking them and putting them in a closet. A museum is a place where you study culture and you identify the things that are good within your culture that's going to take you forward as a people. And so for Africans, they're afraid. They're inside of this little box and they want to stay in their box. And the rest of the world is looking at them and saying, listen, if you don't protect what you have, we're going to come and we're going to pick your bones clean, right? We're going to take all of the resources away from you, okay? The natural resources. And then we're going to take even the people, the brain drain. There's so many people who from Africa who are brilliant, but they're not building up institutions in Africa. They're building up institutions in America. That's a problem. See, and when we say that, it's like, oh, you don't want us to have opportunity. No, I want all Africans to have opportunity because I understand when Africa rises, the continent of Africa rises, all African people rise. I landed.
Yeah, good
They're
sir.
individualistic. Someone said, I recognize her now. She's always talking negatively about things she doesn't know. She has been on many panels, including Afrodamus. I don't go on African men panels. I don't do
Yeah,
that. I mean, what am I going to say to them? They're going to get mad and cuss me out.
they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear the truth. You know, the truth hurts. You know, the truth hurt. You know, like I said, Truco basically was like, what he wants to do is basically like what you just said. Say like we know that, okay, even though we have a country that's rich in America, right? We still got problems. You know, social problems. You know, that leads to homelessness, neglect. You know, this racism, and so sometimes, and also it just comes down to luck. Sometimes you get lucky or you're blessed. How we look at it, and you get lucky, and you got well. And sometimes you fall on hard times. You don't make it, right? See, we understand that. Sometimes my luck, you ever hear these people like poor, they can be homeless, that one day my luck's going to change, you know, and things get better, right? But the whole thing of Africans, you know, they come here and they look down on people like, well, Michael Awali always said, and Zongo always says, man, I gave this African American guy a couple of dollars. He was begging for money. Why mock the guy? You know, if you did do that, Zongo, why just give him the money and don't say nothing about it? Say, look, I'm doing this for a fellow human being. Why point out the fact that he's Black American? You know,
Well, he
but
has to make himself feel better. See, the whole thing is Zongo knows that instead of him trying to go and build up his country, he sees people, whether it's 1,500 or 2,000 people, who are coming back to his country and doing what he will not do. They see the opportunity. They see the freedom. He doesn't see it. He would rather come here and say he's an African American so he can get benefits of other people marching, okay, and look down and talk and get himself a white woman. See, sister, you to them, honey flower, you know, you're a threat. You're a threat because you can't be fooled. You're an African woman and you know certain things about life. You've been in America if you weren't born in America, and you understand the culture and you understand the African culture, and you see how they want to suppress you, okay, and not allow you. Instead of them saying, I need a woman like that. I need a woman who has her head on, who's progressive, okay, who wants to do something. That's a woman that I want to listen to so she understands certain things in life. But no, they want to relegate you like you're an American woman in the 50s, right? They want to push you in the kitchen, okay, and relegate you to your husband. Have you listened to what your husband said?
and that's how they treat African women. Like
That's
if
crazy.
they dare speak up for themselves or say something against them, they just talk nasty down to. I'm like, man, that's unnecessary. A woman having pain. I was always wondering, what does African women think about all this, right? That when they look around, someone got to go to a place like Saudi Arabia and be abused by Arab men and whatnot. I see that in even Liberia. I'm like, when I see an old ass white man with a young, I'm like, dude, man, does that bother you that a friggin' one of your beautiful sisters got to get with an old white man? She can't really be with the man that she dreams about, whatnot, because she's so dire that she feels got to go with a white man. And you know what the guy's doing? He's basically being a sugar daddy. She ain't a prostitute, but she's being. She feels this white man could take care of her. A lot of these white guys go to Africa, don't have no money. Kenyan women are starting to figure that out. So a lot of these guys don't have no money, European guys. They're starting to fight back against that, in Kenya, this
They don't care, Kala. African man doesn't care. He doesn't care about his own continent, his women. He just doesn't care. He just wants to go where he can get money, where he doesn't have to break a sweat, where he doesn't have to problem solve. Meanwhile, other races are just like swarming in. I forgot what those birds are called, the ones that they eat like dead bodies and stuff like that. That's how other races are coming in like vultures into Africa, while the African man is sinking in ships in the middle of the freaking ocean, trying to get to a place where the people don't even want him. I mean,
yeah,
what is this?
I can't never understand that. I say, you got a country of Senegal, right? I was always told it was a beautiful country,
It is beautiful.
A beautiful country. Why you got young Senegalese trying to get on rafts to go to friggin' Europe and Cape Verde?
They always say it's the government. They
The
always
government.
say that.
It looks too bad I can't play that video because
It's the government. It's
No,
the government.
no, don't play that.
No, it's down now. I would play. There was so many times I
good.
could
I'm
play it,
glad.
but Tariq
Somebody
took
had
it
to
down.
stop
Somebody
me.
probably told Tariq that I'm playing it. The government. That would have been perfect time. Okay,
And
yeah,
I think
no, it's
that's
the government.
I think that's why this whole thing and Captain Abraham Traore, I think that's why it's such a big deal, because it shows like Africans actually standing up against something.
That's why I support the brother. I support the
He's
brother.
a rock star, without a
That's
question.
I support the brother 100% because if you look at what he's trying to do, he's trying to say, look, the gold and all that stuff that belongs to us. We're not going to be exploited. And that's something that resonates with it. And you know what I tell Africans all the time? I said even in Liberia, I said, well, you guys are so lackadaisical. And so, because I said, look, when I put the BAO program to a lot of Liberians, that's a good idea. I said, I don't think you get it. If you don't do what I'm telling you to do, then you're going to lose everything. All right. I said, you cannot have all those young men sitting around. You can see it, man. They're sitting around all day and whatnot. Maybe they might get an odd job here. If they're lucky enough, they might be able to drive a KK, whatever like that, But you got young men knowing they're going to die pretty soon, in 20 years, be old men, and they're sitting around. And they never, every young man has a dream. And the worst thing you could do is have a young man. The most dangerous thing in the world is a young man with dreams deferred. That's a dangerous thing. And he feels like he has nothing to lose, right? That's right there is a recipe for revolution, with a bunch of young men sitting around idling. What they say, the idle mind is the devil's workshop. So I'm saying to myself, all you Africans that keep coming to the West and whatnot, pretty soon, every last single country y'all keep bragging about and go back to, you ain't gonna be able to come home. But one day, it's gonna erupt there so bad throughout Africa, man. All these countries are gonna be burned to the ground. That's what's really gonna happen. As sure as I'm sitting here, I can feel it. I can feel something's gonna happen where the people are gonna rise up in Africa, right? And say, look, we're gonna look at these governments and say, all you did was give us poverty and misery and whatnot, And basically, if it means installing dictators that are gonna get the job done, they're gonna do it. All over the continent. Why? Because people are playing games. They get in office to get rich and everything like that, or they send their kids over to school, some prestigious college and everything. They loot the money and stuff like that. And so that's what I said. Well, if I was an African man, if I was in America, I would save very little. Save very little. Because
In
the bottom
African
line is,
countries, do they have checks and balances? Do they have the proper governing system to protect
but the
from
thing
this
is,
kind of
who's gonna check about it? Because it's like this. This is how it works. Person gets accused of doing something, right? What he does is go out there, spend some money, and rally his tribespeople, start speaking in their local Kolakwa language, blah, 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 blah. And they'll accuse the next side of working with the West. It's another game they always play. They'll accuse somebody of being in a pocket of America or the West and whatnot, while they're taking the same America's money. They'll say, oh, the West are trying to persecute us. Well, I'm standing for it. And the people buy into that, right? And then what happens is all the other politicians and everybody just back off. Because they're scared of what in Africa is mob rule. That's what they're scared. It's very easy to rent a mob or incite a mob in Africa, right? Because the people are already angry and on edge. They're already hungry and angry on edge. So if you got a politician saying, oh, yeah, they're trying to do this to me because I'm doing this for you, blah, 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 blah. Next thing you know, you got a riot on your hands. That's what happened with the SARS situation in Nigeria a couple of years ago. Remember that?
There's no law and order. Why is that? Is it because of the mentality of the African?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: say Jay go, Carl, you are African anyway? Why do you care? Look, I'm not a Liberian. I'm a U.S. citizen of Black African descent. That's what I am. I'm a United States citizen, descendant of descendant of slaves in this country, of Black African descent. That's what I am. An American, I am not. An American, am I not?
Brother seems to think that it's so comfortable in America. I don't understand why you're comfortable with children walking around with their pants down, where you're comfortable with people walking around with AK-47s, okay, going to the grocery store. Why you think that's supposed to be normal when you have middle-aged women jumping on TikTok, shaking their behind, okay, because they want some type of attention. I think you think that it's normal, okay, where you're not in the game, you're not getting a piece of the prize, and you're looking on the outside, looking at, the piece of the action, because you're not even considered, right? You're not even a second thought. So it's okay for you to drown your sorrows and alcohol and drugs, like a lot of people do, out of frustration. And you see young minds that could be, coming up with cures to cancer, but yet and still they want to run around, okay, and shoot each other and act like idiots and imbeciles. And so,
that's what America has done to our community. You know
what happened to me one day? I remember when 25 years ago, I first started, I was teaching, and I had 2 little children at the time. And I had some real good tickets from my principal. She gave me some tickets for my family, and we went to a Yankee game. I mean, really good, like box seat tickets, That was like maybe 20, 25. No, I was a little older, maybe 30, 31. And I had to deal with these crazy white boys, man, trying to talk hip to me. And I'm there with my wife and my 2 little children. And this is what people think about us. Like we're not real human beings. Like we're some type of caricatures.
That's what I was trying to tell Chuko a little while ago. I said, you can't come up to me and just start talking about race or say, yeah, what up, my nigga, and all stuff like that. That's what they think. They think we're fucking a joke. We're not respected. Our humanity.
So I'm sitting there with my kids, man, my wife and my 2 little children. And I got to go through this nonsense with this crazy inebriated cracker, right? And so I hear I hear people like Chuku and Zongo tell me, what's your issue with white people, right? Because my issue is, okay, you can't relegate me to something that you see on TikTok. You're not going to be able to say that is my reality, or you came here to a ghetto and you seen some ghetto people and you think that that's me because I'm an African American, or you want to just push me in to some FBA or some other garbage because those people have, they're crazy, or some crazy people who think that they're Indians and all of these crazy people. You think that's okay. You feel comfortable in that. I don't feel comfortable where a black man cannot have his own manifest destiny. And I don't do bad. I do well. I make a good living, right? But I'm telling you, there would be nothing like living somewhere where you don't have to deal with
somewhere one there that we have dominion,
They don't have any, they don't have, all they want to do is be an appendage to white people. These African Americans who don't want no opportunity in your life.
I basically had a country, right, that's recognized as a flag, that participates in the Olympics, that have membership in the United Nations and stuff like that. That would be such a source of pride and whatnot,
But that's the problem. The problem is, and a lot of people, and I'm not saying all people, so please, Baruti, I'm not saying all of my people, but I'm saying there's a lot of people who just don't have pride anymore. Even when we didn't have money, right? We had pride. And even when we decided, I never forget, my mom used to say, I say, Mom, I want to work at you. Oh no, you're gonna, you can work, but you're gonna get an education. You're gonna go to school. These are the things that she told me that I was going to do. And when I was growing up, man, I don't even know how to make a bed. You know that? I had to learn how to do certain things because my mother said that if a man doesn't work, he doesn't eat. And if you have to shovel, excrement, okay, off the ground and make a living and take care of your family, that's why you do, And so I do, and I see these young people, they're so petty. You talk about me complaining. You guys are a bunch of girls, man. You're a bunch of girls, and you're not trying to lead a family. You got these cats and they're 40 years old and they still want to be bachelors, still talking about how they're going to hang out with this girl or they're going to go to a foreign country and do something. Get yourself a family. Be a man.
Yeah,
Grow up.
that's what they need to do. Yeah, everybody needs to start at a certain point in time, man. You gotta settle down, get yourself a wife, and do what you gotta do in life.
Grow up.
You know? Grow up. You know,
Not being a perpetual child.
Yeah, that's what it is. We have perpetual, and I hate looking at 45-year-old children online talking and stuff. I do, man. Old for that, man. So that's why I said, me personally, what you hear from me is politics and stuff that I move past that. You know, I move past
sad,
you know,
and you see it every day. Grown men who are just perpetual children. You know,
what gets me is they have a lot of people have this notion. I'm not trying to bash my African brothers and stuff like that, but they bring.
I was talking about African American.
Well, I know. I'm saying, but I know you were. But I'm talking about African brothers. My point I'm trying to make was the same thing that we're going through. They go through. You know, dudes just perpetual.
Is it an African condition? Is it some type of African condition?
I think what it is the fact that the black race don't control the
mentality,
the reality.
It's a psychology. That's what it is.
Sad.
You know what it is? I think unlike Asia's, right? You look at the Bandung conference, right?
The lack of unity too. There's not a collective mindset.
Everybody's
that's a huge
individual.
Problem.
There's no collective mindset. You hold up. What you guys need to do is go look at the Bandung conference, right? And Lee Kuan Yew is one of the keynote speakers there. If you look at all those Asian men, the main thing that was saying basically is we're going to be men. We're going to take our region back from the white man, the colonialists, everything like that. We fought a war to get them out of here. Well, we're going to take it back. We're going to take ultimate responsibility for ourselves. We're going to control our world. That was Asia, you know. Asia's all we got. You know, all these countries, Southeast Asia.
That takes love.
Yeah, it does.
It
takes love.
That's why I always read.
In Africa, you don't have that. In the black
world, they need to embrace Ubuntu.
That's what Patrice Lumumba said. He calls Africa's got to write their own story. Our stories about us can't be written in Belgium. It can't be written in Paris, Washington D.C. It has to be written in Africa. What he's saying basically is, right now, when you hear people like Chukwu, what he's doing is telling the white man's story, you know. And so we should be grateful for living in a white man's land. No, we said we want to build our own story. You know, when we talk about building Africa, we want to build ourselves.
He's not an Igbo. Is he an Igbo?
Yeah, he's an Igbo. You know,
right? So Chukwu, the name Chukwu, I believe, is the creator of the Igbo people, right? And so here you are calling yourself Chukwu of the creator. And you can't create anything, okay, in your country. You just want to run.
Well, I got money over here. I thought Nigeria was supposed to be this country where you got people balling out of control. That's what I was thought.
And
even if you're balling, what does that mean?
They could just copy, like the China, like all Chinese did was copy. At least copy. You don't have to.
But that takes actual work. That takes actual work.
Try to imitate.
Industrialization, stuff like that, requires people. You got to have a huge labor force that's willing to break their back for 40 hours a week for 30 years. You know, to get a pension.
Can I tell you something? Let me tell you something. You know, I watch certain videos and stuff and talking about population and how, you know, the white population is going down and how the African population is increasing and how Africa has the largest population of like children and stuff like that. And you know what most people in the comments are saying? They're saying we're screwed because people recognize that, you know, the African race, like the black race, it's like
those kids need is to be organized and basically put to purpose, you know, and they'll be fine. The problem is the fact of the matter is there's nobody, the African governments, they have their youth swimming across the seas just to make a living. That's sad, you know?
And it's not like they can't, it's not like they can't build anything. I mean, I've seen videos where they're building stuff. It's the fact that they just refuse to be in charge of their own affairs, to rule themselves, to to stand up on their own 2 feet. Like they just refuse to do that. I don't understand. I just don't get why.
And
Well,
we're
this
saying,
is the effects of colonialism, and so when we talk about these things, right? People don't want to look within, and if you look within, and I keep sounding the alarm. I know people think I'm crazy. No, what no Ubuntu and this. See, Ubuntu, okay, and other African philosophies are available, but we don't want to identify with them. We refuse, okay, to look within to solve our own problems, right? And so we want to just relegate ourselves to just being a tribe instead of collectively working together. And so the Asians understood that they had to have, okay, like I talked about the Latinos and the Asians, like Kala pointed out, we don't want to do it. And so it might be a long time for the young people to take over after these old people are long dead and gone, that they would look back like Sankofa, they would look back to look forward and believe in the things that they can do as an African people, because there's a lot of things that we can do as an African people. But first, we have to identify ourselves as one people. And I think, to me, that's the biggest issue. See,
the bottom line is the only problem about that is, Dollar Bill,
Uh-huh.
is that the Africans basically feel that if they do that, they're losing something.
Yeah, well, we feel it too. But you know what?
No, they really do, because if you're in Nigeria and you basically work your whole life and you're part of this family, this tribe and whatnot, you're not gonna let somebody else come in and take. I'm telling you right now, that's how it is.
But the thing is this, and this is amazing. Like 40 years ago, when I was in undergrad school, right? I used to have these same conversations with continental Africans. And they would tell me about all of the tribes and all of the dialects and all of the reasons they can't get together and they can't collectively work together. And you know what I said to them? And I'm saying it now as a middle-aged man. You all speaking English. You're all speaking French, right? So you're communicating with each other. You're just communicating, okay, with other people's languages. You're not, you might have come up with your pidgin, your pidgin.
I would love to see Africans on the continent get together first. I would love to see that.
Well, I can't wait for them. I just, you know what it is? We have to do something in our diaspora.
I would like to see. I
would love it, but I can't wait for that.
I can't wait for them. Get together. I would like to see.
I'm looking at that brother in Ghana, like you and I had that discussion today. All of those houses that he's putting together. One brother, okay, he's got partners that have brought the land, okay, or leased the land from they're next to a sustainable college, and they're doing the work, right? And so we got to stop saying what we can't do and think about what we can do.
Are you talking about the African American guy that built those houses?
Yes.
Yeah, there's another guy who built a whole bunch of houses. He's from Gambia. He built a whole bunch of houses in
that guy's great
Nigeria.
Guy yeah, he's doing them in Nigeria. So nice. He's from Gambia.
And but the thing about it
Eric
is,
we need Africa. You build houses, but people need jobs and healthcare.
Well, how are you going to get jobs? They're going to get jobs selling. They're going to get jobs in the construction era. They're going to get jobs. This guy or everybody that he employs,
and
in his group is Ghanaian. He's not employing African Americans. African Americans and people from Britain and other parts of the diaspora and even their diaspora are buying this stuff. But he's got construction going on for the last 2 or 3 years.
And the thing is, if you build homes, if you build homes, then you have potential for trade jobs, because there's going to be people that need to upkeep the homes, plumbers, et cetera, construction.
Exactly. And so all of these trades that you open up, this is opportunities, okay, especially if you're not just thinking about the high-end market, but you're thinking about affordable homes. And I've been looking at some companies in Kenya that are actually doing some great jobs creating their own factories, because they have like these prefab
Yeah, I've been studying that for. I've been studying
It
that for
has to
years.
be like a walkable kind of
And they have their
sustainable type
own
of.
construction thing going, and they're doing great work, and they're doing it for less than what you can do, okay, in Ghana. So that same idea can be transposed. People can be trained. People get an opportunity to build up a middle class. These are the type of things. I can't think about what I can't do.
Exactly.
Think about what you can do. I can't slam a basketball through a hoop. I can't run real fast. But I know the things that I could do and that I can do to know my limitations, okay, and exceed the things through those limitations and understand them. See, that's the problem that a lot of us can't do. We can't synthesize information, right? We just look at information and we just, oh, that's information. How are you going to take that information and put it together? I love what the Kenyans are doing. I'm going to be honest with you. The Kenyans are showing me they're taking these models, okay? They're setting up their own factories and they're doing it. Some of them are even putting up a house, concrete houses, affordable houses in 10 days.
Yeah, I've seen that. Which we go. Let me get Ross Moisture on.
I just wanted to say one last thing about. I didn't get to finish about the guy that built the houses in Gambia. He also did. He also built like so he built the homes, and then he was saying we're also gonna have stores here. We're also gonna have a hospital here and stuff like that. So he's not only building like homes. He's also building a market, a hospital, like things that people can actually use. Like it's not rocket science. It really isn't.
We try to make it into something that, oh, listen, everyone, we have to do what we need to do for our survival. And I think people don't understand that this is survival. Right?
Well, we're about to have fire here. Got Ross.
Yeah, because Marcus.
It's not gonna be no fire, man. I'm just gonna ignore this fool, man.
Thank you, honey.
I don't argue with kids, Color.
Boys, you been talking all that shit.
I don't argue with
how you
kids,
doing,
man.
Boys?
That's way past me, man.
How you
I
doing,
left
my
that
brother?
stage like 15 years ago. I don't have time to argue with kids. I
want
want to get straight to the point. Yo, Grandpa Dollar Bill, listen, if this kid going to interrupt me, I'm just going to leave.
I'm listening, man.
Okay? You know what?
What's up, Rob? What happened to Rob?
He just got off getting upset. He got upset and ran.
I don't know what happened. Yeah, I mean, you know what it is, man. And like I try to tell people, I'm past the arguments too. I don't want to go. I don't want to get into arguments, man, because my time is precious. You know, I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and I got to be at my job. And so, you know, we try to do collective solutions, man. You know, everybody talks about a problem. Let's try to get some solutions to problems. Let's work something out. Let's figure something out.
I say
what's the solution?
The solution to me is Black people in America have to become a global people. You know, there should be Black American communities all over the world, not just all over Africa, all over the world. You know,
like the Chinese, what they do.
You know what I'm saying we should have little Black American towns all over the friggin' world, Afghanistan, all over the world.
I think we should first. We definitely should do that, but I think we should first become a people. I know that's.
Yeah, I think my whole thing is this.
Right here.
This is what I see. I believe that we can become people by action, not by talking. You know.
No, I don't agree with that completely because dialogue is how people learn.
Yeah, I know, but the big thing is, here's the thing: but for us, anybody else, Black people, right? We always say we're going to do this. Then when you actually start doing the work, what happens is this: there's always got to be structure. And everybody has to know this. And then you got to know how to test that. You know, how are you going to interact with each other? You know, how do you problem solve? How do you know how to solve problems if you don't allow the problems to exist? You know, that's called stress.
Well, the whole thing is there's strategies and solutions for problems. And so when we look at models of how we approach things, right? We have to identify what the problem is. And once we identify, it's like the scientific method, right? We could do various experiments and we recognize how we're going to solve this problem. And
But you agree with me? You agree with me? There got to be rules in place, right?
Yeah,
and
of
there has
course.
to be punishment and reward and consequences for people breaking it, right?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But what
That
I'm
has to be that only thing I worry about is that right there, because every time everything where you put anybody together, whether it's the pilgrims, anybody, and they say we're just gonna live together in peace and whatnot, and that's never reality. Why? Because of human nature. Human nature is I'm gonna see what I can get away with, what I can do, how I can shortchange. Well, that's just human. Well, I can be lazy, how I can get over. And it's got to be some sort of check and accountability among people,
Well,
That's
those
why
who
people evolve
can
to
do. And
laws.
those who can't, who just want to be on the sidelines, that's what they can do.
Yeah.
The thing is that everybody is not cut out for it, right? And so those people who are cut out to do certain things are naturally going to do because they have a motivation. And some of the things that people deal with punishment, the biggest punishment is just being ostracized from the group. And
but let me ask you a question. So what do you do if you take a person overseas, right? And basically you're in a situation where like I said, when I was doing a tour of Bomani, one thing I learned is, Bomani was in charge, I'll listen to everything he said, and he was at his command, everything was in charge, right? And I was like second in command. I was like, okay, this we do, but this is what we got to get on the bus. We got to get this right here. Okay, everybody, be back in the bus at a certain time. Everybody flow thing. There was no question about it. Boom, boom, boom. Whatnot. And the bottom line is, Bomani ran that thing so like this, and so therefore, in the end, like I said, I realized why he's like that, because the bottom line is just so much. Because when it goes wrong, it's on him. So he had to basically know how to pack the bags on the truck, the van, or the bus, and get these people in and out of the place, get it was a restaurant or wherever we're going to, and everything like that, and get people back to the hotel in a timely fashion or whatever like that. That was not easy logistically,
Right.
But we cannot have one or two people saying, that's all it takes is one or two people saying, no, I refuse to do it. No, you can't do that. You realize on this tour, you have to obey. We say we're going here, you be there. We say we're leaving at a certain time, you be ready. There's no.
Can you build with the
He had situations where people. One time he had the tour bus had left this girl. That was a big thing on the internet. But mine left. Woman, the girl refused to get on the bus. Right, they were running behind schedule. He was like, "Look, you got to be told about everybody's on the bus with this one girl," and and then she ended up getting left. Right, and he had somebody come. He did have somebody come and pick her up. He said he arranged for somebody to come and pick her up and give her a ride back to the hotel, but they couldn't stay there. They had to go. People are like, oh yeah, well, she refused to obey and follow the rules, and so that's what happens when you have a breakdown of people following rules. There's always got to be order in any situation, there's got to be order. There's got to be basically thing like that,
But
there needs to be a philosophy
do you guys
that everybody embraces. That
they don't have to embrace it; they have to follow it. That's what I believe.
Well, no.
I don't believe in people embracing. I don't believe in that. I really don't.
Well,
I really don't. Especially dealing with black people, right?
You guys hear
hold up. When you go on a job, right? They give you the rules, right? Yeah.
Are you guys hearing me?
I hear you. I hear you. Go ahead.
Loud enough. Because I'm sick. I was saying, can you build with the African man though? Like side by side.
Well, the bottom line, I think you can, but so long as there's equal power, How do we do that, right? How do we do that? Let me give you an example. When I go to Liberia, I met a lot of Liberians that recognize me from YouTube and whatnot. And one thing I noticed, right? I said, oh yeah, I'm back in Liberia, man. And I got like 100 acres of land in Bond County, right? And I was like, man, that's when I started feeling jealous and envious a little bit, right? I'm like, this guy was completely like African American. He was born in America, or born in Newark, right? And he says he has 100 acres of land, and he's a Pelly guy, But because of his accent, he's from straight up New York, New Jersey, And he said, I'm back here now, and I'm doing all these businesses and whatnot. And I'm saying, isn't that amazing? Yeah, because he can come back to Liberia and he has something to basically plug into land that he inherited. You know, who gets to start off for life 100? I said, nah. I look at my situation and every African American. We really have nothing. The African on the continent has land. They got so they have an advantage. So there has to be some way how to balance that out. How do we get in that situation? Because let me tell you something. How the real works is if you got power, and I know this too. Everybody know in Liberia they got land. When that they have this air of superiority, like air of advantage. Oh yeah, I got that land. And when you start talking to them about how landless we are, we got nothing. And he's like, "Well, I got 200 acres of land over here," but you know, like this. He doesn't feel the same thing I do.
They're always in competition.
See, this is the problem. See, the power dynamic. People have to have a way of engaging each other collectively, and so it's not just about you got 100 acres of land or whatever because it means nothing to me if you do nothing with it.
Right? No, this guy was one. He had factories, farms on it. He's doing a lot of stuff.
Fine, and I have no issues with that.
And like I said, if I ever tried to do something like that, I couldn't afford to do it. But he inherited land, and I'm saying to myself, that's that dawned on me this time. I said, that's the whole thing, like Great African.
That's wealth.
And I said, I went to his land up in Nimba County, and I showed his factory and stuff like that. I saw his factory. I said, that's something because he basically come from the Mono people, and he inherited like 300-400 acres of land that he's farming on right now and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, how do we black people in America like that? Because we're not equal. To be honest with yourself, we're not equal. You know, they got the land, they got the power,
they get privilege. They get certain privileges.
They got privilege. You know,
we're not equal because we don't work together.
No, it's not working. No, let me say something, Zaldo. When it comes down to it, no one's going to share what they got with you. They're not going to share what they got with you.
I'm not asking. I don't want no one to share for me. Listen, that's the whole thing. I don't need anybody
when you come to
share.
the table, when you come to the table, right? One thing they do is this: if you come to the table, they come to the table as equals. You know, okay, I got this land, I got this capital, I got this going on, I got this distribution point, I got this, I got these trucks and everything like that. When you're talking about Black America, right, and going to Africa, we're starting with absolutely nothing. You know,
I don't agree with that.
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I'm just telling you.
His own company.
Like I said, and also now that they got government contracts, they got permits.
Yeah, that's fine because they're in that country. We're not there.
They got politically connected and everything like that.
We're not there.
You have absolutely no connections, no nothing. You know.
Yeah, and I understand that, but we're not there. So I don't expect us to have those connections. We haven't lived there.
That's why I said we have to work with ourselves. We have to work with ourselves. You and I are both landless people, right? You and I got a common. We're not in the same position as the African on the continent. We're just not, you know?
Listen, I don't see myself as landless. I don't see, if I want to, I can sell my house tomorrow and buy me 600-700 acres of land.
No, it's not that easy. It's not that easy.
It is that easy. I can just sell it and buy. It's that easy.
Yeah, I know, but the bottom line, a lot of people ain't selling their land. You know, it's
but I'm just telling you, I'll sell it. I don't have a problem.
It's not that easy getting land in Africa like that.
No, I'm talking here in America.
Oh yeah, in America,
I can buy here in America.
In America, yeah, in America, we can do a lot of stuff. But I'm talking about when you say we have to get together, see ourselves as one people. You know, these people who are that tribalism stuff is real.
No, I don't mean with them. I'm talking about with us.
Oh, with us, yeah.
Our problem here is that we don't see ourselves as an African people. So then we can't go to another African people and say, we're not like you, but we want you to do something for us. It's not going to work like that. It's going to be, we're African people too. But we've had our history, where we were brought to another place.
And a lot of most people in Africa don't see themselves as Africans. They see themselves.
Well, that's okay. We have to see ourselves as Africans, and maybe people eventually they'll start to see themselves as Africans. And see, a lot of them don't know they're Africans till they come to America.
Yeah, so but
we can't make people change. We got to change ourselves.
When they come to America. They go back to Africa. They ain't not thinking about none of this stuff we talk about. They're like,
but that's okay. We don't have. That's them. We got to think about ourselves. I think what happens is when people go in a see a crash, you know, they do rubbernecking. And they looking over here and looking over there. Let's try to look at ourselves here in America as an African people. Let's try to get ourselves a language that we can speak as an African people. Then we can collectively work together. And then when we approach a project in Africa, then we're doing it with the idea that we're an African people coming back to Africa, and we would like to negotiate with you, not as individuals who just go, oh, I'm Black American. No, we're Africans. And so we can't tell people that, you know, who are the real Americans. And we know that America is a settled colony for white folks. We're not white folks. We're American citizens. We're here under the behest, okay, of white America. White America did not accept all white people. At one time,
I got a partner in Liberia. He lives there. He's Val Thomas. He's from Texas. And Cynthia Blanford, his wife. Yeah. They have a consulting business, right? And they bring a business tour group there to Liberia in July. And basically, once that tour concludes, whatnot, basically, hopefully by then, I'm gonna start. Once I get my office in Liberia, right, I'm gonna propose stuff to. But these people that I talk to, they want to hear dollars and cents. They want to hear like this.
Well, we got to be. How
can I say something real quick?
We're not moving together in unity.
No, we're already unified over there. You know how many the group we have over in Liberia? We already got. You know how many people that we.
Can I say something real quick?
Over there, we're already organized over there.
Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? I'm gonna drop down because I'm gonna go to sleep soon.
Go ahead, sis.
But I seen a good comment. It says African Americans have to approach Africans as business, like the Lebanese and Chinese do, and stop with this romanticism and kumbaya. I agree with that because I think the worst thing I'm not gonna say the worst thing. I think the problem is, you know, with like the pan-Africanist movement, I think it was a bunch of like, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just being honest with you. I think a lot of it was there's a lot of romanticism, the talk of unity, brotherhood. These are concepts that obviously, unfortunately, African people lack. They are not a united people. They're very tribalistic. They're very divisive. They're very cutthroat towards each other. So I feel like for African Americans, because I lost hope in Africans to building Africa. I completely lost hope. So I think what African Americans should do if they decide to go to Africa is completely treat Africans like they're irrelevant, they're below you, not demeaning them or anything, but like stick together, build your own businesses, etc. Treat it as like every other group of people. They see Africa like, I'm sorry to say, like they're pimps, and Africa's their prostitute. They're gonna milk Africa for whatever
the Lebanese basically just suck.
So you're gonna have to adopt that.
I could never understand.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I could never understand how West Africans let the Lebanese take millions of dollars.
It's not
because the Lebanese don't respect them, and the Lebanese don't even treat them as humans. That's how you get somewhere in Africa. You don't treat them with respect because they're gonna stab you in the back. That's how they are.
Africans don't care about what you look like.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, we can't do what other people do because we don't look.
That's why I said I'm taking a step back. Because I don't want to do what the Lebanese people do, and when that, so I'm saying to myself, but when you really look at it, like I have so many people. My brother Sam Cooper will tell you, Dollar Bill, he basically just gave up on Liberia. He really gave up on Africa, but he lives in Ghana right now because every last single thing he want to do. If you like, this is how it works in Africa, right? If you got a project where like that, you're shining, you know, Dollar Bill. I got a project right here. Like that, there's always gonna be people that are gonna try to destroy what you're trying to do for some.
Yeah, they're haters.
I have no idea why. You try to tell them, like I said earlier, just like 10 minutes ago. I said, look, I talked to them, right? I said, if you guys keep playing games, right? Pretty soon, these young guys out here, I said, look, I said you need to start creating jobs and stuff like that for these young people. You got young people, young men out there, right? That if it doesn't get better in Africa, man, they're gonna take to the gun and the machetes when it's gonna look bloody. I had an eerie feeling when I was there in 2023. That was a year before we get to the tour. I was in Cape Mount, right? And I know right around that time there was some problems going up there, right? But anyway, these guys had set up a roadblock, right? And they always do that. They always set a little bullshit roadblocks and whatnot. And so my driver, Robert, was like, knew one of them and said, "Yo, man, got a road, man. I got my boss here, whatever like that." But I was all walking away. Me and this guy just locked eyes, right? And he had a fucking cutlass in his hand, right? And I'm saying to myself, "Yo, that shit looked fucking real." They approached us with cutlasses, you know? And I was like, damn. I was like, the first time that I felt like unsafe in Liberia. That was the only time I felt unsafe in Liberia. You know, they approached us with cutlasses on a freaking road, a winding road. And I said, and it stopped us and whatnot, you know? And they let us go, but, you know, because my guy Robert, my driver, knew these guys, you know? And so basically what I'm trying to say is, if those governments don't start doing something and creating opportunities for these young men in that continent, in the country, it's going to be hell, you know? And one thing I don't want to do is go to Africa, and because they've heard it all before, you know, make all these promises and say we're going to do this, something like that. You really just got to come there and just basically do your first investment, employ some people, and put some money in people's hand immediately, you know? Then you got credibility, you know? Africans do not want to hear your story about pan-Africanism and unity and stuff like that, you know?
Can I say something when you finish when you learn about that?
Good.
Because oftentimes I'm here, and a lot of young people, man, you get your history from the internet. Pan-Africanism was never to say kumbaya to Africans. Most Pan-Africanism started in this country to help us get ourselves and put ourselves together as a people. In fact, not until like the 1980s, okay, did we even have wide contact with Africans on this side of the continent. So the Pan-African thing was never a kumbaya. It was a way of recognizing ourselves as an African people, that we weren't white folks dipped in chocolate, and that our African consciousness, okay, was different.
Yeah, we got that. We got that part down.
No, people don't got that. No, they don't, because you guys.
I did. I got that part
but
down.
Africans don't think
We're
that
black.
way.
But see, this is not. But people don't see that. See, there's a difference between just being black and being a Pan-African and having and understand the consciousness of your African consciousness, awakening your consciousness. So when you see, it's not that Sonetta drama that they try to. It's happened a long time ago in this country, that we recognize that, okay, that we think different than white people, that we act different than white people, and therefore we have to have the ability to deal with ourselves, to be self-sufficient and independent, that we don't want to be white people, right? And so this is what the Pan-Africanism, okay, started in this country. It was never to be kumbaya. So when you have these revisionists of history, okay, when we study and read about our great leaders, that is for our development, because we weren't getting this development in the school. The school was Eurocentric. Everything you learned in school, okay, was about white people and whiteness in this country. The only thing you knew about was slavery, okay, in the antebellum South. So we started going out and reading other books, okay, that would actually could understand what was going on in Africa.
Exactly. Let me get Ja on. Ja, go ahead, bro.
Hey, what's going on, Carla and Dollar Bill? And what's going on, sis?
Let's talk about the topic. I said, who is actually an American? Are you an American, Ja?
Yeah, I'm African American, but I came here to kind of reiterate my comment that I posted.
And we didn't see it.
Well, this is Honeyflower. She kind of spoke on it a little bit, but I was pretty much saying that I think the way how we approach Africa, I think we should approach it a little bit more strategically in terms of like mostly dealing with economics and maybe some sort of political cohesion with them, but not so much of the romanticized part of it or the identity part of it, right? Because for the most part, when I look at Black Americans when they repatriate back to Africa, they tend to like, and I listen to some of the stories, they tend to like wear our history on their sleeves, and they're talking about like,
Africans are now really hostile towards that because they don't want to hear nothing about slavery.
exactly. So I think we should approach them in a position of sort of, well, just a little bit more strategically. I'm not gonna say a position of power, but more strategically, because
I
we over here,
don't understand.
we African Americans, but we African Americans, we have the what leverage that we have over them is that we have access to the dollar. So I think we should use that as a way to
Rob, before you continue, let me read what this idiot Ross Moisture said. He said Pan-African is for ethnic Africans. See, here's one problem I can't stand. Not for the diaspora, especially in the U.S. See, that's why this othering of Black America that's going on, and it's some people feel strongly about this, that they want to exclude us from the Black race in Africa and stuff like that. That's what we're doing. I don't give a shit because all I know is I'm firmly planted in an African country, Liberia, and not a damn thing he can do about it. So I ain't worried about none of this stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't even pay attention to those sort of trolling type of comments because obviously, if you know the history of Pan-Africanism, then you would know that that's not true, right?
So Pan-Africanism was something that was born in America, the West, and it basically died in Africa. It was born in America and it died in Africa. It's RP.
Well, it's not completely dead. You have people like Ibrahim Traore and the AS.
That's a rebirth of Pan-Africanism. I want to do a show next time about the rebirth of Pan-Africanism with Ibrahim Traore. And also,
I think how the West views Pan-Africanism, and particularly like France. I believe France have some things that they try to like silence Pan-Africanism or treat it like almost like a
I'll tell you
like a terrorist group. Hold on, but I think the West obviously has it's historically proven that they've attacked people who had that mindset. People like Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah.
Did was they hijacked Pan-Africanism and create their own Pan-Africanism, right? For example, the African Free Trade Zone, right? Oh, this is Pan-Africanism, right? Oh, really? But yet, what they don't understand is this, though. What is an African business? Is it a Lebanese set up all throughout West Africa, Indians, all these people? They're considered the white Afrikaners. They basically own most of Ghana's gold mines now. That's considered Pan-Africanism to the African mind, white companies that are in the continent. Maybe they have their children born on the continent. Indians, Chinese who are now being born on the continent, record numbers, whatnot. That's Pan-African to the African, right? We see Pan-Africanism as the unity of Black people, race. The African Union does not recognize Pan-Africanism by race. They recognize by geography. So in other words, if you're born on the African continent, you're considered an African. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but what about the sixth region?
The sixth region.
I'm real clear with the sixth region.
The sixth region is for people who are like Honeyflower, who's an African descent, African person living in a West. That's not an African.
No, but it also it also includes the African descendants that were taken away in slave trade.
Hold on, the Biden administration, right, in its final ruling, basically was talking about that because what happened was there was some African Americans that were in Ghana, and the Ghanaians. They'll talk about some project, right? And basically, they said, when we talk about there's two types of diasporans. There's a new diaspora. Those are African immigrants, recent immigrants, Chukwu and everybody else. And the old diaspora, the slave descendants, right? When the U.S. policy, UN policy, and African Union policy, when they say African diaspora, they're talking about the new people that came in, not the African American, because if they did so, that would be a geopolitical conflict of interest with the United States because Black Americans are U.S. citizens. See what I mean? Now, if Black America didn't renounce their U.S. citizenship, right, and said we're part of the African sixth region, then you have that. But you cannot basically say you're a USA. You got to be a citizen of another country in Africa to be a part of the sixth region. See how it works?
Yeah, but my understanding of the sixth region is not just. Hold on, let me finish. My understanding.
You have a misunderstanding.
All right, so. Okay, let me just give you my understanding, right? So the sixth region, it was about the diasporas, both continental diasporas and those who were taken away in the slave trade, right? Hold on, let me finish. And the reason why I believe this is to be true is because hold on, but listen.
Why it's true? Because it's not true. That's not.
All right, but I'm telling you my position why I think it's true. Because even this year, I'm not saying that it's true or not. I'm just saying this is why I believe it could be true. But the reason why I say that is because this year in the AU meeting that they
All right,
had,
Dollar Bill. All right, brother. All right, take care, Dollar Bill.
Dollar Bill's leaving.
Yeah, you got a family situation. All right,
No,
Dollar
no.
Bill.
So I was gonna say this year you had the lady from Barbados, Maya Motley. She came to represent the 6th region. So they
Yeah, but
acknowledged and
hold on. What I'm saying is this: this whole thing is this. There's a lot of people in African Union. They'll use people like they'll say, okay, you're part of 6th region, but when it really comes down to it, you have no representation. You can't get. You don't have citizenship in Africa. You don't have no.
yeah, but we have to. I think we have to go to the AU and represent ourselves, bro. We have to. We have these institutions, and we're not utilizing it.
Hold on. The only way you can go to AU unless you have a nation state of your own. You know, Barbados has a nation state. Haiti has a nation state. You know, Morocco is a nation state. Israel's a nation state. All those basically people are participating in the African Union. They're not members. You know, Black America is not a nation state. You know, that's what it is. You know, there's more to it than that. So that's why I say you got Black people in America. I'm part of 6th region. No, you're not. You know, you don't have any there's no geopolitical agreement with an African American state. You know, the African Union is about nations, you know, and we're not a nation. We're not a state. We're not a government. We're not a republic. That's just reality, bro. You know, that's just reality. We do not have it.
I don't. Is my phone like? Is my phone staticking or is it you, Carla? I'm not sure.
You're fine. You're fine. I hear you fine. Like I said,
Okay.
Black
But all
America.
right, but going back to what I was saying, right? I think our approach to Africa should be strictly economics and kind of we kind of like gotta not get rid of the identity sort of connection or the cultural connection or the historical connection, but we should prioritize the economic part because again, I think the Africans on the continent they're only looking for economic prosperity or they're looking for development. They're not looking for like connecting with Black people because the blackness, this whole blackness. Hold on, this the whole blackness that we have here in America as African Americans. They don't really believe in it.
Okay, if let's say that's true, right? How do you protect your investment and stuff like that on a large scale in Africa? How do you protect that?
Well, you're gonna have to work with the government there, and then I'm sure there's private securities there, and
the government is there to protect itself or not. You're not there to protect you. See, when you got two countries,
but they're protecting their. Hold on, but they protect their investors, their international investors too. This is why the Lebanese. So how are the Lebanese and Chinese going to Africa and they're having successful businesses?
Listen for a second, man. I'm talking to you, right? Don't talk over me. The Lebanese have a government called Lebanon.
Yeah, and they're going under a civil war, man. Are you serious? It's a collapsed country.
Oh, they have embassies. They have people like that that's up the friggin' Africa's ass every second when they're saying this, saying that. They have protection. They have a government. We don't.
Bro, are you talking about Lebanon? They barely have a functioning government. They're under a civil war right now.
They have a government. What like that? They have a government. I don't care how small it is, how dysfunctional it is. They have a government. You don't. You have nobody.
Yes, we do. We have an American government. We have an American passport, and we have access to the dollar. That's our leverage.
We're not Americans. America doesn't give a damn about what we're trying to do in Africa. America has its own policy in Africa. You see General Langley, you know, and he's trying to get rid of Ibn Traore. That's the American policy in Africa, not you. They don't care about your Pan-African zeal. Don't you understand this? What I'm talking about? That's the reality of what you're living with.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about no Pan-African zeal. I'm talking about economic. Us as African Americans approaching Africa.
Hold on, check this out. The United States basically, Donald Trump administration wants the mineral resources of the Congo, right? Does that have anything to do with you? Who is the Congo going to talk to? You or Donald Trump?
He's going to talk to the American people. And you are part of the American people, Carla, whether you like it or not. Brother.
Well, I'm a part of the American people, but I don't benefit from anything this fucking country does, you know.
Yes, we kind of do, Carla.
Well, hold on. I don't benefit from anything.
The amenities here in America, we benefit from that. Regardless of whether we agree with our government, but whatever they're doing, we are benefiting from that indirectly.
You see what I'm talking about?
Both of you are right. When you guys talk about Pan-Africanism, I mean, I don't want to go to that. When you guys talk about the sixth region, yes, the sixth region are for the diaspora that used to live in Africa and migrate to first world country, and it's also for the descendant of enslaved African that was
No, it's not.
taken
No, it's
from
not.
the
Thank you.
continent
Say that.
100 years ago. I can Let me explain to you. In Haiti, African countries are welcoming Haitians that can trace their lineage to an African ethnic group. Benin, Togo, Republic of Congo, Gabon, Cameroon, Nigeria, they are doing it. I've done it myself. And I went to Nigeria. I've said this like countless of times. I went to Nigeria and I was welcomed and accepted by my people. So when people are saying that, oh, the sixth region is also for descendant of diaspora that was taken from the continent like 100 years ago.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No,
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
is.
no, it's not.
I just told
Oh,
you. I just told you, Carlos.
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Is there office of your slave descendants in the AU?
I just told you what I know.
No, no, I'm
Okay.
saying no, no. Answer the question. Is there office for slave descendants, people who don't have land or connections in Africa historically? Like I told you, I went to Liberia this year, and what first time it dawned on me because I met so many Liberians that recognized me from YouTube, and they said, "Oh yeah, the reason why I'm back in Liberia, man, because I got all this land and everything like that. They got political connections and everything like that." I said to myself, "Damn, man." These people, what I'm trying to fight for, I'm trying to meet people over there. I'm trying to do all that. These people are just basically just coming back to Liberia with a leg up. They already got land. They're already connected. They already know their their local representative and everything like that. They could vote. They could do all stuff like that. I can't do shit, So I'm basically, I realized this last time, man. I'm really a foreigner, man. I'm not freaking out. Damn, because I always thought, yeah, I'm like,
Well. I'll tell you what. Like, there's one in Benin Republic, and it's one like by a Haitian woman. Like, she traced her lineage like to the Fawn people, and her name is Dorothy Desir. Her name is Mambo Dorothy Desir, and I think she married like to the Voodoo King over there. So that's where she traced her
that's
lineage.
her. She
Mhm.
waited to marry some king. I'm not.
Okay. And
Most
and
most
also
of us are not trying to marry
there. Oh, hold on, brother. Let me finish, man. And also there are other places like for instance, like Senegal and Guinea and the Gambia that are welcoming Haitians that can trace their lineage to a specific ethnic group in that region as well.
No,
I
the
just
Haitians.
wanted to make that clear.
Mm.
We're not Haitians, bro.
Carla, can I say something?
Yeah.
The thing is, what would have made it easier is if African Americans had established some type of political movement within the United States, and
Even
then
if we had
were
our own
able to
political
branch
party,
out.
even if we had our own political party like the ANC, we needed something like the ANC, a geopolitical international organization. We don't have that. We don't even have a political party. How the hell we have no representation? We have no governing body that represents us nationally and not internationally.
I think that's what's needed to. Well, I don't know if it's too late for any of this, but
But no,
I
it's not.
think if
The reason why the problem is this because we got these African Americans with this kumbaya stuff, like we're all Africans. When I'm like, no, no, no. We as Black people in America that have still got
but
responsibilities.
you have ADOS, but they want nothing to do with Africa. So it's like
But that's not
this
whole.
can
That's an
never win.
online movement. That's an online movement. They basically don't. It's not an organization.
But
There's no
mhm.
post office box. There's no physical building. We're not brick and mortar building.
Yeah, it's like a Twitter, YouTube thing.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of those, but we don't have any institutions, you know, that do so. We don't have no think tanks, institutions that's funded. Those think tanks like the Hoover Institute and all these other institutes, they're funded by millions of dollars to create policy, that the governments act on. We don't have anything. If we had an institute, we had institutes that basically policy institutes that could formulate these type of everything we're talking about into policy and write it up in verbiage and legislation and stuff like that. We get somewhere. But who's going to fund this stuff like that? Who's going to fund? Who's going to step out and say we need an institute? You know why? Because the institute takes hard work and it takes delayed
It
gratification.
takes
Hey,
you have to
can I
be
give an
it takes
idea,
humility.
caller?
What?
Yeah, can I give an idea? So maybe we can, as African Americans, if you feel like that we're not getting that, I guess, support from the government, right? We can organize ourselves there in the continent and engage the governments directly. for example, when the African dignitaries, when they wanted to engage with the African American community back in the days, right? You had people like Haile Selassie, you had other people
Yeah,
like Fidel Castro and stuff. They went directly. Hold on, but they bypassed Washington D.C. and they went directly to Harlem, and they
but
engaged with us in that way.
hold on. What you just said, they went to Harlem. What was going on in Harlem back then? Harlem was a hotbed of black nationalism and the black culture. We don't have that sort of community anymore. You know, we've been integrated into American society, so we don't think like that. Yeah, all the black leaders back in the days, Kwame Nkrumah, all these people used to come to Harlem, and basically you had a black community and whatnot. But we gave all that up to become Democrats and Republicans and stuff like that, and move into the mainstream of America. You see what I mean? See what
But
I mean?
honestly, Carla, honestly, I feel like you're kind of selling us short a little bit, right? Because we as African Americans, like we're a global, like people know us, like globally, like everyone knows
Yeah,
about African
but the thing
Americans.
is,
Like if we're in,
I agree with that, but the thing is, it's never translated to any political or geopolitical or geoeconomic power. You know, we're known globally, but we don't have anything for ourselves and whatnot. You know, we go like a year of return. People say, "Oh, the year of return put $1 billion in the Ghana," but what did that do for us? Nothing. You know.
Well, maybe that should be the focus instead of just like saying, "Oh, we're gonna go to Africa." You know, like with African mentality, you don't know how that's gonna end with them. Maybe the focus is to create some type of political type of group where you have power to be able to, if you go to set up something in Africa, you are protected. You
Yeah,
have
look, right
you have
now
a
we have
base in
nothing.
the
Right
United
now we have
States.
nothing. Look, I'm trying to do that with the Black Africa Infrastructure Organization. I'm going to build an office there in Liberia. I want to make that a power base. I want
Okay,
to
yeah,
build that
that
institution.
makes sense. I got you
That's
now.
why I wait. That's why I said all the top thing I'm talking about. Yeah, it's going to take some time, but in the end, I'm going to have something real. I'm going to have an institute that really says all the stuff you hear me talk about on the show. I'm going to put that into policy and then talk to different heads of state and everything and say, what do you guys think? So it's like this. We do not have any real black political organizations.
yeah.
Organized.
Another thing I wanted to say too, Carla, right? Because I be watching like some of the Black Americans that go to like Africa and repatriate, whatever, and they're constantly like wearing their heart in their sleeves and talking about how the white man did this and how we came from slavery. Like it just cringes me out. Like, because they're just trying to sell to the Africans like this sob story, and it's like they're not looking.
Africans don't give a flying fuck about.
They'll marry a white person
Bro.
in a
I literally
heartbeat.
hate that, what makes me hate it even more is that, and this is why I don't like how people project us as being like these poor, destitute people. Is when you look at the statistics, we are actually majority of Black Americans are middle class and upper middle class. So it's
Oh,
like
so
it's not like we're just some broke poor people. No,
hold
we have the access to the dollar. We have access to many things, and we're just not utilizing it.
Yeah, yo, my organization, I never have a poverty message. I know we're Black Americans affluent, but we want to move to the next level. As an affluent people, there's certain things. Now we were destitute. Well, I wouldn't be talking about building in Africa. I said, look, let's just try to get our crumbs in America. But I said, I think we reached the pinnacle of America. That means, we put a black family in the White House, right? We got billionaires in this country. What else is there left? The left is, I wonder what it's like to basically have a nation of our own. That's the only thing left in Black America, right? People think we're trying to, we're at the bottom in America. No, we're not. We basically almost rose above America right now. We're beyond America. That's what I'm talking about. So
yeah, but you have this a significant portion of us here that's projecting this victim narrative, and I just hate it, bro.
look at the people that's doing it. That's
If
why
you, if I, bro, if I literally flip my camera, bro, I'm not living like no sort of victimized anything like that. You know what I mean? So
check us out. I did a show last night. What country will attract more African? Ghana or South Africa? Overwhelming or South Africa. Why? Because South Africa tends to attract affluent African Americans, but Ghana's attracting poverty, struggle.
they attract some affluent African Americans. They go there.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I always say it's people.
So you don't think Black Americans have businesses in Ghana and doing extremely well? Like some of them
in Ghana, they got a business, but they're struggling. They're living off their pensions and whatnot. And there's something they may have a business that don't make no money. There's no real look. Ghana is fucking poor.
But I've seen videos from Guatemala that like African Americans were there. One guy had he owned his own resort.
Yeah, he resort, but the bottom line, that don't mean he's making money. You build a resort, and that don't mean the thing is doing good. That's the one part we always say. I see many people building housing in Ghana. was like that, but I never seen anybody really making money. Because they say, look, we got all full up, we sold all these things like that. That's the part I never see. I just see people building houses, but I never see anybody freaking buying them. You know, I never see anybody. We only got, there's only 1,500 African Americans in Ghana. You know,
because they don't have successful economies in these African countries,
and they don't have any credit system and stuff that we used to credit stuff, mortgages and stuff like that. You in Ghana, a mortgage, you got to get a mortgage for 10 years. You got to pay that back in 10 years.
But how hard is it to create jobs? I don't think it's that hard. I think the politicians just like to hoard all the wealth.
Well,
they don't want to build anything.
Hey, but Carla, what do you think about that? The African Americans in Dimona, Israel. Have you ever looked into them?
Well, my whole thing is, look, Israel,
like these people literally created their own community. They have their own institutions, their own schools, and they're self-sufficient.
You might as well just stay in America. Israel is a white country. You
Yeah,
know?
it's not the same. It's irrelevant.
Well,
Israel.
But hold on, but the thing about these people is their community, their village is literally in the middle of the Negev desert.
Yeah,
like it's literally in the desert, and they don't have any. They're not getting any assistance from the Israel government.
And also it's by a nuclear reactor site.
And then next to it, exactly.
They get welfare and everything like that from the state of Israel. You know, Israel's a welfare state.
No, the state of Israel wants them out. No, the state of Israel wants them out, but they can't really do anything to them.
Still, it's a first world country. By law, they have an entitlement if you're a resident there.
Well, from the videos I've been seeing, these people are self-sufficient. They grow their own food. They have their own school. They have their own businesses.
Like the state of Israel, like they really want them out.
You know,
like the Israeli, they want the Africans out.
Let them go to
let them take the Arabs out.
Let them hold.
What they
should do is go to Ethiopia. Then not put what they're saying to the test. You know.
You know, Kala, speaking of Ethiopia and that region, where exactly in Africa you want to build African? Because I have some few suggestions, and I'm not trolling.
Like I said,
he said Liberia all the time.
I said, look, in Sudan. Hold on, let me finish. Can I say this, please? Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you let me talk, bro. Look, first of all, Africa is not just one state; it's many states, right? And when you have many states and territories and whatnot under one government, it don't have to be. People think a government has to be together. Alaska is not connected with the continental America, is it? It's Hawaii, but they're all United States, right? So why can't we basically have an African state in Senegal, Liberia, Ghana, Cameroon, Angola, all these other places and whatnot, as one government?
But Kala, those lands are heavily populated. I was going to say Darfur.
No, they are not. Most
man,
African
can I make my point, Kala, please, man? Allow a brother to finish, man. Yeah, I was gonna say Darfur because the people of Darfur, they are tired of the Arabs, and they're fighting the Arabs. So I would think that Darfur would be the best place.
I don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle of that shit, man. You know,
it's too hot too. It's so hot over there.
Honey flower, stop. It's not desert. It's not what it seems like, man. I seen the terrain, man. It's not that
easy.
bad.
It's not easy living there, okay? It's you're gonna have to
Hey, honey flower, your people live there. Your people, they live there. They live in that region.
They evacuated, actually. Sudan is empty. People evacuated.
Okay, yeah, because I would think Darfur is a good place. And also South Sudan, Kala, very underrated.
That's all right. They're gonna stick to West Africa.
They don't have the good climate and landscape and stuff for.
In South Sudan, they do they do in South Sudan. It's lush. It's lush green.
Okay, let me get.
It's a lot of vegetation.
Hello, J.A., you're on. What's on your mind? Who are you? What's on your mind?
Yeah, thanks for having these conversations, man. I got a couple of things to say. Like I have lived in other countries, man, and like the Lebanese and the Chinese and all that. A lot of times they're not getting the Chinese. A lot of times have a economic base back in China, right?
Say to the Lebanese.
The Lebanese. A lot of times they don't have that base back at home. A lot of times they're countries where they have been because they ran away from their own countries for various reasons, where they are like literally like citizens in these countries. They were born in some of these countries and things like that too. You know what I mean? Like they have essentially they're now like from that particular country, but they're Syrian or Lebanese or whatever, but they've been there for generations. The Chinese in some countries like Jamaica, they've been there for generations. And sometimes the Chinese government would fund like development projects and things like that. And then they would send their own people to build these projects. And then some of these people would stay and establish themselves within these countries too. So and sometimes they have loans like through the Chinese development banks and stuff like that. So because someone is from a particular place does not necessarily mean that they have a link back to that place. What happens though, particularly not so much for the Chinese and stuff like that, because they have an economic base back in China. Sometimes they can get development loans and stuff from their own government. But like for the Lebanese and sometimes Syrians and different things like that, sometimes how they really get wealthy is because the government of these particular countries kind of give them a leg up. Like they kind of get in with the government officials and things like that and get contracts and things like that through the government. And if the government's corrupt and stuff like that, sometimes they might get into business with the government on that level, you know. Not to say that you don't have local people that have wealth, maybe just as much wealth, but you find that it's more of a collaboration with the government that leads to them kind of expanding to those levels, you know. Right. So to point that out, you know. And then there was another thing, like the AU, you'd have to look at what they say. Now I know what's written on paper, it has some weight, but without enforcement, it might not be enforced. But if it says on paper that the 6th region doesn't necessarily have to be a state, but could be the diaspora, then you gotta take that into account. Now they might not enforce it the way you like, but
let me ask you a question. What do me and Elon Musk, myself and Elon Musk, have in common?
Well, if you ask that question, I mean, you're gonna have, like most human beings all have something in common. We have majority of things in common.
No, seriously, from a black national standpoint, what the hell is me, Elon Musk, and Charlize Theron, the actress, have in common?
Right. If you're gonna look at it from hyper perspective, from a black national type, you're gonna negate everything besides the race of the person, say. Right.
But that's what we're talking
Absolutely
about.
Nothing. Go straight, man. Nothing. He has nothing in common.
In that case, then you have nothing in common with that person. You see what I'm
So
saying?
But they're considered part of the 6th region. But they're part of the 6th region. They're part of the 6th region.
Yeah, well, the thing is, though, they could be. I mean, you'd have to look and see.
No,
that
they
could
are
be the
part of the 6th region.
It's like this, right?
See. Can I respond to this question, please? Please, can you allow me, please? I mean, see, Carla, man. I heard Carla, man. Carla is he's not just in tune with reality. You know, in fact, some delusional blacks are not in tune with the reality. See, there's what we call the Diaspora African Forum, and the one who is, you know, heading the board is called Dr. Arieka Bennett. She's African American. She's been a trusted advisor to ECOWAS. She also served as an
African Americans over there.
Let me finish. Can you allow me, please? Would you allow me, please? She's also served as the advisory council of the past president of Ghana. She has been an informal trusted advisor to several presidents on the continent. She's been the president of the African Communication Agency. Man, hey, in fact, the program Inside Africa, it was launched by her. She's African American. She's the convening founder and the head of the mission of AU, Diaspora African Forum.
What's that got to do with the masses of us?
Man, she's representing you guys, man.
She don't represent us, man.
Yes, she is.
Well, so no, there's nobody representing us. I can't go over there. Like, let me give you an example.
No,
Those
there is a
look,
building. You guys have a building. There's a building. It's
like
called the
last year.
Diaspora African
Look,
Forum. It's in Ghana.
last year when you Zongo whites took that land from the Hebrew Israelites in Ghana, just came there and started robbing everything like that. Did they step in and say, "Hey, wait a minute, this is
How do you know, man? Did you follow up with the issue? Did you follow up with the issue?
What?
Did you follow up with
Nothing
this
happened.
whole
Nothing happened. They never got that
issue?
whatever like that.
No, you did not. You did not.
Yes, they
So
did.
you do not know if they actually addressed those issues.
They went there. I saw them. They were stealing blinds. They were stealing everything, pipes,
But
everything. Just robbing.
you were saying if you guys have a voice at the AU, and I'm telling you guys, yes, you do.
I have no
It's
voice.
called the Diaspora African Forum.
Oh, yeah, just
And
because somebody is African. Look, Africans know how to use African Americans. You know.
Oh man, Kyla, man. See, that's the issue. See,
It's
the
a
way
one
you
side.
act. See, Kyla. See, can I respond, please? Can you allow me, please? Please,
one sided relationship. You know,
can you allow me? Can you allow me? See, the way you guys act sometimes, it's really hard for the continental Africans to deal with you all. I mean, there's someone representing you guys, and then we have another person called Kyla living in the US acting like there's nobody representing you guys. I mean, come on, man.
There isn't.
Organized?
One
That's
lady
what
is
I'm
not
talking about.
representing a whole group of people.
There has to be someone who's educated, who has some sort of degree, who have years of experience dealing with a lot of presidents doing that.
The African.
It can't be Kyla. Kyla doesn't have diplomatic educational background. He can't do that job.
What we do is we lobby the U.S. government for on behalf of these Africans and African countries.
Kyla, what you have been seeking for the past years, she's there. She's doing for you. Do you know her background? I can share
I know the fact that I ain't got no land. That's what I do know.
Well, I can share the link of the website if you want to read more.
No damn land.
You know what's really disappointing when you watch the board members.
African Americans holding public office in Africa.
Yeah, when she's the advisor to the former president of Ghana, you would say, "What are you talking about? An advisor to the former president of Ghana is a small job for you."
What a prestigious position, man!
And also an advisor to ECOWAS is a small job for you.
Ooh, the institution nobody wants to be part of. Okay,
man, Kyla, now you want to start deflecting right now, man. I don't want to hear your babble right now.
He said the ECOWAS, man.
This is like it's like people don't know how to take a win, man. It's like
exactly, man.
How was that a win?
It's like if you don't get 100%, you didn't win.
Well, give me 10%, man. Shit, you know.
The guy's telling you right here, there's 10%.
He tell me somebody had a job, and they always had African Americans because they figured they could speak to America. That's all we use for is to get.
I know she's there. She's representing you guys, man. What are you talking about? She's there representing you guys.
She's not representing us, man.
Kyla, what are you talking about? Yeah, she is.
Not like this lady's representing us over here.
Do you know how many women are on the board, like are serving as the board members of that particular diaspora forum?
I mean, that's a good
Black American woman. Only one Black American man, or few Black American men.
And
you're the women.
Yo, look, that's all good.
You guys, you the men in America, man.
I hope
you gotta work on your A game, man.
Work when not,
the ladies are outshining you guys internationally.
Work, wish her luck and whatever she's doing and whatnot, but I can't do backflips right now over it,
No, we're not saying do backflips, but I mean, if you don't like what they're doing, you try and get in there or talk to the person. You can find out what's happening or whatever, and then you just shot down ECOWAS on top of that. So, which is not really necessarily probably geared towards African Americans, but it's an organization of that region trying to do something together. I mean, there's always going to be an issue with everything, man, with something, because it's human beings that built it, and if humans built it, it ain't going to be perfect. So there's always going to be an issue. You know what I mean? So it's not ever going to be perfect. Never. I don't care how. There's always something you got to work on, and you just got to accept what it is and then just work on what you need to work on over time. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, man, you can say what you want. we live in America, the richest country in the world right now. We make good money relative to these countries we're talking about. The money we make here, you take that money back over there, man. It's like hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars sometimes. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Well, let me get Ross Moisture on.
In those places over there, you know what I mean? The thing I think we need to be focused on, if anything, is like being in touch with the culture over there and the food and stuff like that over there, and start to bring that type of stuff here. When I roll around, I see Mexican restaurants everywhere. I see you can find 10 Mexican restaurants in a 1 mile radius or something. So
That's good. That's nice. Let me get
Hey, Carl, let me add another distance. See, if you go to the website, the Diaspora African Forum, right? See, their mission is to support the African Union in the representation of the African diaspora and their strategic involvement in the ongoing development of Africa. Their vision is to bridge to be the bridge that unites the African diaspora with Africa. Kind there's someone on the continent really putting the work for you guys, man.
Oh, please.
Because there's someone there doing the job for you. See, if you look at the partnership project they do, let me finish. Carla, look at the project they're doing.
Africa Institute. We had the Leon Solomon Group.
Hey, Carla, just listen. Can you allow me, please? Can you allow me? Let me finish. The partnership project, the Plant International Junior Ambassadors Program, African Business Roundtable, Doing Business in African Conference, Asia African International Media Summit, Pan-African Panafest Lecture Series and Youth participation. African Women Excellence Award. There's a lot of things they're doing.
Me and Bamani already got that. I had a business conference. We have business conference all throughout the year in Africa.
So don't tell me nobody's represents you guys. They are remarkable women from African. See, in fact, they do a lot of leadership of those awards over here in America, in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, but
there are people over here putting in the work, man. You just don't want. Man, it's not on YouTube, Carla.
1 or 2 conferences.
It's not on YouTube, Carla. If it's not on YouTube, you can't say it doesn't exist. It does exist.
We could have 1,000 conferences. The demand is so high for interchange between business and communities and stuff like that. 1 and 2 conferences ain't enough. We could have 1 billion conferences. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're right. But someone is putting the work, Carla. It's not sitting on YouTube ranting about what African haven't done for them.
Yeah, the
someone is putting in the work, Carla.
People to punch through.
Let's see what you got, Carla. Let's see what you got.
Go back to the restaurant.
What can you really do besides sitting on YouTube?
100%. I agree with you.
Look, I bought to Liberia. I'm bringing another group.
These are African American women, not some lazy men on YouTube.
Business
Africans.
I'm sorry, but it's not a competition though. Like,
hold on, guys.
Why has it become a competition?
It's not a competition. There's so much opportunity out there that you could do your thing and other people can do their thing, and everything can still, like, I'll go back to the restaurant thing. When you go around your city or whatever, look at the amount of Asian restaurants, look at the amount of Mexican restaurants, look at the amount of that type. You can barely find 1 African restaurant if you're lucky. You see what I'm saying? So that's showing you the lane is wide open, bro. Wide. Mm-hmm. You go over there, you find the best cuisine that you think would cross over here. You bring it back here. The lane is wide open. You could have 1 billion of them and everybody will still make money. Look at how you think Taco Bell make money. Chipotle Mexican Grill making money. Cafe Rio making money. Freaking
but the issue with Africans is that the issue is that they really want to import the same style of eating from where they come from on American soil. It's not gonna work. Most Americans are gonna go for it, I mean, a little research that I did, a lot of this Mexican food and Chinese food that you do see in America that Americans eat, it's not similar to how Chinese people eat back in their homeland.
Zongo, if I can interject, Zongo, they're not gonna eat it simply because he's high on carbs, man. Like, African food is very high on carbs.
Bro,
it's a lot of carbs, man.
Bro,
And then you got all these American people that don't exercise, they don't do diet. So more than likely they're gonna catch diabetes. Because African food is high in carbs, man.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that a lot of this Chinese food, man, like it's kind of really adjusted to kind of cater towards the American, consumer, But Africans are not trying to do that. They really want to maintain everything in the pristine purity. It's not gonna work. You gotta adjust certain things, use certain American flavors, and just still live with some African name, just to meet the standard of the American consumer demand. I mean, that's the way forward. Otherwise, it's not gonna work.
Kala, do you understand what they're talking about right now?
Absolutely not.
Me either. I'm so lost. I don't know what they're talking
about. Kala, you get it, man. I'm pretty sure you get it. But
I don't get it. All I know is I got a brother Bomani over there in Ghana.
Man, Kala has no voice if Dalabu's not on the channel.
He's struggling. He's been struggling for years. He got a community over there of 50 people trying like that. He ain't getting no support from the African Union, Ghanaian government, or nobody.
I mean, Kala, man. Come on, man. He's not.
But
He's
Kala,
not.
He has to do it himself. Like he has to represent himself to the people, to the local people.
Bomani has reached out to everybody. He's talked to everybody like this. Everybody knows Bomani. Bomani is the one who built the tourism business in Ghana. He took
every Trump, Dick, and Harry can get a fund from the government. It doesn't work that way.
You can't get Ghana's broke, man. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? All these countries are broke, man.
Hey,
ain't nothing going. There's an old song called "Ain't Nothing Going On."
Do you know
nothing going on in Africa but the rent?
Do you know the diaspora Africa?
Wow, look at that, Kala. This is what we talking about, Kala, man.
Yo, it's the truth, man. There ain't no damn money. There ain't no damn money, man. There ain't no damn money, man. Look. I'm sick of the hand-to-mouth shit, man.
But when I throw shade, French, you want to be quick and defend Kala in the comment section, But he's out here throwing shade at us.
I am not throwing shade. Look,
but
honey, is that throwing shade or is that just telling
against Kala? Because she want to be.
Look, there is no money.
Girl for Kala.
There's no money, man. We got to get the money together. We got to get up. We got to step our money game up. I don't see Africa. The thing about Africa, right, is let me tell you something, folks. Let me give you a little education.
Oh man, there you go with Kala.
Let me give you some education. You know how wealth is created? Wealth is created is the combination of land, labor, and capital and human exertion. That means
this basic.
Hold on. You need land. Before you can create wealth, you need land. Then you need labor. Africa got land and they got labor. Now all you need is human capital. But in order for that to work, you have to have human input and exertion. That means somebody has to manufacture something. Somebody has to produce something. Somebody has to repackage something. That's how wealth is created. That's how revenue is created. By somebody doing something on land, If you don't want to do nothing and whatnot, you want to sit around idling all the time and not do nothing, then you're never going to come around. Every African country could be as rich as America if they basically was productive, If they were basically saying, so we got cocoa, but let's start building makeshift chocolate factories and whatnot and distribute land and human capital.
But that's what they are doing. They started doing that in Côte d'Ivoire like a few years ago.
Yeah, but Côte d'Ivoire is so poor, man.
Côte d'Ivoire is not poor, man. Like, listen, Kala. If you go to Yamoussoukro, if you go to Abidjan, it's very well developed.
All right, by African standards. I know Yamoussoukro looks nice by African standards.
The highways, paved, everything.
By African standards, it is pretty nice, so
stuff from
Kala, man.
You got to step your infrastructure game up.
Man, even your core defender, Jonathan says, if it ain't about Kala, man, then everything has to be wrong,
Jonathan loves Tariq, and I proved yesterday Tariq did say we ain't African. He did say that shit.
Hey, Kala, man, do you think you might be a narcissist, like as most women like use the term loosely? Like, do you think you could be a narcissist because it has to be your way?
No, it's not about this. Look, Dongo, let me tell you something. If I thought one of these Negroes in America could do what I do, I'd be tired from this shit tomorrow. You think I want to be on?
You want to tell me? Are you doing better?
Look,
what
I know the
Eric
fact of
Bennett
the
is
matter
doing
is, if
on the
I don't do,
continent?
look, if I don't do what I'm doing right now, and what I'm building in Liberia, what I'm
Hey,
building
Kala,
now, it
are
won't
you
get done.
telling me
If
what
I don't look, Zongo, if I don't do it, it's not going to get done. That's the way
Kala,
I feel
do,
about it.
do you know Erica Bennett? I mean, this whole year of
I don't care.
pretending
Look, all I know is,
she's
look,
part of those
hold on. How
masterminds
about this?
behind
How
it.
about this? If Erica Burnett can help my brother Bomani get government loans and stuff like that, then I talk about it. She can't do that, so she's no
She's
use.
dealing with important personalities. A lot of the celebrities that came to Ghana during the year of
Celebrities. I don't give a damn about Steve Harvey. The fuck I care about Steve Harvey? You know, you got some about celebrities.
They're really dealing
Yeah,
with
yo, let
people
me
that
guess.
can
Let me
really
guess.
make
She was the one who got
impacts.
Umar. Let me guess. She was the one who got Dr. Umar over there, right? A passport, right?
I think
This is all this. This is all this coonery and buffoonery. You know, Umar Johnson and whatnot. Come on, man.
You gotta put in the work like Umar so they can recognize you.
Umar ain't putting no damn work. It was sitting on the around begging for super chats. It's the cash app. You know. And come on, Zongo. They called me the
But
ringmaster.
Kala, if you were there, like you would have done the same thing
Check
too.
this out. Hold up. They called me the ringmaster because I have a circus of deadly clowns.
No, man. Jonathan says you are an ineffective narcissist. That's what he said, man. Ineffective.
Hey, look, I'm moving my own pace, you know. So.
Oh man, come on, Kyler. Man, people are really doing great jobs, man.
I ain't gonna be pushing, doing nothing. In the end, 5 years from now, let's see who's still here.
Hey, Kyler, man. As a matter of fact, I want to share the link of that website to you guys, man, so you can really, get a time. Actually, I did. I shared a link. Let me share it on the chat, man. So on the chat, you can actually see.
I'm the ringmaster.
I'm being black.
I'm the ringmaster.
I got a
circus of deadly clowns. You know.
Yeah.
I got to deal with my deadly clown brothers, man. You know.
Yeah, Kyle, I shared a link to you guys, man. If you guys want to post it on the link so people can actually read and see the real African American that are making impacts on the continent.
Could she help me fund the African?
They really appreciate it,
Could she help me fund the African? No.
Kyle, man, you need to go and learn some diplomatic, calls from her. Actually, she has over 20 years experience.
Doing this show is the most diplomacy I'll ever do, man.
Oh man, Kyle, with the way you talk, man, you wouldn't survive on the continent, man.
I go to the continent all the time, man. What are you talking about?
You go there and spend it 2 weeks. I
will be even worse, man. I am worse. I'm blunt.
But you've only been to one place, and that's Liberia.
Yeah, there are more countries that are giving citizenships and stuff to people.
Look. Let me tell you something. Having an African
citizenship. Yeah, I say that Benny
having an African citizenship is like having a million Zimbabwean dollars.
Still, just take a win and then move to the next.
Look, come on, man. That's not the end. I don't need an African citizenship.
Rather, you know what?
I said, I'll leave the citizenship for the Africans, man. Y'all need that shit. I want Zongo to have African citizenship. She can go back home.
That now I'm not saying it's a good idea, but then you gotta come up with the land.
AD, man. See, Carla's gonna listen. If it's not Carla doing it, man, he's not gonna, even acknowledge it. That's my issue with Carla, man. And he want to act like he's speaking for the broader people of Black Americans. No, man, that's not true, man. You can't be the sole representative of Black Americans.
Carla is speaking for himself, man. He's not speaking like to the broader audience.
Black America, bro. I am Black.
How many followers do we got from African?
Carla, no doubt, man. No doubt about it.
All these other movements are nothing but a damn distraction. All these other movements are just nothing but a damn distraction, bunch of buffoonery,
So, Kelly, you want to tell me you are that much influencer that Dr. Erica Bennett?
I don't know who she is, man. I don't know who she is,
That
lady she's the assistant to Donna
continent, man.
So she's a personal
Yo, Zongo, let me ask you this. Like, where do most African Americans reside in Ghana? Is it on the coast? Or are they everywhere?
There's only like 1,000 African Americans.
They live in Eastern region.
What about the North? What about the North? Do they scared to go to the North?
No, I don't think so, man. I don't. It's just it's just like
Black women that go up to the North with Prince and Kay.
It's just like most people over here.
Black women in the North. Black women.
You guys are somehow infatuated.
You're talking about Eat Love Migrate. She went to the North and and really embarrass herself, man, by saying, "Oh, I paid you with vagina." Man, that was really an embarrassment for
man,
black
don't be
women.
talking about my girl ES, man. You know,
Oh yeah.
she put it on that dude, man. She put it on
Yeah,
him.
even that girl that went to Gambia, that she was throwing shit on Gambia. She's in
Right,
Northern
right.
Ghana right now. What's her
Oh,
name, man?
really? Well, what's her name again? Hot Cathy.
Oh
Yeah, Hot Cathy.
I Carthy, yeah, that girl, yeah, she's over there.
That
She's
woman
selling
is a
land.
disgrace, man.
She's selling land over there.
There's a whole 1,200 Black Americans in Ghana. That's it.
Yeah, so
That's
so
all.
they
That's
definitely this
Why?
kind of but I think
Yo,
predominantly
Carla,
really
why all of them wants to go to Ghana?
But you got the
Why do
back.
all of them want to go to Ghana? I don't understand that,
The
man.
Black women mostly want to go to Ghana because
oh man,
they got
I think it has a
Longstroke
lot to do with the
Zongo.
marketing,
They
you
got
know.
Longstroke Kwame and Longstroke Zongo there. That's why they want to go. That's all it is, man. That's all it is, man. Ghanaian guys, you look at the type of women go over there, all of a sudden they're beautiful. Because my beautiful, and they be big women too, They go over there and let me
Man,
stop.
I saw like this big fat girl on Instagram, man, going to meet her Ghanaian boyfriend. They were happy. When I said, I'm like, man, this got to be some green card love, man. It ain't real
You
love.
African guys, man, y'all spoiling, man. You got the big girls thinking they're all that, man.
I'm like, yeah, man. Oh man, that was very
It's
funny.
like you biggest three houses when they're talking about. Well, I got my Nigerian and Ghanaian man and whatnot. Like whatever. So
Man, Kyla, man, we don't want to go about girls because when it comes to girls, you have even no conversation with us, man.
Oh shit,
I know,
man.
Joel. You get offended by me talking about your big girls, Zango?
Got it, man. I get better girls than
Oh
you,
no, you can only get big girls, Zango.
man. God, man, you
That's
let
what we got you here, man. That's why I said, we say, Carl, do you want to deport all African bros? No, the big girls need love too. No, I didn't say it about you. Are you a big girl, African guys? I didn't think you. I thought you was petite.
Carla, man, come on, man. That's foul, man. That's my auntie. Yo, Carla. Yo, Carla, that's my auntie, man. Like, put some respect on for my auntie, bro.
Who's
Like,
this?
don't talk to my auntie like
She's
that.
a real aunt. Get out of here.
Nah, man. You know how it is in Africa, man. Like we call elder people our auntie, our
you're a
uncle, our
Hausa.
tonton.
She's a Yoruba. How you?
It doesn't matter, man. Like, see, the thing is, like, you see, the thing is,
She's your
Kyle, you
auntie.
don't understand, like,
She's
how
your
tribe
auntie.
function in Africa.
She's your
Yo,
auntie.
man,
Just because she's not of my
man,
ethnic group,
they're not gonna
that does
get it.
not mean that I have to be lack of respect for her.
I didn't even
Come
say
on,
nothing.
man.
I ain't do nothing. I didn't say nothing.
Man, I mean, the only
Man,
followers
so
that is Black
you basically
Migo
calling
and
her like
French.
overweight,
Yeah, the
like
only
she's big
followers
size.
you
Like, you
got.
don't even know this woman. You don't know how she looks like. Come on, man.
I
Can't say
said
that,
something about
Carla,
big
man.
girls, and she said, like, I didn't know she was big. I didn't know that.
Man,
But that's what you
Kyla,
said. That's what you just said a moment ago.
Well, I
But
didn't know.
Kala,
She said she got offended by my big girl comment.
like very earlier in the show, you called the woman a hippopotamus.
When was this?
And I think that was rude, Kala.
No, I didn't say that lately. I have not
it,
called a woman a hippopotamus in months, man.
Yes, you did, Kala. You did
What
say
was this? What was this?
Yes,
said
you
that
did,
this lady
Carla.
was
Many
African.
times.
Tonight?
Hippopotamus.
Tonight?
man, you know who Kyla is, man. Kyla,
Carla be forgetting stuff, man.
Seriously, did I call somebody a hippopotamus tonight?
Yes, you did. I was listening from the start.
You serious? Did I?
Yes,
wait a minute. What was I thinking? What was I saying? But I was talking about a Black American woman, right?
You said that hippopotamus went to I forgot if it was Ghana or something, and then she had to come back to America. You said, "Oh
yeah."
So you called her hippopotamus.
Yeah. So what happened was this big girl. She went
girl
over there and whatnot, and just she was like, "I don't need no help from no Black American man." And whatnot. So she went on Ghana by herself, whatnot, and got hooked up with some dusty Ghanaian and whatnot. He took her for everything she had.
Oh, which one? The one who was crying for some cookies in Ghana or something?
No. This is another chick that Bomani and I knew. She went over there on her own.
You do have this bias.
Hey, Kyle, you think Bomani's taking advantage of those girls on the trip?
What are you talking about? Bomani didn't take advantage of nobody. Bomani only sells land to his family, people he knows. He don't sell land to anybody.
Kala,
Kyla, man, the way you defend Bomani, man, I'm starting to think that he give you a cut, man.
I am not biased.
Excuse me, can I say my point, please? I'm gonna drop now because it's late and I'm trying to, you know. But Kala, you do have a bias towards big girls and stuff. Like you act
I
like
do not.
in existence.
Man, this
Are
guy,
you
he
know
Yes,
looks
something?
like
you
You know something? You
do.
know something?
She's
I'm
stating
gonna
he's
have
the
a
also
she's
show. I'm
stating
gonna
biased
have a
towards
fact,
show for.
man.
so-called
I'm gonna have a
ugly
show
guys,
for all
man.
my
He's also
big.
biased towards them
Why do
too,
I'm
you
man.
gonna have
make
you.
them
I'm gonna have a show for all my
Kala?
big
She's
girls. I'm gonna tell
telling
you.
the truth, Carla,
I'm gonna
man.
let
Why?
You have a problem with big girl. You have a problem with this Black American woman. I forgot her name. Like she used to be on your show like every now and then.
Chantel. Chantel.
No, not Chantel, like the other one, like Prime something. I forgot. Damn.
Mystic Dime.
Mystic Dime. There you go.
I
Yes,
don't think
her.
she's that big. I don't think
And
Mystic Dime's
okay,
that big.
Kala. Another thing is, who cares if they go over there for long stroke
Yeah,
kwame?
man. Come here, Colin, man. What's your
No,
issue
look,
with
no,
that,
I'm
man?
saying like this. I'm saying okay. Everybody gotta get their freaky dicky on. Everybody, whatever gets you off. Everybody do their thing. But I hate
Lord,
when
man,
people
this
Right.
try
guy,
to act
man.
all sanctimonious. Like these women will say, well, ever since I got in Ghana, I've been tuned with myself and all this kind of no, it's Longshow Kwame that you're feeling. That does some spirit in the ancestors.
Hey, man, who coined that term long stroke, man? That's very funny,
Dinus,
man.
Dinus, Dinus.
Dynus, that was Dynus. Yeah, I gotta give props to
Jealous.
Dynus for that.
Oh, for
Jealous.
real? He started with that term?
Yeah, yeah.
I thought that term already
Long
existed.
ago, Kwame, Baba Tunde. That's
I'm like,
Dynus.
Yeah, Longshow Babatunde. Longshow Kwame, that's hilarious, man. Yeah, Longshow Kwame and whatnot. That's like, that's hilarious. Remember there was this girl, this big girl, basically made a video about that, like about a week later. She goes, "You know something? I got a stove of dinosaur me and whatnot. I'm going to Ghana and I'm sick and tired of people talking about you go to big." I said, "Girl," I said, "First of all, put
Oh
the
yeah,
phone."
you know what that was? Kind of the African superstar.
Was that episode who said that? No, I don't think
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
her.
yeah. That was her. That was
That was
her, man.
her.
I remember it vividly. That's her, the African
And she was
superstar. Yeah.
driving a car mad that about. So she was looking for Longsword Kwame too, man. I didn't know
man,
that.
even
Yeah, I think that's
she
her,
ain't
man.
getting no
She's
love
I
over
think
there.
she's from
She ain't getting,
Ohio. I think she's from like Cincinnati, Ohio, like
Oh, I
somewhere
didn't
like
know
in the
That's
Midwest.
before I knew her, man. That was way
yeah,
back.
African superstar, she got to reduce her weight, man. She ain't getting no love on the continent, too, man.
No, she get in Ghana. It really is a superstar. They like him like that, Yeah, she's
Man,
a nice,
she's not, man. She's over
smart.
projecting herself.
African superstar is very smart. She's very smart woman,
Yeah,
strong
she's
woman.
all right.
No, she's very knowledgeable, man. I listened to one video where she was basically taking a swipe at O'Shea. I loved her for that,
Hey, Kyla, man, the only supporters she got Doc Migo and Frenchie, man, for Afghanistan, man. Besides that, man, you ain't got nobody following
You got
you,
a lot of
man.
support, man. Until it
Really?
happens, I was people
How many
like
people are donating
I
to
was
your
down from day one,
your
college. I was
organization? How many
down
people
from
are
day one,
donating?
college. Well, we'll see. We'll see when I get my office set up in Liberia, and we can do this shit.
Guy, you want to set up an
Yo,
office?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Hey,
Yo,
look,
Zongo, imagine,
Zongo, when you do business, you gotta first have an
imagine
office.
Africa in Katsina.
I already got the
Oh,
people
man, he's gonna
on
be
the ground
burnt
in
out,
Liberia.
man.
All I need is an office, and one night we can start
Just
getting work.
one single propaganda, and they're gonna burn it down to the ground, man.
Yeah.
If you be an Afghanistan casino, I'll just orchestrate one propaganda, and they're gonna burn this shit to
Ain't
smithereens,
nobody gonna touch nothing, man. Ain't gonna touch nothing, man. Africans are hungry. Man. All you do is give them some food.
This dude told me, man, if I approach his property
All
in
you have to do,
Ghana, he's gonna put a bullet in
all
me.
you have to do, if they come to bring shit down, just have some fish, some fried fish ready.
Hey,
That's it.
Rasmus, you heard what he said? He said if I approach his property in Ghana, he's gonna put bullet in me. Well, all right,
Man,
Kyle, man, you want to go to
going
bed
over
with
to the
me?
Black Star community. Sango, don't even show your face over there, man. We're waiting for you, Like, you see this nigga right here? Shoot him,
Hey, Kyle,
Oh
man, you
man.
want to bet on that shit, man? Because on the continent we take voodoos, man.
Oh man,
We
y'all,
scared of
man,
God.
please, man.
We not scared of the
Yo,
white man.
yo,
Dad.
Carla, you
Let's
should have
go,
been a
man.
comedian. You're funny,
AR-15
bro.
gets off.
Man, we from the North and Sahara region, man. We got a lot of, African powers, man.
Nothing like that. Nothing, not the AR-15 can't resolve.
Okay, man. Let's see what. Okay.
Nah, Carla.
Hey, he doesn't know, man. That's
We're gonna
Morris,
settle
Hey,
man.
he doesn't know, man. Like we don't play in the North, Carla. I've been in the North, man. Like the
Oh,
Yeah,
people
okay.
in
the
the
North
North,
and
man,
Sahara region, man. We don't
they're
play
not
like
as
that, man.
docile,
Shit.
man, as the South.
Right. Oh, what's up, Ja? What's on your mind?
Oh man, that's my brother John, man. John was good, man.
I don't like
Hold
you,
on, Zongo.
Congo. You know.
Is that man? That's DK. Isn't that DK? The guy from Angola? Isn't that Angola? The guy from Illinois? Or is that Ja? That's John Zola, right?
No, it's Josh.
Oh, okay. I can't see because there's something on the screen over there.
Can you guys hear me? I got my Bluetooth on.
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Go on, man.
Okay. No,
Speak
I'm just
your
listening
piece.
right now. You guys have.
Yeah, Frenchie, because African Americans are afraid of voodoo, Frenchie, man. That's how you treat them.
We had voodoo in the friggin' South, man. My aunties
Yeah,
were.
they are afraid of
Come
voodoo,
on,
man.
man. You
All you
guys
gotta
got
do is
that
just
stuff from the
threaten them with
Haitian,
the voodoo
man.
We
ball.
ain't get
You
no
guys
damn
got
thing.
that.
No, we
You
had
don't
no
want
damn.
to- you don't want to
We
follow.
had
Yeah, you
yo,
do,
we
man.
had voodoo. Look at the movie Sinners, man. We had voodoo in the fucking deep South, man. What are you talking about?
Man, please,
Yeah,
man. I'm not afraid of that at all, man. I mean, to
we
me,
had voodoo, all that dark
that's like a
nonsense.
joke.
We had all that. We
And
all
no
had
offense, like
throwing down
Yeah,
no
I'm not
root,
offense
afraid
to
of that
people
throwing
shit
down,
that
either.
practice that.
throwing
I'm
down
not
root
scared of
worker,
that, man.
root lady and whatnot. We had the root lady and whatnot. We had all that
Man,
stuff. What do you think we are?
yo,
We had all
Tyler,
that.
that's nothing, bro. That's nothing. I'm not scared of that at all. That don't fear me at all, man.
Me neither.
Yeah. Thank you, Jai. You see, Jai even admitted, and Jai is African American, just like you, Carla. Come on now.
John, what did y'all say?
Oh
Jai
no, I'm
said
not afraid of. I'm not afraid of
Jai
no
said he's
voodoo
not
or nothing
afraid of
like
Hey,
that
that.
either.
I'm not afraid
That's
of
what he
nothing.
said.
No.
Anyway, Jack, man, because you guys are too. We are tuned on the continent, man. Carla is not, man. We can voodoo his ass. He's gonna get back. He's gonna get in order, you know. Hey, Kyler, don't provoke me. If you provoke me, I'll get you. Like, trust me, don't do that, man. Don't go there with me, Kyler.
Your voodoo on. You said you were gonna do that months ago, Zongo.
Yeah, I mean, because they beg me. They beg me to stop.
They said you're gonna Zongo on me,
Yeah,
right?
they beg me to stop. Don't let me go there, man. Kyler, don't do that. Don't do
Yo, on a serious note, let me ask, Carla, what do you think of Dennis Sperling trying to
it.
ask
See,
Africans for
Yo,
reparations?
leave that dude alone, man. Leave him alone, man.
This
that guy's
multiracial
a bozo,
mixed
man.
bastard want to ask
Man, do you think
people
he's a
in the
full
country
blown
for
African
reparations?
American though? Man?
What?
Dennis Pearl, you think he's a full blown African American?
Yeah, he's one of those
I mean,
lights.
it's light skin American, like he's multiracial. He's multiracial, multi-generational mix. Meaning like somewhere down the line, or like he had
So he
white
used to be
people on
like that. He
both
used to be
sides of
the
his
friend
family.
of Kevin Samuel. You know, when he died, and they were part of those people trying
Yeah.
to. All of a sudden,
Yeah,
man.
man, like the manosphere, man, the manosphere is dying. I mean, I've never really paid attention
Adolf's
to it.
FBA's dying, you know.
Yeah, that movement is dying as well.
Tariq, Jonathan's hero, is pivoting back to Pan Africanism.
Because you know what this guy was saying, Rasmo, is that there's this
Mm.
Haitian guy with a YouTube channel. It's not something Nefertari something Dessalines or something like that. And he was like, when you talk a lot of like political or geopolitics, man, YouTube trying to demonetize you, right? So
Mm.
a lot of content creators have started to speak on issues that really is very divisive. YouTube gonna pay you, but it's not really, like it doesn't affect their pocket. So that's why so content creators are not really like they check
Well, I don't feel
the primary goal is about their pocket actually.
years ago, I thought that we have all these powerhouse black content creators, O'Shea, Dynast, whatnot. I thought that we were all gonna move to invest in our own platform like Parler, Rumble, and stuff like that. But so the bottom line is this: Nick, like I said, Negroes are full of shit. You know,
Yeah, man. Even O'Shea too. Like, I mean, O'Shea. I
the
mean,
nigga's a YouTuber. He nigga makes a living on fucking YouTube, man. That's
yeah.
it.
So a lot of them,
He's
they
not a
really do not
doctor
want to
like
talk
you said,
about.
like he claimed he is.
Yeah, they really do not want to talk about certain topics, geopolitical topics that are really is going to impact their monetization on YouTube. You know, because YouTube is really striking on a lot of people. Because even that guy, the Nefertari Dessalines, he's been speaking a lot about geopolitics, and even recently I saw his video. He was like, man, they have demonetized his channel for just speaking mean about geopolitics, and Pan Africanism. They demonetized his channel, and he has like about like 23,000 followers or something on YouTube.
What about Phil Scott? Do you think his channel got demonetized? His platform was pretty big.
No, he's not demonetized. It's a commercial.
Man, he doesn't speak on big issues, man. He just speak on.
No, what are you talking about? Yeah, it's in this channel, the African Diaspora channel. They talk about a lot of geopolitics in Africa.
Yeah,
Of course.
Honey,
That's
not
how I
really
found out about
attacking-
the Wongo girl, the Ethiopian chick. She's
but
a
he's
part
not
of
really attacking the white power structure like that. No, he's really talking about what some Africans are talking about African Americans. Come on, man, what divisive channel? It's really divisive channel. You know, oh, look at what they said about this black American over there.
His channel is an embarrassment. You know, sitting around talking about dumb folks and Karens and all this kind of stupid shit. He talks divisive shit. He talks about all day. You know,
Maybe Scott, man. I mean, he's like Tariq Nasheed, if you ask me. I mean,
Phil got all these welfare mothers up there looking like trying to look like friggin' damn reporter.
At least, man, he did one thing. He went global, man. He employed a lot of continental Africans to do to talk a lot about news for him. You know, that's really surprising to me. You know, I see he employ a lot of people from the continent, from east west.
You know, I'm gonna use Kyla's favorite catchphrase. You know, he's a deadly clown. Phil Scott. That dude is a deadly clown, man.
Who?
Phil Scott. I mean, the guy is trying to promote black unity, be one. But the guy is married to a Mexican woman, and he claimed that he's Mexican white. He's half black. He's partially black. I don't buy in. I don't buy in.
No voice when
that's kind of crazy. But hey, the people that he employ on his channel, are they from the continent? Like, I know he has a couple of females.
All over. He got people from all over.
Yeah, you got people from all over.
Yeah, so at least he got that going for him. He's
Ethiopia,
employing people into his little media space. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, because if you listen to the accent, you can tell that they probably live over there. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably employed people that went to like
communication, journalism,
communication school of journalism or something like that.
Well, it basically look like they're friggin' journalists. When I took one course of journalism, let me get on. I'm an expert journalist, So
well, shit. At least he got that going for him. I'm not gonna criticize him for that, man. He got something going.
So. I mean, hey, Jai, man. The reason why I even joined is, Kala, she always complain about African, the diasporas don't have representative African. I'm like, man, you guys have it, man. Like, what are you talking about, Kala?
Bottom line, till I really see the real thing. Look, here's this thing where Dessalines guy was talking about Tariq trying to pivot towards pan-Africanism.
Back now, today's video is going to be a follow-up video to the one I dropped the other day entitled Ibrahim Traore reveals the truth. Black men walk alone until we win. And in that video, I was responding to another content creator, a white man who's a Muslim, and he referred to Ibrahim Traore as a Muslim leader instead of an African leader. And in that video, I was responding to the hypocrisy by saying that if Ibrahim Traore was a failure, they would refer to him as an African leader. But because he's successful, they want to attribute his greatness to something outside of him. In this case, his Muslim faith. But I gave various examples of other, prominent black men throughout history who've achieved great things, and they try to attribute their greatness to things outside of themselves. For example, we spoke about Thomas Sankara, how they attribute Thomas Sankara's greatness to the fact that, he was a Marxist. So it's because of Karl Marx, right? We also spoke about, for example, Nat Turner. They said, Nat Turner, he rebelled because of Christianity. He was reading the Bible, right? We also spoke about Toussaint Louverture. They tried to say that he was inspired by the French Enlightenment ideals of the 1700s, right? So when a black man is successful, they attribute his greatness to something outside of themselves. Everybody wants to ride the wave. But when a black man is a failure, he just an African failure. He just an African. That's it. You notice nobody tries to ride the wave. When he's a failure, he just an African. When he's successful, it's because of some outside influence. Now, in today's video, we're going to be talking about Tariq Nasheed, one of the most prominent enemies and detractors of pan-Africanism on social media today. And of course, I'm not surprised. Just like everybody else, just like all these newcomers, all these new booties, he wants to ride the wave. Oh, yeah, Burkina Faso, they're full of gold. We respect the African sovereignty. Like I said, man, when the black men do big things, everybody want to come out the woodworks like they always had love for you. Like I said, man, it's the story of the black man. Now, anyways, I'm going to get into the clips, and I'm going to react, coming in and out my commentary. Let's go.
And, Burkina Faso, they're setting to the Western powers, they're setting a dangerous example of black autonomy. So you see, when a black nation, when they succeed and when they expel a Western control mechanism and reclaim their resources, that inspires other people. See, that's what the Western powers are afraid of. They don't want them to inspire other African nations. Western powers, they fear a domino effect across Africa and then other oppressed people globally. See, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. See, because white supremacy, it requires, shout out to No Excuse Entertainment. White supremacy, it requires black subjugation. See, white supremacy can't tolerate independent, sovereign black leadership. See, they need black nations to be dependent, chaotic, and corrupt in order for them to maintain a racial.
Whoa, check this out. Now, the whole ADOS FBA movement is about black people finally submitting to white people and saying, I'm a foundational black American. That I'm an American, blah, blah, blah. I got it popping over here. See the hypocrisy of this? I knew that ADOS FBA was fake, that was going to fizzle out sooner or later. Now he's a pan-Africanist, basically, talking about black pride and black nationalism.
Racial hierarchy. So they've always been like that, the Western powers. And they want the gold. They want the gold over there. Burkina Faso holds vast amounts of gold.
All right, we back. Now, I just want to say, I'm glad the captain is getting, his admiration and his just due. But, man, it's crazy, man. We got the Arab supremacists coming out the woodwork. We got the Captain America Negroes coming out the woodwork, giving their 2 cents on African sovereignty. Man, like I said, man, it's been the Pan-Africanists in the trenches by ourselves for years. I don't know where all these new booties is coming from. But like I said, that's a story of the black man, right? When the black man on the come up, you by yourself, right? Nobody want to stand beside you. Nobody want to stand behind you, right? But when the black man winning, when the black man getting notoriety, when the black man getting his popularity, now all of a sudden everybody want to come out the woodwork. The Arab supremacists, the anti-Pan-Africanists, the black women that was divested. Everybody wants to come out and act like they love the black man. Really, this is like a live action case study of this phenomenon, right? Now everybody loved the black man. Now Tariq Nasheed acting like, oh yeah, Burkina Faso, oh yeah, the white supremacists. He hates when the black man is.
Yo, why is G saying this video's fake? Dude, how can it be fake? The dude's doing a video. Tariq did say that, and he was giving his commentary, Only Tariq lovers in my chat.
Search his sovereignty. Man, get out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. This man Tariq trying to do the reach back, right? He trying to do the reach back. Nah, we ain't accepting the reach back, big bro. Keep in mind, the captain himself, Captain Ibrahim Traore himself on multiple occasions has said that he is a Pan-Africanist. He believes and promotes the ideals of Pan-Africanism, a political ideology that on multiple occasions Tariq Nasheed has said is dead, a political ideology that Tariq Nasheed has made it publicly known that he stands in opposition to. He stands against it. But now all of a sudden, because the black man on top, now all of a sudden you trying to grab your pom-poms and play cheerleader. Bro, stay on that side, big bro. Stay on that side, man. Stay on that side with General Langley. Stay on that side with General Langley. You are the media version of General Langley. You and General Langley, that's your boy. That's your homeboy. So we over here with the Pan-Africanists. We on this side. Still over the fuck there with General Langley. I'm so sick and tired of the fraudulent behavior, bro. And I swear the black man got to deal with so many fake fraudulent faces as we go through life. So many fakes and frauds and phonies trying to act like they got love for the black man. When in reality, just the other day, you was talking big shit about the black man. You was talking crazy about the African man. Now all of a sudden, oh yeah, we support African sovereignty. Bro, I'm so sick and tired of the fraudulent behavior. But like I said, that's what you got to deal with as a black man. That's what you got to deal with. When you want to come up, nobody got love for you. You by yourself. You standing by yourself. Now, of course, the Pan-Africanists, we're going to have love for you. The Pan-Africanists, we love our people regardless, whether you up, whether you down. But I'm telling you, everybody else, they only come around when you up. Everybody else only come around when you up. And they want to act like they've been here from day one. And they always had love from day one. And they always been riding since day one. Now, keep in mind, on my channel, I've been talking about General Langley for over 2 years, right? I've been talking about the captain for going on 3 years. And for my day one subscribers, you already know, 2 years ago, I made a video directly calling out Tariq Nasheed. I said, how come Tariq Nasheed never talks about this guy, this bald head dude in the U.S. military, General Langley? How come he never talks about General Langley, right? I've been talking about that. While Tariq was sitting up having arguments and debates with Nigerian cab drivers, we've been over here having intelligent conversations. And that's why my channel has grown as fast as it's grown, because I'm in a lane of my own. None of y'all are having the level of conversations that we are having on this channel over here. And on top of that, I'm going to tell Tariq the same thing I told Dennis Sperling yesterday. Bro, you was already here. You never came from Africa. You was already here, right? So you don't need to put on this fake fraudulent act as if you don't stand with General Langley. Bro, please, you was already here, right? You don't got no connection to Africa, right? So don't try to act like, oh, yeah, man, the African sovereignty, the Burkina Faso, they have a lot of gold over there. Bro, sit down, continue having your debates with,
Yeah, which was no. I mean, Tariq clearly said he was already here. He didn't come from Africa. Now he's basically a pan-Africanist again. Yo, this is just too much for me, you know. But anybody
Yeah.
can collect $2 million and give you a raggedy ass fucking music thing.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised though for Tariq to support Ibrahim Traore, man. I was kind of surprised. I'm like, man, that was really.
He knows that his whole FBA stuff facade is fading. That's dying, you know. You know,
Oh, you think so? I mean, a lot of his followers expected him to criticize FB.
You know, the Senegalese hairdressers and things like that.
A lot of his followers, you know, these are people that are just fanboys. You know, they ain't got no real ideology, so they feel somebody's cool, and they actually think Tariq is cool. Tariq's a fucking clown, man. You know. So basically, I saw that when Brandon was going up against him. I was like, this dude's a fucking clown, man. You know. I mean, he's funny. You know, his stuff is funny. He's hilarious. He's talented.
Well, I'm not really that surprised because wasn't Tariq Nasheed wasn't he a Pan-Africanist at one point before he transitioned
he was into
like
the more. He was whatever. Basically, he was a grifter. Whatever.
No, I'll say one thing though. I'll say one thing though. He's always against white supremacy. So he can tell like, man, that guy.
You be against white supremacy, and when you did your hidden colors, all your friggin'
because Tariq was saying that Langley is just a puppet for the. He's just a worker for the.
No. The bottom line is this: it's not even about Langley. It's about the fact that what he should have did was, like I said, I'm conflicted. I'll say it like this, but Tariq really is conflicted because he has a real allegiance to America, and stuff like that. But this is how stupid, like I said, that's why I did this show topic today, or who is actually American, right? Now, Tariq comes out and he always says we're a foundational Black American, right? That means he's saying he's American.
That's a good way to look at it, Kung Fu Fanta.
He said, that's why I did the show. He said he's a foundational Black American, right? That means he's riding with Langley, he's riding with you white supremacy. And he's what America is all about white supremacy, white domination, America was built on white supremacy. So when you say I'm an American, you're saying I'm a Black man who's down with white supremacy, basically, And so now basically he's like, man, but I can't say that because, people, I'm going to be found out. So he's trying to pivot to what's popping, which is Ibrahim Traore, So he's conflicted. He would love for Ibrahim Traore.
I think he probably seen that now, because anybody that speaks about Ibrahim Traore get over like 100,000 views, man. Even in Ghana, man, like the average journalist, man, when they speak about Ibrahim, they get like 300K, 400K, 1,000
he's
views.
the hottest thing right now. I say the man's hot right now. He's hot. He's hot. He's on fire.
Do you think like the Russians are kind of playing some tactics to it? Man?
No, I just think people.
Like,
look, he did what I've been saying for years. All Africans have to do is do it. Everything we talk about the BIO, land infrastructure, nationhood is all you need. He did the same exact thing. He must have read the BIO.
I agree, Zongo. I think the Russian propaganda machine is also supporting Ibrahim Traore, which I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, but the thing
I think
also check us out.
There's so many AI videos.
Here's the thing, though. If
I'm talking about people with not the AI, I'm talking about the regular videos.
Hold up, let me say this. If you're under the old colonial system, right, which we Europeans or somebody else do all the mining, distributing, financing, everything like that, and everything taking a mirror out and giving you like that, even the Russians couldn't have helped you. But what he did was say, look, we're going to form our own Burkina Faso gold company. We're going to, from A to Z, we're going to learn how to do this gold, from distributing, making gold bullion, to refinery, everything like that. The Russians could come in and be a partner. As long as you had the old colonial system, it would not work. So don't give the Russians too much credit. It's him.
No. I mean, St. James, I'm not hating, man. I'm not hating. I'm just.
Can I say something, Colin?
Yeah, go ahead.
That video is fake. It's 100% fake. I thought it was real, but then when I zoomed into the face and everything, it's fake. It's AI.
Is AI generated?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's because he speaks French, man. So the AI is proving to be very helpful.
So you say, hold on, watch the video. You're saying Tariq is not actually saying. It sounds like his voice, honey.
No, go back.
Let us Black men over here have an intelligent conversation.
Go back to what?
Go back to the video.
Go back to when Tariq Nasheed was speaking.
It's fake.
No. If you go to his main channel, Tariq spoken good about Traore, man. Go to
right?
Tariq's main
When the
channel,
black man on the come up, you by yourself, right? Nobody want to.
Burkina Faso holds vast amounts of gold.
All right, we back.
Hold on.
Now,
Okay,
man. He did a show.
I just want to say, you know, I'm glad the captain is getting.
Tariq's show, man. Go to Tariq's main channel. You see,
recording high quality content, editing like a pro,
and streaming like a
star. Oh, so you saying that it's legit? Zongo
about General Langley for over 2 years, right? Here today, and of course, I'm not surprised. Just like everybody else, failure, they would refer to him as an African leader, and they try to attribute their greatness to the fact that
go to Tariq's channel, man. Go to election. You see that over there.
Just like all these newcomers.
Go to Tariq's channel, Tariq Radio. You'll see
it. Radio?
Yeah.
Talking about General Langley for over 2 years.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, you see it over there.
Yeah, I don't think it's fake.
He did a whole show on Traore, man.
No, that video that's on his channel, it's definitely he's using some type of AI. It's not natural at all. If you zoom in and
he kind of forwarded the voice because he was just gonna take more time. You go. I had to cross check that shit when I saw this on Lynn's channel.
All right, hold up.
And I was surprised, man, to hear Tariq's take. I'm like, wait, what? Is that what he said? So I had to go to his channel to check it out and see.
See, he has a video over here. Who's more Dave Sambos or Tethers?
No, go to his live streams.
What's the purpose of freaking
yeah, but you know what, Zongo? I'm not really that surprised, bro. Like, I don't think that he's joining Pan-Africanism or trying to rekindle some Pan-Africanist spirit, but
okay,
I think he can acknowledge.
Hold on. Here's the video right here. Okay. Here's the video right here.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, play. Okay, what's up? It's not playing. Oh,
that video looks like it's an hour long, so you gotta have
to. Ladies and gentlemen,
you gotta skip it a little forward. You know,
I am also see what it says in the
intro. We'll be good to go. Hold on.
Read the transcript.
One more social
Just
media.
Read the transcript.
Oh, wait a minute. YouTube shit, you know.
If you have not gotten your root work deodorant, you get the legendary root work deodorant right here.
Yeah, French say go to the 19th minute. French say go to the 19th minute.
Ladies and gentlemen.
19th minute.
Let me throw one more social media joint up here, then we'll be good to go.
That man is a snake oil salesman, man.
See, white supremacy. White supremacy, it requires, shout out to No Excuse Entertainment.
He had the American flag on his arm.
You know, white supremacy, it requires black
segregation. He had the American flag. I mean, what
white
the hell
supremacy
are you
can't
about?
tolerate independent, sovereign black leadership.
Yeah,
so they need black
clown,
nations to be independent, chaotic, and corrupt in order for them to maintain a racial hierarchy. So they've always been like that, the Western powers. And they want the gold. They want the gold over there. Burkina Faso holds vast amounts of gold, so they're trying to say Langley is doing something janky with the gold. So again, kicking the French out, that threatens a lot of the Western powers' economic interest. And history has shown Western powers, they'll destabilize any black nation that tries to control its own wealth. Like Patrice Lumumba, just so many people. The list goes on and on.
Man, he sounds like a Pan-African right now. He's hard to believe that shit, though.
Security threat. See, in white supremacist system, see, black liberation, it's viewed as not justice, but as an instability. How you be
black liberation and your foundation
the West
to America?
Any type of African or any black self-determination the same way they treated the Black Panthers, Nat Turner, something that needed to be crushed and suppressed.
He's backpedaling so hard. You see this?
You see. So listen, the West, they try to use that whole democracy thing as a weapon. And that's not a good look because there's not real democracy over here as we see. This is why there's a pushback. See, when people around the world see what the US is doing, well, the white supremacist powers that be, what they're doing here, and true democracy is not being practiced, it's hard for them to go around the world wagging their finger about democracy because people are pushing back against the hypocrisy of that. You see? And we got to understand something. This isn't just the U.S. This is really NATO. This is the whole NATO thing. You understand? This is NATO, and the Western powers, they all clicked in with NATO. So, no. We're gonna talk real. We're gonna talk real here. So you stand with Langley. Some people are saying they stand with Langley. Langley's a puppet.
Oh my God!
Langley's a puppet. Langley ain't really doing nothing for us. He's Langley is doing the bidding of NATO. All right. Langley's doing the bidding of NATO, and Western powers, like I said, they use chaos as a control mechanism. If they can't own you, they'll destabilize you. So, they'll do the economic sabotage, proxy violence, the whole 9 yards. You see? So just understand, Langley is a proxy. He's not the architect. Even when he was doing that speech, that's not him talking. No, that's not Langley talking. Langley's just doing their bidding. Langley is reading a damn script, and he's the black face. He's the military Obama.
Oh man, Honeyflower, it's not an AI, man. He just forwarded.
No, the last video was AI. The last video was.
Here's the thing: a
this
lot
is
of
what they
people
did.
are
They cloned his
using
image
that
and
as
then
an
they
opportunity.
synced up
So,
the
what are
words.
you FBA?
But this
Yeah,
one is real.
the thumbnail was a clone image, right?
This one is real.
Right.
He just forwarded the voice, man. Come on, man.
Look, Congo, you're missing
You
the point.
just dumb girl.
There.
Come on.
To really
Listen,
step up and
You
handle
dumb
your
girl,
candle.
Honeyflower.
Because look,
No,
foundational Black Americans,
will
we
believe
you
involved
guys,
help
real.
movements
hold
over
on.
in Africa. I mean, damn,
Save it for
what
a
more
while.
can we do? We've done enough.
Save for a minute.
Yeah. And listen, y'all need to go holler at the NATO operatives. See, this is your chance to really stand on business for yourself over there.
See, no, it's
This is your shine. This is your time to shine.
He's saying it's not the American government. He's a coon. It's NATO, and it's a beef between NATO and Africa. It has nothing to do with us foundational Black Americans. That's what he's saying. So he just pivoted because God forbid if he basically used his platform to say anything about the American government directly, he thinks they're going to come after him. This is what he's doing. He's basically saying, Dale said, to show that he, even though he's sound like he's empathetic to Traore, he's also throwing Africans on the bus by saying that y'all got to step it up and do more to protest. He says not our problem, about Langley because
he
just
responds NATO. Yeah,
we see what he's doing. So let me go ahead, Honeyflower. What you were saying?
No, I was saying like the last video was definitely him, a clone of him, is an AI cloned avatar of him, and then it was his
come
words.
on, Honeyflower.
But this one is real. Like this is
Honeyflower, the thumbnail, the thumbnail was an AI, right?
No, that whole video. No,
wait,
that
let me
video
finish.
was AI.
Can you allow me, please? The thumbnail was AI, but actually, what he played, he just forwarded the voice. He just fast tracked the voice. That's why you were able. Come on, man. Carter can just do it right now. He can just fast track the voice. It's gonna sound like that for the purpose of this.
St. James says he doesn't know U.S. is part. Yeah, U.S. is a part of NATO. So what he's trying to do is distance NATO from U.S.
No,
so
he doesn't want to blame just U.S. alone.
Anyways,
He
it doesn't matter
the
if that
whole
last video was AI or not. We clearly see what he's saying and how he's flip flopping.
Right.
So
all right, let me get the
keep quiet, Honeyflower. You just dumb girl, man.
Not true African Elvis.
Man, why you being
I'm
rude
sorry.
to her?
What did he say? I'm just.
You're let's be respect.
Wait, what did he
Why you
say?
being rude to her,
Hold
Uncle?
on. What did he say?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
again.
about it, Honeyflower. Don't worry about it, Honeyflower.
Shut up.
No, what did he say? Say it again.
I say you're a dumb
Don't
girl.
worry about it. Don't worry about it, Honeyflower.
Hey,
Okay,
don't diss the females on the show, Django.
Because don't get me started on you. Do you want me to open my mouth about you failure African men? No, you don't. So shut the hell up.
Honeyflower, relax, baby girl. Relax.
Honeyflower is a digressor, bro.
Don't
She's
go.
with
Don't
the
get sticky,
Feel her
brother.
young beauty like that, that's.
She's
all right,
with the white.
Elvis, go on.
Man, this girl, we gotta check. We gotta put him on check, man.
Probably dislike her because she's racially ambiguous.
No, she
He's
makes
never
sense.
seen what I look like, actually. And I'm actually intelligent. That's why Kala likes me. It's not just because I'm
Go ahead.
racial and biggest. He's
No,
never
because you hate
actually seen
Africans.
me.
Because you talk shit about African men. You say you
Yeah.
know African men,
Because you
which
guys
tells
won't
us
build
that
your
you date
countries.
outside of your race. Stop
You
saying you guys.
won't build
You're
your
an African woman.
Wow, here
country.
come
You're an
Elvis.
African
You
woman.
won't build your country. You like to run
All right,
away.
Yeah,
all right.
that's
Let's
why
get
you
back
ran
to
Yo,
away.
yo.
yo,
Let's get
Your
back.
Kala, can
country is
we
the
Let's get
watch
back
shittiest
the
to
country
video,
right now on the
please,
topic.
bro?
continent. What are you
Okay,
talking
Kala,
about?
well,
Can we
yo,
watch the
yo,
don't call
video?
yo,
me names.
Honeyflower.
Let's
Don't
watch the
start
These
video,
guys
running.
are
please.
never
Like,
gonna go back to
ladies and
Africa, and
gentlemen,
then you're
please be
gonna build
quiet.
a
Let's watch the
They're
country.
video.
not.
Tell
They're
that.
not. They're
Man,
They're
just a
not.
you
So
laughing
okay,
are
Elvis,
you
what's
stock.
trying
on
to
your
tell me
mind,
about
Elvis?
Africa? Or she
They
try
are a
try to
laughing
distance herself
stock.
from Africa. You guys, she never say we. She always say you guys. I said she's not an African.
Yeah,
That's what
I
exactly,
that's
am an
man.
African.
She
okay.
says she's
It's
not
the
an
we
African
because you're
man.
She's a
African.
troll, man.
Oh,
She's a
that's the
troll.
African. Look, it's the African man's
Look,
responsibility to build Africa.
African goddess is
It
doing
is.
great things on the continent. She's an African woman. She's on the continent. What are
Yeah,
you
but
doing?
the bottom line, you
Laying
got to
under
know
some white
she's doing in
guy and
Nigeria.
What
talking
are
shit
the
about
Wait,
great
black
Elvis,
people,
African
and
things?
you
goddess,
just doing
where's
something?
she from, though?
What are
Where's
the
the African
great
goddess
things?
from?
I mean, some are,
Oh,
but
one of the
most of you
great
aren't.
things. One of the
Some
great things.
are.
Ask
Not
African
African
all.
goddess.
goddess,
She'll
where
tell
you
you the
from?
great things that she's doing on the continent. Yeah, I mean, I
Some
hate to say
are.
it, you're
Not
just some bare
all.
wench who wants to sit under the white
Oh,
man
Yeah,
man,
yo,
you a
and talk
girl.
shit about
Elvis,
black
Anyways,
Elvis,
men.
Elvis,
you know
Elvis,
how easy it is to get a
Elvis.
white
That's the
man?
last
Oh my
time.
God,
Don't
I
say
can
that,
get a
bro.
white man in my
Go ahead and make
sleep.
your
Look,
point, man.
Kyle, you let her sit here and disrespect
No,
African men,
look,
and
Elvis,
you
Elvis.
stand for that
That's
shit.
Oh, man,
that's her
man, Kyle,
opinion.
man, you gotta allow
Yo,
others to
she's not
express themselves,
attacking. Yo,
man.
she's not attacking you personally.
No, she's attacking African men. Will you sit on the platform on Donna's platform and let somebody attack
Elvis,
African
Elvis,
American men?
Elvis, Elvis. I deal with people who attack Black America all the time. You
Man,
said
Kyle, man, we know who you are,
At
man.
the
You,
end of the
you're
day,
all
she's a
hold on.
woman. Like,
I
she
did
want
a
a woman
video
job,
today.
man. Like, women win their
A
mouth.
video I did
So
the other day
let
with
her
that
be.
African
Let
woman.
her be like what
You
what
men
she
run
got
your
That
to
mouth
do.
was
too.
going
That's
off
all
for
you were
African
doing the whole
Americans.
time
Why
was
is it
running your
okay?
mouth.
oh,
We
okay,
didn't
Saying
African
crazy
goddess, I
shit.
got you.
You guys act like you guys are above criticism.
You
You
call
know.
me a dumb girl. You started it. You got me hot. So that's your fault. You should have shut your mouth.
Yeah, there you go. You see that? That's how
Man,
she talks.
Zango is the one who called you a
Yeah,
dumb girl, and
You
he
give
stand
her
on that,
free
man.
reign, and she feel protected under you,
Zango
Kyler.
stand on that, man.
I
Because
And
he
you're
am.
not
said
gonna
something like,
pushback
I
oh,
because
am
you like the
Yeah,
white
let's
man
get
that
back
you
to
protected.
the
protect.
video or something.
Everybody forget about it. Forget about it. Elvis. What
let's
is
let,
what?
I
let's
don't.
forget about it
Don't
and play the
stop
video,
trying to
man.
create a problem between me and Kala. Me and Kala have no problems. We see eye to eye.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's
I
switch the
feel like
topic, bro. Let's
she has a
expand.
all right.
but she has a
We
right
get
We
it,
don't
baby
see eye
girl.
to
See,
eye.
she
Color,
has a right
just
to
play the
man,
video,
man,
man. Come
you
on,
gotta
man.
allow Elvis to
Blah blah
express
blah blah blah
himself,
blah
you
blah.
know.
Blah.
Come
That's
on,
all I
guys,
hear
man.
when
Let
African men
us
talk.
speak his
Blah blah blah
mind,
blah blah
man.
blah.
Don't
It never
control
makes
what
all
sense.
Elvis
right,
has to say.
all
Of
right,
course.
everybody chill. Elvis. The topic.
Everybody
What do
chill,
you think
stay
about
quiet,
that?
and let's play the video, please.
Don't call me dumb anymore. And I'm not a little girl. Okay. I have a very youthful voice, but I'm not a little girl. I'm a 30-year-old woman.
Okay,
I mean,
we respect that.
I don't know, Flau.
you take my comment personally? Oh man, it was really
No,
hurtful.
it's
I
just
didn't know you.
late. I'm a little sick, and you just, I don't know, you just rambling out the mouth. So I just have to check you real quick.
Oh, Kyle, you gonna allow her to speak to me that way, Kyle,
She
man?
knows
Hey, when
knows she
I
was in
come at you
Sudan.
now,
She knows she was in
you as
Sudan.
all
Those
Let's play
half
the
God,
Arab
video.
guys
Arab
would have slapped
God.
her upside of her face.
What exactly she saying?
Arab
Hey man,
She
guy.
knows you
Oh
like
my
that.
God.
when we
Arab
come
Oh
from
my
guy. Are you
God,
scared
Africa,
of
man,
man.
you're not
Arab
talking. You
men?
shut up,
The
man. You shut
half
it.
the
Man. You
half
stay
Scared of
quiet,
Arab
Arab,
man.
men?
Keep
the
it quiet.
Sudanese,
Look,
the half
man, I'm
Arab.
telling
I'm
you.
not half Arab.
Look, I'm about to go to bed, man. You guys, look, I want to say, let's have a decorum. Elvis, the topic tonight are who is actually American, if you listen to the show, you heard what I had to say. I'm going back and forth with Chukwo. What say you?
Elvis, what do you
Okay,
think about
Kyle.
the Tariq Nasheed video? So I want to hear
Yeah,
that.
I gave my opinion on it, but Kyle, I will tell you. I know you don't get along, which is fine. But if you are somebody that's going to entertain disrespect to African men,
Don't
Don't listen to them crying,
look, check
Tyler.
this out.
That's all they
That's
do is
not disrespect
cry.
to African men. She's an
Tyler, we
African
heard this
woman.
lady talking her nonsense.
They
They don't want to build.
Elvis, let
They
me say
want to
this, right?
feed. And you didn't say nothing back to her.
Elvis, let me say this, right? Now, I basically like this. My personal opinion is this, right? I always wanted to ask the question, right? Why basically are the African man not building Africa, right? That's a fair question, right?
$1
And I'm saying like so now,
question.
just for me as a Pan-Africanist, you could dismiss me, or just stay in America. You're American, you're not African, Colin, whatever, like that. But I'm saying to myself, at some point in time, like I said, the African woman and the African youth right? They're probably sitting on sailing across the dangerous waters to get to Europe. And I feel sorry for them African boys because there's nothing in their African homeland. So, don't think that's, let's say your feelings may be hurt, but don't you think that's a legitimate thing for the people to say the men?
I agree.
But
I agree with you, right? It's a legitimate thing. Then let me speak to her. Don't try to protect her. Let me speak to her. All right. Don't try
so
to come in and say
scared. Oh my
anything.
god, I'm so
I
scared.
don't say that. I'm saying, go ahead.
All right, let me speak freely.
And
Like
if
I
you
was
call the
saying,
smoke, man, you got to
if
stand on
you was
business.
in dusty ass Sudan with the half Arabs, and she twitched her mouth without wearing a hijab on her head and talk crazy, they would smack her outside of her mouth, and she knows that.
Man, where she
But
come
she
from?
told us,
When men talk, man, she got to sit in
You're
the
just
back seat.
dissing your
us
own
her
African
family
cultures.
fled Sudan. She's talking about people fleeing Africa, but she told us on the
Yeah,
platform
man,
tonight that her
don't do
family
that. Come
fled
on, man.
Sudan, and that
Why
Sudan
don't
is
you
a
go
failed
build
country.
Liberia instead of yapping your mouth?
I hear
Go
you,
build your
sister,
country.
but
Stop
you
yapping
just
your
confessed that your
mouth.
family also fled. So don't be a hypocrite.
She said she fled.
If you was
She
in
admitted that.
Sudan and your family was there building, then hey, you got one up on me. But your family fled just like my family fled.
You're just a
And you
coward
even admitted
African
that your
man.
country is a
You're
failed
just a
state.
coward African man yapping your
Your
mouth. That's all
family
y'all
are
know how to
cowards. Your uncle,
yap, yap, yap.
your
Yap
brothers,
your
your
mouth.
father, they all fled Sudan.
Oh,
Didn't
this
they?
is
They all
No,
fled.
we didn't
Didn't they
flee
flee
Sudan,
Sudan with
actually.
look.
you?
Let's
They
have
all
some decorum.
fled.
Look,
We didn't
people.
fly.
So
We
your
Let's
actually
figure
Sudanese
out.
fled.
brothers, your
Let's
uncles,
figure
they're
out
all
how we can
cowards
have. Look,
too.
let's
Ethiopia.
So
figure
what are
out.
you talking
Genius.
about? Don't be a
Let's
hypocrite.
say.
I
Let's
was
say
born in Ethiopia.
we're all
Genius.
in a bad situation. We can admit that we're bad. We're all living in a white country. All of us. Nobody's more entitled to be here than anybody else. We're all living in a white country and whatnot, and we're just
Look
trying
at
to
these men in the comments. These bitches hear what Tariq says and just copies. I think they're African men who know that they live in shit, they have a shithole country and they don't want to build anything, and they just want to chat on YouTube, live in the white man's country, and then just pretend like they don't
Sudan is a big
see the
shithole right now.
disparity. Yeah,
Your
I
uncle and
know.
your daddy and your brothers, they all
I
fled. And they
know.
in there fighting.
Where is she
Aren't
from?
you
She
the
from South
wait?
Sudan or
Isn't
North
he
Sudan?
okay? Isn't he the
He's
one
from
that
Sudan.
told?
She said
Wait, Elvis,
Sudan is
aren't
a
you the
shithole
one?
country and that all
Elvis,
her family
aren't you the
fled
one?
Sudan.
Elvis,
Yeah,
aren't
she
you
That's
the
said
what she
one
she's
that
said
mixed
told
with
tonight.
me?
she's Sudanese, half Sudanese and half
Half
another
Elvis,
Egyptian.
country.
aren't you the one that told me to
She's
go
Ethiopian and
build Africa
Sudanese.
Oh,
as a
Egyptian,
woman?
She's
no,
not
God.
Arab.
Hold
I'm not
on, let me
Yeah,
Arab.
hear
but
let me
where
hear
she
what she
come
said. He
from,
said,
when men
am
speak,
I
you
not
gotta
the one
keep
that
quiet
told
and
you
sit in
what?
the back seat, you know?
Aren't you the one that told me to go back to Africa and build it as a woman? You're a whole ass man that told me to do that.
Look, women have the part to play. If you think you're
You're
some kind of
feminine.
no. That's the
Feminine.
bullshit that these women does. Real
Elvis,
African women that we
Elvis,
know,
can we
they
can
have
we
a
get
part
back
Don't
to
on
play
start
in
topic,
our
with me.
Elvis?
society.
Elvis,
Facts. Let's get
Men
back
have
to
a
the
dirty
topic,
part to play, and
man.
the women have
yeah,
a
that's
dirty part to
that's what
play.
Elvis,
I've
I
been
want to get
trying
Because
to
back
you
to the
say,
would
topic.
man, for
don't
Men
make
do
me
not
hours,
get
have
man.
that
Get
moral
back
petty.
on topic.
responsibility.
I mean, you
Don't
can
We
make
talk
me
will
about
get
that
never
petty.
on
I'm
win
platform because
actually
he
an
really
argument
wanted
for
to
women.
I'm
speak to
not
her.
that type of woman either. I'd like to speak
Fellas, we will
intellectually,
never
but you
win an
wanna
argument
you
for women.
Oh
because
So
man,
let's
he
Frankie,
wants to
man,
get
don't do
all
this
leave
shit,
Look,
it
petty
man.
and
I'm
alone.
not. You
Let's
know me. I
let's
can
leave
be
our
petty when I
sister
want to,
alone.
you're
and I'm being
feminine,
petty
dude.
on her
Frankie,
tonight
don't do
because
this shit,
why?
man.
She
If
You're
you say
admitted that
that,
her family
feminine.
I'm
fled.
coming to London
She
for your
admitted
You're
ass.
that she comes from a field
feminine.
country, but then she wants to
You're
come and talk shit.
feminine.
Yo,
Whatever
Elvis,
you
let's move
say,
forward,
You're
man.
you
Let's
are
let's
man
not
feminine.
take
with,
her word seriously,
and you
brother.
know
Come
you
on,
wouldn't
man.
dare twist your mouth to your uncles and your brother because they will
Elvis,
slap you and they'll
Elvis,
probably honor
Elvis,
kill
I
you
will
Elvis,
twist
for
my
Elvis.
being
mouth to
disrespectful to
them.
them.
Yo,
That's the culture that
Elvis,
you
If
we
come
it's
know
from.
that
true.
already. We know that she would have
Yeah,
never
let's
No,
move
done
Tyler,
it.
no,
drop
you're
the
forward,
not.
link, man.
man.
She's not
Tyler,
living in her
drop the
country
Blah
link,
anymore,
blah
man.
Tell
man.
her
She's
she's
blah.
no
living in
longer
the
Everyone
relevant.
West.
on the
You have
platform,
to tell
drop
her
the
who
link.
she is. If you know
Different
it, tell her who she is. Let her
shitholes,
know her culture.
countries.
But
It's your
Elvis,
If
she
culture,
knows
dude.
better not
Arab
to say
will
that.
beat you to
So this,
death
therefore, she's
if you
saying that to
disrespect
us
their
because she's
honor. You
living in the
know that.
West.
You know
In the
that.
West, women are
Oh,
very
an
protected.
African man
She
threatened
knows.
me with violence. How surprising. You guys
No,
are so
no, I didn't say
primitive.
that. I said you're half Arab brothers. The Sudanese brother
I'm not
will
half
beat you to
Arab.
death if you disrespect their
She's not
honor.
even half Arab, bro. She's not half Arab.
She's Sudanese, brother. That's their culture.
No, but her people come from the Darfur
You're
region. The people that's
pathetic.
being
You're
That's
that's
where she
being
pathetic.
come from.
attacked.
She said she
You
fled.
are
She said all her
pathetic.
brothers, all her uncles, they fled
Elvis,
Sudan.
let her
She
go.
come in
Yeah,
there.
Let her
but
go.
the
Let
part
her
of her
go,
family
Elvis.
that's
Hey,
from
Tyler,
Sudan is the
they
Nile
don't want to
Sahara.
do
They're
this.
black
You know,
African
they're like
people.
this. But she herself is
Hey,
an
Tyler, can you
African
drop the
who
link,
fled.
Tyler? Can you drop the
Don't be a
link?
hypocrite.
Did Kala
Want
sleep?
us to
Kala,
join?
I come to the show to listen to your intellectual, wonderful
Oh
discussions, not
man,
to
come on,
argue with
man. Don't
Kala,
do that,
just
man.
make a
Don't do
video,
that,
backward
man.
man.
Come
thinking
on, man.
primitive
Ignore our sister,
Hey,
man.
hey, Kyle,
Because like,
man. Hey,
Okay,
Kyle,
look,
man.
look. I'll tell you right now. Anybody, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat room.
All
Anybody
right, Kyle, I'm gonna drop off, man.
I don't
I just want her to
look,
know
I
who
don't
she is.
disrespect
But I'm
men
gonna
that
drop
don't
off, Kyle.
No,
disrespect women.
I wanted to hear your perspective on the Tariq
No,
Nasheed.
Elvis, stay on, man, because Jonathan
Nah,
wanna
bro.
work.
I mean, I've done a lot of talking
Wait,
over the last
so
couple of
Elvis, you
days.
came
I
in
ain't
here
got
just to
time.
attack her? That's kind of
Yeah,
Well, I
because
crazy.
he's
came in
Yeah,
here
man.
feminine.
because
Elvis,
He's
man,
people
got
why
were
he
why
he's
why you
got a
getting
bad
offended,
women.
man?
he's got
Come
a
on,
She
bro.
would
Stay
female
dare
here.
tell that to her
spirit.
Sudanese brother because they would beat her
He got
ass.
a female
That's all.
spirit.
Bye bye.
Bye,
Elvis, we
feminine
know that
man.
already. Why you keep repeating the same stuff that we've
He's
been
very
knowing? Come on,
feminine. He's
bro.
very feisty. He's very spicy.
I mean, you can tell. I mean, you guys met on other platform. You guys, do you argue on other platform, Honey
My
Flower?
thing is, why do you African men always threaten violence? It's so freaking primitive. Like, oh, we would in Africa, we would slap you. Like, it's so primitive. Like, use your intellect. Like, learn to dialogue, discuss the topic at hand. You just violence. You have short fuses. Like, come on, evolve, please.
Yes, yes, I agree with you 100%, my sister. Now, Kala, can you please continue playing the video?
Okay, I'm gonna drop down.
Don't drop that, man. They're waiting for you, man. People want to come for you, man. Honey Flower, stay on the panel.
No, I don't want to stay.
Man, you gotta look. Hey,
I feel like
when
why would I stay in
African
a
men talk,
you
you gotta
started it
listen,
first.
Look,
You're the
man.
look.
one
All
that called
right,
me
all right.
dumb. You
Everybody
started it
leave
first.
Honey Flower alone. She's up here. She's the only female up here, man. I don't tolerate that stuff. Let me see. All right,
I'm being attacked by so many men, like in the comment section. I'm seeing new accounts I've never seen before, just to attack me.
But Honey Flower, your energy. Don't you think your energy
My sister,
attracts the
forget the
response
comment
to
section.
from
Forget the
people?
comment section, okay?
My
all like I
energy.
said
What's wrong
earlier
with
in the
my
show,
energy?
right? If we was able to
It's the
have if there
energy,
was
Honey
data
Flower.
in
The
Africa,
energy.
and check us out, if everyone was in Africa, young people were able to get on a platform like this, they'd be saying much shit much worse. You know?
Yeah, you see those TikToks, how they be like Nigerians be talking about their own country. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
yeah, it'll be much worse. Trust me. You know.
It just hurts when it's somebody that's, I guess, different from you or whatever. They think I'm some type of Arab. No, I'm an African. I'm a dark skinned woman. Like, what the heck? It's just I don't know. African
And
people
I
are
can
just
verify that. I
tiring.
can verify that. But yo, anybody in the comment section who's attacking her and disrespecting her, you're gonna get blocked. So just don't do it.
Anyways, I don't even care. They can say whatever they want. They're
Oh man,
irrelevant
come on, guys,
people.
man, come on, man.
I'ma always say what I feel.
Stop
They're
trying to
not gonna
defend her,
stop
man. Let her be
me.
on her own.
But you call me dumb or something like that, don't get mad when I defend myself. I'm a human being. I have the right to defend myself. Are you kidding me? You call me dumb, I'm gonna call you names back.
Yeah, I didn't tell you not to defend yourself. I didn't tell you that.
Don't be surprised when I do.
It's on
And
go,
don't take
brother.
me out of my
Let's not
femininity. You
argue
got me
back,
acting
man.
hard as
Yo,
fuck.
Carla, let's get back to the topic, bro.
Anyways, I'm
Yeah,
over
yeah,
it.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Let's
close
back
up.
to
Honey
the
Flower,
topic,
have a good
man. Let's
night.
not argue.
Let's get back
So
to
let's
the
get back to
topic.
the
Let's back
topic.
to the topic.
Yeah, I'm really
The topic
emotional,
of
man.
tonight is
Yeah, we
who is
respect you,
actually
Honey Flower.
American or
Okay.
not. Now, this is a conundrum we find ourselves in because there's a lot of people who, for the last 5 months, have been claiming themselves to be pro-American, foundation. I'm an American. Right? There's a lot that goes to that. You know, part of being American is adopting America's foreign policy. You know, their outlook on the world. You know, their worldview. You know, it's an American worldview. This idea of American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism means if we bomb you and blow your city up, we do it for your own good. You know, that's what the American exceptionalism is all about. You know, so I don't know who these people are getting on, but I'm letting you guys on. Okay, if anybody want to talk, go ahead. You know, be respectful. You know, just
Don't mention Honey Flower, man. Just mention the topic, bro. Cause this is getting childish.
sure it's on.
I've been on her like twice, bro. I ain't new.
Yeah. All right, we got
Oh,
Frenchie on.
is that Principe? Oh,
All right, everybody talk because I want Frenchie on. I'm gonna drop her right now.
Principe. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Principe or Principe?
I call it Princess.
Principe. It's principe.
Oh, Principe. Oh, okay.
I call it
Yeah.
Princess. You know, Princess of P. You know,
Penelope.
Princess P.
Man, listen, man. Yo, cara, man. Leave my young Haitian brother alone, man. Come on, man. Take
I
it
like
easy on
Princess
him.
B. He always keeps sending me messages every day, man.
Man, he keeps your YouTube videos active. You know, that's
Hey,
good.
so what, the newcomers that just came on the panel, what y'all got to say about the topic?
I was trying to help dude play the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, play the video a little bit. Carla, thanks for having me on the panel here. I go by.
Yeah, this is your time to shine over there, ladies.
All right, go ahead. What'd you say? Introduce yourself.
Yeah, what you go by?
I go by E Smooth the God. My name's Emmanuel from Minneapolis.
Okay.
All right,
My
salute.
people come from Liberia. I'm born right here. I was born in New York. Moved to Minneapolis in the 80s. But I'll go ahead with the video.
What's the last time you've been in Liberia?
My first time in Liberia was 6 years ago.
Okay, what's the last time you've been there?
Haven't been back since, but I've been all through West
I
Africa.
go like every year. I go to Liberia every year.
Oh yeah, so I'm going to be doing that myself. Got some plans in the work here.
Well, why don't you go? Well, we're doing a tour next year in February. You know, we're doing a tour. We got a pretty good group going.
Yeah, drop your email in the back chat for him. He can tap in with you.
Email's up on the top of the screen.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you see it.
You want to go on tour with us? It'd probably be cheaper. You know something? I went on, when I was on Bamine's tour last year. I did more in 7 days than I did when I stayed there for a whole month. Now this time, I'm supposed to doing it for 10. It's gonna be a 10-day tour. You know, and this place our itinerary we got is incredible. So you're gonna be staying in 4 different hotels. You know, food, everything, airfare, everything's included. You know, so if you want to. So basically, if you want to roll with us in February, let us know.
Do you know what part of Liberia that your peoples are from?
Yeah.
My dad is from Lofa County. My mom from Maserado County.
Is your mom Congo people or?
My mom is half Congo and Lama. My dad is Bele.
Your dad's Pele?
No, B with a B. Bele Yala.
Dele Yala. Never heard of him.
These Liberian people, they know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So you say your mother's half Congo, right?
Half Congo, half Lama.
That's interesting. Wow. Salute, man.
Yeah, Elvis, man. If you know better, man, just comment in this comment section for us. You know, my Liberian people, man. Because the self-acclaimed Liberian expert himself doesn't know even that tribe, man. That's really surprising to me.
I know a lot about Liberia, but I don't know. Every time, look, let me tell you, a lot of tribes, you may have like sub-tribes and whatnot. They're always constantly breaking off and evolving.
You can't be an expert of Liberia and don't know the tribal group.
No, it's not necessary, bro.
But check this out, Elvis.
All you need to know is the
with
main
the video,
tribes.
please?
Massa, the Grebo, the Vai people, the Mamba
the crew.
people, the crew, and the Kron people. You know
The
those tribes.
Mano. Can we proceed with the video,
Mono
please?
tribes. Mono tribes, my favorites, the Mono people.
Really?
Yeah, because
Carla, have you ever met any
Oh yeah, Elvis know that group, man. Carla, man.
My wife's family's Congo people.
Oh wow.
Elvis know that group. Elvis know that group. Man.
So when people say Carla, when people say Congo, are they talking about the recapture
of their own country?
Congo people,
are they talking about the recaptured slaves that went to Liberia?
They're talking about anyone that was basically not indigenous to Liberia. That means you're Caribbean, a recaptured slave, or African American descent. They're all group.
So your mother, so brother from Liberia, your mother could be African American. Is that what you're saying, or she has some lineage to America?
Most likely they do. Congo people, or Caribbean, or the Caribbean.
Yeah, because it seems like exactly it's comprised of African Americans, Caribbeans, and recaptured African slaves that went, was sent to Liberia.
You got a lot of people because I don't know fully, but I'll find out. But I think on my mom's side, they either came from Georgia, but I know a whole bunch came from South Carolina. They call themselves the Gullah Geechee.
Oh, that's my people. Salute. Okay.
A lot of them, they did something a few years ago, where they you know, they found out that they went to Liberia and stuff, but a lot of them come from South Carolina. You go down there, I mean, you can even look at some of these people. I don't have to tell you, and you just looking, it's just like, damn, you look like
Yeah,
my aunt. You know
anytime you
what
go
I'm saying?
to in Liberia, you go to upriver settlements and people try to sell you pig feast. I said, look, I don't eat no damn pig feast in America. When they brought that to Liberia, you know, some people still eat pig feast, you know, in Liberia. We'll eat that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
Yeah, so the
pig
Gullah,
feet.
so the Gullah Geechees are a subgroup of African Americans that retain most of their African genetics and some aspects of their culture
Most
as
of the
well.
culture.
Most of the culture,
They
you know,
they got
the
the most
Gullah.
African retention out of anybody in America. The way they speak is it's like it's very similar to people in the Bahamas.
Yeah, the Caribbean. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
wouldn't say the Caribbean as a whole, more specifically the Bahamas. But yeah,
No, well,
Hold up,
but even like some base.
hey, fellas, Frenchie wants to talk. Everybody, please be quiet.
Okay.
The lady's talking. My favorite moderator. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Frenchie.
Hey, Frenchie.
Why does Frenchie get
Um,
a special treatment, man, Carla, man?
Because she's a female. I like her.
Ozongo, please stop.
She's a
Please
female.
stop,
She's a
because
female,
you
man.
are also
And I love her
1 minute away
voice.
from being blocked too.
Yeah, she gonna take it to your ass.
So,
She don't play. What's going on,
yeah, I
Frenchie?
don't really. Hi, Carla. I don't really appreciate what just occurred with Honeyflower and all the attacks she just had to take from Zongo, who once again started this mess, and then Elvis, who had to chime in for some reason. It's not nice. We've already lost so many women from your channel. We don't need to lose any more.
Yeah,
And
no.
you guys will be blocked. If you insult Honeyflower, I will block you. I'm just letting that be known. You can argue her point, but once you start throwing ad hominem attacks, that's where I draw the line. Argue her point. Do not personally attack her.
I can
Leave
never
her alone.
understand anybody that argues with a woman. I just can't do it, man. You know, I never. As much
Yeah,
as
me
I say like
neither.
this,
Carla, man, we've seen you argue with Mystic Diamond,
yo, look,
and
yeah. I
that's
just
all.
look.
What's the name
I
of the
was
other
arguing.
girl?
I was taking abuse from them. You know, I just sat there and like
What about the other girl, Chantel,
Chantel.
man?
Chantel
You
used to
argue
give
with
it to me, man.
Chantel.
I don't. I refuse to sit
Yo,
there and
yo,
go
yo,
toe to toe with a
Yo,
female. I
Carla, let me
refuse to
say
go
this to
toe
you.
to
Do
toe
you
with
know
a
how
female.
many abuse I've faced, like with my baby mamas? I just ignore them. I just start smiling in their face. I don't
Well, you
got
Man,
no
you
ignore
argument
wildin'.
with any women,
women. That
bro.
makes it matter.
I was about to say
Are,
that it makes it worse, probably, when you ignore them.
You ignore them. That makes it
Yeah,
even
Yeah,
worse.
are your baby mamas? Are they from America?
yeah, they're Black American. I'm very
Oh
nonchalant, man.
man,
I'm like, okay, I
good
take care
luck
of
with
my
that.
kids, bro, and
Hey, yo, but by
that,
the way,
man.
Frenchie, where's my girl Mari? What's her name?
Mari Shy.
Mari Shy. I haven't seen her in a while. I miss her.
man, she's always on Dinah's
Yeah,
channel,
I'm
man.
sorry. I doubt
My
she'll be
feelings are
coming
hurt,
back.
man. My feelings are
Yeah,
hurt. You know.
I doubt she'll be
No,
coming back anytime
Oh, come
soon.
on.
Mary Shaw would not come back at all, man. Sorry to
Yeah, I
But
say
hope it
that,
wasn't
man.
me, man. You know.
I just want to touch on a subject really fast. Obviously, I told you guys my genetic makeup. Ever since I was a kid, okay. It was kindergarten, 1989 for me. And you know, I grew up with parents speaking different languages and stuff like that. But anyway, long story short, I went to class one day, and I told one of my friends, still know him. His name's
Oh wait,
Jesse.
hold on, brother.
Uh-huh.
Let me finish Frenchie. She didn't finish talking. Hold that
Okay,
thought.
my bad.
Okay, hold that thought. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Yeah, just quickly, and then I'll hop off the live because I know a lot of people like to hog the mic. Um, no one is saying that men should be taking abuse from women. Obviously, if any females come up on the panel and they verbally attack you, you have every right to defend yourself. But I just here in this situation, I didn't see where she verbally attacked anyone. It was quite unprovoked. So I'm just saying, if it's unprovoked, it's unfair, and I will just block or mute you. But if you're
I was,
just,
Frenchie. You know what I said? I said if I was able to basically like in Africa, people can't get on these platforms because they don't have enough data, so they can't really be on these shows. Like that's why we don't really have any African listeners. But if they was able to come on these shows and say how they really feel, or not, it would be even worse. I got a white guy that want to come on. Sorry, bro, we can't do that. It's a black thing, man. That's all right.
I'm
111
glad,
theory.
I'm glad you keep it that way too.
Man, this is Shantae so traumatized. She
You
started
look
her
like
own
dude. You
story
like
about
yo,
Ghana.
yeah. 111 theory. You an Arab or
Shantae,
what?
oh yeah, Elvis threatened to eat her or something like that. So yeah, that was
Yo,
pretty
you an
crazy.
Arab or what, man? Are you black? We'll let him up on. Does this guy look black to you? Hold up.
This is Mary Shai is a refugee on Dinah Show. I was like, wait, what? That's crazy.
I think I saw that guy before, Tariq Nasheed. I think I spoke to him on the Twitter Spaces. Man, that guy's full of hate. Damn, I never seen that much hate in my life. Not even from a white person or an Arab person. This guy has so much hate in his heart.
Put his picture on the
Are you
screen.
amigo? Are you amigo?
No, I'm
No,
Indian.
he's Indian. He's Indian. I know.
Ah,
I
you
know him
okay?
from Chaotic Truth.
Man, I don't know. This guy, Chaotic Truth, I go on that channel. He speaks about that guy a lot. He has more hate than a white guy. Shit, man.
I'm curious. I got a question for you. Hey, glad to have you come. Obviously, it's college show. Anybody can come here. But why do you choose this channel? Why do you choose to listen to this channel?
Yeah, how did you find this channel actually?
I found this channel through the algorithm. I'm a subscriber of Chaotic Truth, so I said, who else is against this Tariq Nasheed guy or wants to at least stop him to stop hating people? And then I found this algorithm. It's like, the internet's a small place. You can find pretty much anything anywhere. You
That's
catch my flow?
Oh, okay. So I mean, Kyle is a very critic, is a huge critic of Tariq
So
Nasheed.
you're here
Yeah.
to pretty much try to find like some sort of coalition against Tariq Nasheed or something or what?
I mean, I would just, by any means,
My
stop
whole
this
I
thing
ain't
guy.
is
gonna
my whole
lie.
thing with Tariq. Only problem I have with Tariq is the fact that if I admire people who believe in something and stick with it, right? Whether I agree with it or not, right? I
Mm-hmm.
watched this guy become like he was a Haitian revolutionary. He was a hidden colors person. He
Mm-hmm.
was a Moor, and then he gravitated towards the FBA. This ADOS FBA stuff and this anti-immigrant stuff he talks about is so divisive. It's so,
Exactly. He thinks that he's native to North America. Ever seen a native North American? They kind of look
yeah.
like East Indians. So I don't know what he's talking about. It doesn't add up the
Because
math.
you guys said the reason why he does that, brother, is the fact that there's a huge following of people who want to hear that. They don't love their African roots or whatever like that.
So he's
So
basically
basically,
running an
Tariq, look, there's a
anti-African
lot of
cult.
people who believe that send him money. So he has to cater to that crowd. He's like, okay, I got these people over here. I don't think Tariq believes that, right?
So you're
But there's a lot of
basically
people that follow him that does. He just panders to that group.
He doesn't believe that, Kala. 2009, when he had about 200 subscribers, and I was one of them. He was telling black men back then, brothers, it's time that we put these sisters on timeout. That's why I got me a biracial girl.
yes.
100% that came out of his mouth.
So
But
let me ask you a question. The new brother, right? How does Tariq Nasheed's rhetoric, how does it personally affect you? Like, aren't
It's
you?
it's basically a cult. He basically hates all melanated immigrants. He basically says that
So
all
you
these
consider yourself
folks
a
are basically,
melanated immigrant?
yeah, because some Indians are dark like my dad. So basically, he calls people like my dad tethers.
Yeah.
It's disheartening. Like, how dare he? But again, he's running a cult, making money off of
Black
people's pain.
Sabbath.
He's running a damn cult. I mean, if you guys see this, I want to expose this cult with the help of Chaotic Truth. I mean, some people would call my hatred for this guy an obsession, but it is what it is. You gotta stop
I ain't
people
gonna
like
lie,
that.
bro. You could do something better with your time, just to be honest. But
Yeah,
I feel
Exactly.
you, I guess.
shit. I mean, there's no
And
point in
then don't
like.
in your country, don't you guys have like a caste system where you guys kind of like discriminate against
Don't
the
tackle the
southern
person.
dark skinned Indians as well?
Don't tackle.
So
Don't tackle.
basically,
Let
what
me ask
happened with
you
the
this. Let's
caste
not
system
tackle the
was,
person.
It's not an attack, it's just a
Nah,
genuine question.
I'm just saying you could do something better with your tab. That's a
I
waste of
mean, that
time, to
is
be
true,
honest.
but not true at the same time.
You're not gonna stop ignorant people from following ignorant things, especially when they're trying to be xenophobic. I mean, throughout history, downtrodden people cling on to xenophobia because they want somebody to blame for something. So, I mean, you're not gonna stop that.
I
Yeah, man.
mean,
Go ahead, explain that. Let's listen to
I
what you
mean, the
say.
caste system basically exists, but it doesn't exist because mixing recently happened. But other than that, it still exists in the form of names. You
you
know, when you
said
have a certain
mixing. You said, hold on. You said mixing in India.
between the castes, the tribes. So
So
basically,
so lighter and darker people are getting together. That's what you're saying.
They're getting together under a false umbrella of being Indian when they both know that they have no other choice, because if they don't unite together, the outside world will eat them alive.
You guys have an African Indian tribe that's there. What part of exactly of India are they from?
Yeah, the cities.
Oh, they're from Gujarat and basically Mumbai and basically like middle India. But then
But
there's another tribe.
you know what I'm talking about, though. I mean, they're They're
Yeah,
in
there's
their
Siddhis.
facial.
There's Siddhis. And then there's Dravidians, and then there's Andamanese Islanders, Sri Lankans. There's a bunch of black people, Dalits, everybody included. Like, there's a whole diaspora in India right now. And they're mixing
Got
with
it.
the upper caste white Brahmins. So much race mixing is happening that some Indians look like hybrids. Now, don't look at me like that. Shit.
Well, they all those lighter skinned Indians are sort of hybrids because the Dravidians that you just
Are
mentioned
you a
are the
hybrid
indigenous
too?
people of those
Did you say
lands, right?
your dad is you hybrid? Are you a hybrid too?
Shit. My dad is Darcy. Like, he's like half South Indian, half North Indian. So I'm like a
I'm
quarter.
I'm gonna say this right here. You know, it's nice for you to come up on a panel with a whole bunch of African descent people, black, whatever you call yourself.
Mhm.
And you've been quite respectful.
Mhm.
I respect that. But I'm gonna tell you, when a lot of your people come here, they are taught, they're developed
Mhm.
to have, and you probably know this already, to
Yeah,
have a this disdain towards. I mean, it's like that in India, to have a disdain toward, black people.
I mean,
I lost a job because of an Indian when I was in my 20s. But you get older and you understand that you can't just hate everyone because one person did to you. It's very idiotic to have that mindset. But
mhm.
how do you feel in regards to that? And I feel as if a lot of people, even some African people, when they come here, they have to take on this white ideology towards born Black Americans.
It's survival. When you come,
And I,
like I said, about the topic of the show, who is actually American? Basically, is you come to America, right? And the bottom
Mhm.
line is, I don't blame Indians, I don't blame Africans on that. It's just basically they say, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do." We come to America, right? And a lot of people
Mhm.
are conscious of this, right? They understand that America requires them to look down on black people. Most of them don't. But the bottom line, the ones that do is enough that's a lot of damage. Because all it takes is like one little pebble could ripple water. You say you have a tranquil pond, right? One
Mhm.
little pebble, right? And next thing you know, the pond is rippled. Say that's what happens here. It's never
So
something like Indians are walking around calling black people the N-word and like that. All it takes is that one incident or one thing that happens and whatnot, and the tranquility is disrupted, and that's always gonna happen in America
yeah,
because of the way the country is set up, So
yeah. I was
So
gonna
can
say
I ask
there's
him?
a.
Okay, go
I
ahead,
was
bro.
gonna say there's bad apples in every community, but the worst apples I've ever seen were like people who run cults. I'm not talking about anybody specifically. I'm not gonna drop any names, but if you know, it's not just Tariq Nishi. It's a bunch of people on Twitter. It's a weird space right now. The whole internet's weird. Like, bad apples are exposing themselves in front of the whole world to see on Twitter. It's the end times we living in. I
so you
mean,
are
Can
so
I? I
you
wanted to
you
ask him a
so you
question.
are you on Chaotic Truth Show?
yeah, I'm on Chaotic Truth Show.
Well,
I
check this
mean,
out. Does the Chaos? I've been on a show one time. I wonder does he remember me? I was on a show. I was on a show one time a couple of years ago.
mhm,
I don't know if he remembers me or not. But yeah, man. So like I said, the show. Like, share, and subscribe, bro. Don't ever be
mhm,
a stranger. Don't ever be a stranger. Whoever it is, this is a platform I let people talk. Whoever it is, whatever your
mhm.
perspective, and everybody's welcomed over here. So
Yeah.
that's how I get down. The other reason why I did that to you, right, because I usually have these white supremacists that come in, and try to disrupt with pornography and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's like that. So I saw you was Indian. I said, "Nah, he looks like he's good." So
Yeah. Shit.
consider
It's that
yourself lucky.
small.
You're a person of color.
Yeah, technically, yeah, because I mean, I have ancestors all around the world. It's just they don't consider me white, nor do they consider me an in betweener. It's like you
Yeah.
gotta
So like I
be.
said, I figured, okay, he's an Indian guy or Hispanic. I don't know if he was Indian or Hispanic. I say, all right, he's all right. You know.
I don't know. It's just the goatee popping off. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But
Yeah,
people just think
I
I'm
thought he was
Mexican.
Mexican at first, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that. But anyway, you thanks for coming by. All right. And what's your
I'll
name
see you
again?
later.
What's your name again?
The name is 111 Theory. My channel's not that big. I don't know if you could track it down or what, but
101 Theory, 111
yeah.
Theory. All right, I'll check
Yeah.
it out. I'll subscribe to you.
Okay, thanks.
Subscribe to my channel too. All right. All right, brother. Take care.
Yeah. So Emma, I mean, Emma, you say you wanted to make a comment, so you were making a
Oh
comment.
wow, Kala, is your brother now?
No, I'm like this. Look, people could come up here. Like I said, if you really saw me in real life, right? I could talk to anybody because I know who the hell I am. When you're insecure about yourself, right? You always kind of prove I'm blacker than black. But I could talk to anybody, you know? I could talk to the damn Eskimo. I know who I am, where I am in this world, and that's not gonna damn change, you know? I know the fact of the matter is I can friggin' no matter what the hell is, I'm a black man in this world. That don't change, you know? That's not
Hey,
gonna
Kyle,
change.
I mean, I want to listen to the Liberian dude because I mean, he started talking. The Frenchie says you wanted to finish his statement, and he
Well, what
stopped.
do you want to know about Liberia? I'll tell you everything you need to
I
know.
mean, the Liberian dude. I mean, he wanted to make a comment.
All right, go ahead, Liberian brother.
Yeah, he was saying something about his upbringing or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Y'all talking about me. I gotta switch that M to an E, Emmanuel, y'all. Yeah. So, like I said, my parents are, from Liberia, and we moved from New York here to where I'm currently at in Minneapolis.
Let me ask you a question. How did they get to New York?
By plane. I mean,
No, I know about
what
plane.
about that?
Why'd they come? What year did they come and why'd they come?
My dad came here 71.
Oh, dang, he hasn't been back to 71?
Yeah. I got like
my auntie, my wife's auntie, she hasn't. Well, been back to Liberia once since 1977. She came in the 90s. You know?
in the 90s. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like what? Some of my nephews now. I'm 40. Some of my nephews now got kids, so we're like 4 generations here now. Something like that.
You ever thought about moving back to Liberia?
Oh, my wife is from Nigeria.
But so what? You look, dude, man. Take your wife to Liberia, bro. Forget about it.
We talk about it all the time. My first time going to Africa.
I would love to build a community for African Americans who want to relive the history of Liberia, build a brand new settlement, and then for Liberians that have been displaced or live outside, that could those two groups of people, you know. So, like I said about the African Union and the diaspora, right? When I talk about Liberia, right, I deal with two types of two people when I'm in Liberia. I deal with African Americans who just have an affinity for Liberia. Three groups of Liberians, right? I got African Americans who live there now, do business there now, whatnot. Africa who just love the country and want to be connected. Then I got American Liberian size Congo people, right? And then I got Native Liberians who lived in the States, but no Black American culture and stuff like that. So those three groups of people probably form a good, I would say about half the population, you know, those three cultures, you know, like African Americans, right? Or maybe even Caribbeans and everybody else. American Liberians, right? Congo people that, when I say Congo people, American people in Liberia and descended from the builders, founders, pioneers of Liberia. And then you got Native Liberians who were displaced from the war, you know, and they live in America, but they're Americanized. You know, those are groups of people I deal with, you know?
No, I totally agree when it's all said and done. In my circle, you ain't gonna get us all. But in who I include in my circle are African Americans, Caribbeans, West Africans, and everybody else too. But for the most part, those are where my people are at. Even if they deny it or not, it's just like I know where you originally come from. I know who and where we are. But anyway,
all that nonsense like we didn't come from Africa bullshit, man. That's
Yeah,
fake,
but
you know.
yeah, but Emmanuel, it seems like you wanted to make a point though. Like you're still trying to.
Yeah. I'm about to get. And what's your name, brother?
Who me? Zongo native.
Zongo, no, he ain't important, but
No, but like I said, 89, I was in kindergarten and born in America, all that. So I noticed that, my parents spoke a different language, and, I'm just like, do other kids, families speak different languages? You're young, so you don't quite understand it. So anyway, long story short, I'm in class, and my friend Jesse, he's like, what are you hanging around with this? This is kindergarten now. He's like, why are you hanging around with this white girl? I was like, oh, because she's my friend or whatever. And then I was like, what, does she have a problem with African people? And I'll never forget it. He was like, African? We're not African. And he looked with the same complexion and everything. And I looked at him and I was just like, of course that was taught. We're 5 years old.
I ain't from Africa. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia.
Right. So from that moment on, that's where it clicked. That's where my light bulb started. Like that's different. Like Jesse would, Jed, we building blocks together. We out in the sand. We out on a playground. So for me to hear him say that, I was, like I said, you're 5 years old. You don't quite understand it, but something is wrong. So as time went on, you start to hear more things. And children, they're, as we know already, they're taught certain behaviors, gestures, etc.
Right. Did that make you resent Black America?
No, because I'm somebody that when my parents moved here, I didn't know it then. We were in the projects, and we have a lot. Yeah, we have a lot of people that move. I'm from Minneapolis, like I said. We had a lot of people move up from Chicago.
Yeah, because Elvis live over there too. He's Liberian too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah, we had a lot of people move up from Chicago, where I was at, Detroit. Like we were some of the first, Liberians in the area. As I got to know.
You live in Brooklyn Park?
No, I'm from Minneapolis. I'm born in Minneapolis.
But you're in the same city as Elvis,
Yeah, he's in Brooklyn Park. That's a suburb of Minneapolis. Not too far, probably like 20 minutes away. But that's Little Monrovia over there. It's probably about 40,000, maybe. I'm not sure.
No, that's a lot. Man, that's a lot of Liberians.
I heard there's also a huge. I heard there's a significant community of Liberians in New York City. And
yeah, even this girl. What's her nname? There used to be this Liberian girl. I used to come. What's her name?
Now, hold on. Let me say this, brother. Now, here's a good question. I want to do a show about this.
Yeah, exactly, man. Let him finish his story, man. We want to listen to his story.
I'm gonna get back to that setting, right? A second. Now, the question is, somebody made a comment that Africans should be required to assimilate, like they try to make the people go to Africa.
Yeah,
I see you guys got a functioning community over there. You take care of each other, you trade with each other, you keep Liberian politics alive, and your sense of identity. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The people being a close-knit community of Liberians that live overseas and whatnot. You guys like a little Liberia in Minneapolis, So
but Carlos, you always been saying, "What's a little African town, man?" Well, the Liberians got it in Minneapolis, man. You got to get over there, man. That's the Liberian.
They got one in NYC as well.
Look, the bottom line is, most of the Liberians I know in America live in Rhode Island, Providence, Rhode Island. That's what
you always complain, man. It's African town, man. You got it over there.
I don't have man. So, but go ahead, finish, brother.
Yeah. So, as I'm getting older in age, like most people didn't know that I was, African, African parents or whatever you want to call it. Most people didn't know until I said something or until they, went to my house.
Right.
Yeah.
I had some friends turn and look at me like.
Because even the way you sound like, a typical Black American,
Right. Well, I mean, if you're born here.
Well, I mean, because a lot of Africans, they want to sound white, not like black. They don't learn the lingo of Black Americans, but you have that kind of lingo, their lingo.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's all I, it's all I know, until like I said, my first time going to Africa was 6 years ago in Liberia. But anyway, I'm getting older, moving up in, elementary school, etc. And I saw friction between Africans, African Americans, not all, oh, I don't like this person. I don't like this person. You're this, you're that. So with me, it's like this. It's like I understand some people, they're just not going to like me because of my genetic makeup. And, I have to accept that, you know. But at this point in time right now, and this is how I've always been, as I stated earlier, I'm about connecting those of like-minded individuals. Okay. Our people here in America, West Africa, and the Caribbean. We can bicker back and forth. We can do all that, and we've been doing all that, and we'll continue to stay stagnant. We'll continue to stay stagnant.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And
Yeah,
something happened there. No, we'll continue to stay stagnant. So I'm all about connecting with my people. I don't care where they're from, and that's the level that we need to, be on, because
You mean people that preach unity among the blacks?
yeah, among Black Americans, West Africa, and the Caribbean. This is our people. Okay, we need to because you look at all of these regions, what has been happening? We have people, okay, in America, we have what whites, they put us in bad conditions, bad schools. I mean, we've been talking about the same things here in America going back to the forever. We want better schools. Are they going to do it? No. We want access to money. Are they going to give it to us? Well, hopefully. And let me say this too. I'm a first gen. Any money that the government gives to Black Americans, trust me, I'm fine with it. I'm not entitled to any of it. But I know I'm going to benefit anyway, But we've been done, a horrible deed, which we know already in America, in the Caribbean, in West Africa. So what we need to do is, and that's why we're on the panel now, is bring our people together. Those who are like-minded. And I mean, I ran out of my thoughts now. I was kind of stopped, but
yeah. So I mean, in your talk, I mean, you did say like what the in school, what the young African American kid said to you. Are you thinking they were taught? They were taught by their parents, or probably through the movies or something?
Well, let's look at this, because if they were taught by their parents, where did they get it from? This hatred for Black skin, African identity, it just didn't, come about amongst us. We were taught this, as we know already. We were taught your skin is this, you'll never be good enough, when we always been better than. When our skin, our melanin, we know it's protect us from the sun. We age better than everyone else. We taste better than everyone else. We hear better than everyone else. When we get drunk, when we get high, I'm not saying to do those things. We get drunk and higher than everyone else, because it's the melanin in our skin. They know this about us. So all of these things that we may say to each other, we were taught this. This wasn't us.
Unfortunately, we stopped aging than most people, because we eating too much carbohydrate foods. We got to change that. The stats that doesn't really favor us lately. So
Well, yeah, we definitely have to change the way we eat. I mean, we're getting dead food. We're not eating the foods that we're accustomed to supposed to be eating. So
Hey, Kyla, when you were growing up, you have the same issue, Jonathan, man, because you guys are Black Americans too. Like, were you taught to hate, being African, Kyla, Jonathan? What's your thought
No,
on that?
no. Look, I never, like I said, that's funny when I hear all this stuff. I never went through all this when I was growing up. I was basically, when I was in fourth grade, I was called an African boy. I was called the African. White kids called me, hey, the African boy. I always knew that, I was from Africa, and I was an African, Black African, There's no doubt in my mind. My parents told us, they told me my history, you're from Africa. That's where I'm from. So there was just no doubt in my mind. I just took the good with the bad.
Oh, okay.
You're African, that you're from you're
I mean,
Black.
what about your relationship with other Africans?
I
Like,
didn't have Africans where I lived at,
oh, okay.
You
But
know what
when
I'm
you came in contact with them, did you used to be hostile towards them too?
No, I didn't know. I've never had hostility towards Africans. I was basically always curious about them. I remember I worked with this one Nigerian girl in New Jersey or not. But I wanted to get with her, but it didn't work out. But the bottom line is, I was always curious about Africa. I was always, when I was a kid, I used to read a lot of African history and a lot of African books. I
That's
knew
good.
more about Africa than most people did. I knew about modern Africa. I knew about ancient Africa. I just knew about the continent. I knew about Liberia. I know
Yeah.
about a lot of stuff in African culture and everything like that. Only negative things I have about Africa is recently online. Online, like you, like you online. Other than that, I never
And
had.
you are the main instigator, Carla.
I'm not a damn instigator, But when you tell me, Ross Boyce, that I got to bow down to your tribe and get on my knees, I got a problem with that,
Let's not go. Let's not go
I
there.
gotta. You
Let's
tell me,
not
John
go
gonna say,
there,
I gotta.
Carla. Come
This is how I'm
on
gonna.
now, man.
What about Jonathan or Ngolo? Ngolo, what about you or Jonathan? What about your experience, Ngolo?
I mean, you would have had a little like people would make little jokes, but me personally, I grew up around a lot of like Igbos and some Yorubas and houses. All really Nigerians for real. That was my area, but we was all the same. Like we was cool. Like like my homie Simeon, his last name no Cuenco, and
I mean,
every
because
time
there's a lot of
they'll say his name, like people will make fun of that, but. I mean, it wasn't no. It's just is. It's just anytime somebody different as a kid, bro. Some like it's people as kids, you gonna make a little joke, but he's
yeah.
really just one of us.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
Harvey,
kids
man.
really don't know no better, to be honest. It's when you get to an adult that's when it's a problem.
They don't, bro. Where you from? Texas?
No, Chicago, the Chicago area.
Oh, okay. West side, south side?
No, I'm suburbs, south suburbs, Boyle Heights, Harvey.
Oh, okay. I thought you one of them K-Town boys.
No, I got family out there, out west.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shout out to K.
Yes,
Shout out to
indeed.
Eels.
Chi-Town, them the guys right there.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of us in Minnesota. A lot of
Oh yeah, I know.
people go out there and hustle. But yeah.
Yeah.
What about Jonathan, man? He doesn't want to talk now. Jonathan, still in Nigeria or what? All right, man. I mean, so there it is, man. From it kind of looks like, I mean, so far, some people have very good experience with the Africans growing up, right? I mean, just a handful of others have had some bad experiences here and there.
I mean, like bro from Chicago just said, your kids, people joke on you, you joke on them, it's gonna happen. If you're gonna be like, oh, Black Americans, they don't like me, they were calling me this when I was little, it's just like, come on, man, get over that.
Yeah.
Okay, if you don't know how to take a joke, I mean, some people genuinely don't like you for your genetic makeup, and they'll look just like you in color, you know. But hey, it is what it is, you know. Not all, and the majority is not going to be that way, you know, towards you.
Well,
My
do
experience.
do you think it's mainly when it comes to dating black women? That's why. I mean, I don't know, because it's really hard, man. Because if a black American man laugh at you, I mean, come on, why would you take it personal? Unless maybe you're trying to date a female and she just
Man,
doesn't.
but it's like what the African brothers, what they gotta realize if they still affected by that in their adulthood, bro. We talk to each other as African Americans worse, especially like my homie David. So he black as hell. Everybody like they could walk around calling him chimney smoke. Like that's just what it was. Like that's our that's
Yeah,
our culture, bro.
and go because I told her I've been in Iraq, right? I mean, and I see a lot of people, man. Shit, man. If they told they're from Africa, man, I'm not gonna doubt it, man. But a lot of them told me they're Black Americans, you know. So it's really hard to really, navigate this, stories of some Africans. But it seems like the ones with the bad experiences, they're the ones, on the internet spewing this narrative, and people like you are not, putting your narratives on online too, so people can really have a better perspective on both sides of, the
But
experience.
people need to get off the internet and touch grass, man. The internet is not real life.
Yeah.
It's not reflective of real life.
The internet is not real. I try to tell Zongo that. Internet's not real life. In real life, black people and white people talk together, do business together. Black people and Africans and African Americans don't give a shit about that in real life. Real life is like that. When you get on the internet,
Man, Kyla, you don't think I know that, Kyla? You don't think
when I
know
got on
that.
the internet, right? And my first experience with Africans really on a modern online was a site called Nairaland. That's a Nigerian. Yo, man, I was like, damn, that's what you motherfuckers think about us for that, They were just unleashing, man. I was like, yeah, and those black Americans. So I said, damn, man. I said, I couldn't tell it was Nairaland or Stormfront. Stormfront is a white supremacist site. There was absolutely no difference, I'm like, God damn, man. That's what y'all think about us? We're all out here gang banging and whatnot. We're all out there killing, raping, robbing and whatnot. We're all on fucking welfare. Like, damn, what the fuck y'all get all this?
Yeah, but if you live in the south side of Chicago, you're gonna believe that shit, dog, man. Because
look, Southside Chicago still got
man, you gotta ask him Golo. He's gonna tell you that.
they got nice black communities over there.
I mean, like
my boy Dion, hold up, my boy
man,
Dion.
south side of Chicago is dangerous, man. Trust me.
We know it's dangerous, right? But like I said, my boy, this is what I'm saying. I had a guy, BAO guys, largest chapter that I have, a group of guys I have is in Chicago. That's where my guy Mike Akins from that went to Tanzania is from. My guy Dion that went on a tour with us last year. Him and I he's going to tour with us next year again. The thing is this. I said, Dion, man, move out, come to Virginia. He said, nah, man, I'm making too much money. He's about to open an African art gallery, right? And he does construction. He buys buildings, and gets some city funds and whatnot. He do lucrative businesses, buying buildings and fixing them up and whatnot, putting electricity and stuff like that. I said, man, my area, we don't see no black people doing that in my own level. I said, yeah, we got this because the city of Chicago got billions of dollars, right? And black people.
Sometimes it's really hard because this is like I don't know if you know some of the neighborhoods.
You're not connected in Chicago, but there's so many black people doing
well.
Yeah,
I agree with you, but I'm actually
it's unreal.
I don't know if you know some of the neighborhoods. So just say, let's say you come to America and you live in Inglewood, Chicago.
I mean Inglewood is a low income area though. It's like it's parts of the city like Chatham and Hyde Park. They good areas.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
one thing with Chicago, it's a lot of thrive out because all people hear is South Side, West Side. That's all they hear. But the suburbs, as you know, brother, already you from there, they got some very thriving black suburbs. I'm from Minneapolis.
Suburbs.
I heard black people living in the Gold Coast now.
Hey, come on, man! But Angola, Harvey, man,
the whole South Suburbs, man. Now Harvey is the hood.
Yeah, it is. Buildings over there, man.
But Homewood, Flossmoor, Markham, Well, no, Markham's getting hood now too, but
Yeah, but I
like
know Malcolm, man. Malcolm is a hood
Tinley
man.
Park, Orland Park, like all them, they good. They black people that's high middle class, and it's all
Yep.
black suburbs.
And they never talk about that. All they put on the news is South Side, West Side, South Side, West. They never talk about the suburbs. Because like I said, I'm from Minneapolis. I've been in some of them suburbs, and it blew my mind. That was my first time ever seeing an entire black.
They got money.
Yeah, they got bread. Yeah, they got money.
Yeah. But I mean,
But
see, the thing
the
is,
culture do tip over though, because you got people that's living good, but they want to live like people that's in the city, like that's in poverty. That'd be the goofy stuff to me. Our culture, like, bro, you come from a 2-parent household, y'all making
Yeah,
6 figures, and you trying to claim a nation, like, bro, why are you trying to gangbang? You rich, come
culture
from a good
critic.
family.
the media make it cool. They make the hood
That's
make
why
it
I'm
look
the
cool.
culture critic, right? I came on the scene saying, "What's wrong with Black America?" And I realized it was culture, right? Let me tell you how it is, right? White people in America, right? That's why I tell some of my African immigrants and all that. Why black people so bugging out, right? White people back in the 1920s, America had a gangster era, you know. People
The
like
real
Bernie
gangster.
Floyd, Al Capone were heroes, folk heroes, right? So what they said, look, man, we have to basically turn the youth against the gangsters and the criminals and bad people, Ma Barker, and be on the side of crime. So what they did, they found that they funded things like DC Magazine, you know, like Detective, you know, DC Magazine, Batman and Robin, Superman, all stuff like that, the Archie series. And they'll basically, when they did that, right, they began to change the culture of the people. They said, look, they spent a lot of money. For example, right after the Columbine shooting, right, you know what they did? Somehow, some studios in a place like Orlando, Florida, right, it's not even Hollywood, right, said, we're going to basically change the culture of white youth in America. We're going to get away from the Marilyn Manson, this violence and everything, like ripping our youth one night with the school shootings, right? So what they do, they spent almost $1 billion inventing a thing called boy bands. You know, the Backstreet Boys and Sync, you know, all the Jonas Brothers, all that was done deliberately. Now take the black community. You know what they said? Fuck these Negroes. You know, we're gonna bring up Soldier Boy. We're gonna bring up whoever. You know, Chief Keef and all that. So all this destructive behavior that they monetize in their community. They give you Nickelodeon and a Disney Channel and all that good stuff, right? In our community, they let everything go, right? And then they recruit black rappers, you know, to do their bidding for Rick Ross, P. Diddy, 50 Cent, and all these other people like that to put a Jay-Z to put. That's what you're up against, you know.
That's Puritan though, bro. Because to me as a community, we give the media too much access to our children.
Oh no, so
Like
you don't understand.
we consume media too much.
Yeah, I agree.
There's not a damn thing we could do about it. Why? Because you live in their country. They control the media. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, there's something you could do about it. You can monitor your children and prevent them from watching certain content.
I do the job.
I do that with my children. I do that with my children now. So
yeah,
it's like,
that
do
on
it.
the whole, you may do it with your children, but for the most part, the problem is this: when I'm in Liberia, right, I've never felt more safe in my life. Why? Because the people, the radio stations. I look at all the Liberian radio stations. They either got gospel, they got R&B, they got old school hip hop, Afro beats, even country music. Right? You never hear in Liberia gangster shit, kill them, shit like that. And now a couple of my Zogo boys, my guy Paul and them, they be listening to some Tupac and Lil Wayne, stuff like that. But that's a rare exception. They be listening to some of that stuff too. But for the most part, the culture of the country, the majority of people, they listen to Afro beats and stuff like that, right? Or they listen to old school. They love old school R&B and hip hop, you know, and that's what's popular. So if you got that going into your spirit every day, you're not gonna have a lot of violence. But if you got death, destruction, my ops after me, and all stuff like that, life imitates art. That's all they were putting in the black kids' mind all day. It used to be a time where they thought my Adidas or LL Cool J's Rock the Bells was too rough for primetime radio when I was growing up, you know? They said, imagine Rock the Bells. They said they only play at night. They said, oh, that's too risky. Now, on primetime radio in the afternoon, people are talking about killing, shooting this person up, my chopper, you know, my yappa, my gun, my this. I'm gonna kill this nigga. I'm a Molly. I'm gonna put Molly in that bitch's drink. Like that.
It's
Money.
KK. I
Well, I
call it
mean,
KKK music, bro. It's KKK music. Like if you listen to what these shorty like gravitate to now and like to listen, bro, I can't even listen to that stuff, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
but
done with the age group, but it's like, bro, I'm not trying to hear you talking about you killing black people all the time.
It's forced on them. You know.
Yeah, and it's done by the Jews. I mean, and it's been going
I would say
on
white
since.
people. I would say just Jews, white people in general. You know.
Yeah, but they they the ones that control the broadcasting and to
They're
put it out
definitely the
there,
main ones. But
to put
you
it
know.
out there mainstream.
So bottom line is,
Because
I'm saying like this. Now, at the same time, they took all the negative stuff. You know how hard it is to get raw stuff on white radio? They make sure anything that's friggin' dealing with drugs, whatever like that, is friggin' not friggin' monetized, whatever, because they protect their youth kids, right? Our kids, they get no protection from society, you know?
yeah, and in the movies that are we could come out with then in the 70s, what you're only allowed to do,
Yeah, we
pimp
want
movies.
to make movies like Five on the Black Hand Side, which was a beautiful movie. You know, Shaft. You know, that was another movie, right? It was positive. He was a detective. You know, but what got the funding was things like Hell Up in Harlem and Black
The pimp
Caesar,
movies.
like
Yeah.
this, or you know, what's the other one? The Sugar Superfly. You know, or the Mac, whatever like that. That pimp stuff and whatnot that people were talking about. Everybody's a pimp. Whatever like that. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. That's how they
No,
control.
but in the Mac had a good message to it though, because dude was trying to stop all the pimping and stuff. But you definitely correct.
Yeah.
From that era on, it was.
Yeah. But the bottom line is like Superfly. See, you remember when Black Panther came out? They tried to make Superfly right to counter that, and it failed. You know.
That's why I tell my nephews all the time. I'm like, the stuff y'all listening to is complete nonsense. I was 5 years old when self destruction. Yeah, we want self. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
When that came out. Yeah, it was a
That's
whole bunch
Boogie
of East
Down
Coast.
production.
Yeah,
Public Enemy and Ice Cube say "Burn Hollywood, Burn." I mean, that was a nice one, right? If
yeah,
Ice Cube said, "Fight the power, shoot the motherfucker." Boom.
yeah. And
That's what
on
I
the
grew up.
West Coast, they came out with what? We all in the same gang, something
We
like
all in the
that.
same game.
Yeah,
Easy.
that was from the West Coast. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
from
We're
the
all in the
West Coast.
same
We got
gang.
Easy
You know.
E, no Easy E.
I think it
What's
had
the
Mia
other
X too. I think it had Master P.
Ice
I think
T.
Michelle A was on there.
Yeah, Michelle A was in there too. Dr. Dre, NWA, like Too Short, like the whole posse from the West Coast. You know, like the West Coast, they have their own thing, and then the East Coast we had our own things too with Boogie Down Productions. We got MC Light was in there. So you had a bunch of East Coast artists that was representing in that music video. So that was classic, man. But they don't make it like that anymore, man.
No, of
Well,
course.
no, of course.
You know
But
why?
I was
You know
telling my
why is this?
nephew.
Because our music went mainstream. And I remember when this song, remember Heavy D had a song called Black Coffee, No Sugar, No Cream. Remember that?
Yeah,
That was
Heavy
a
D, Heavy
tribute.
D, Heavy
That
D.
was
That
a
was about
tribute
97.
to black women, right? But when
Yeah,
they was playing that on some MTV shit and these white guys dancing to it, then I knew right
Black
then
sugar, no
no
cream.
cream.
That's the type of girl I
They
want
was
to
like
get down with my team. Yeah,
people. I could tell Pete
Heavy D
Diddy
is
and all those
Jamaican,
other
right?
people off that, and all those people said, "Yeah, we got white people." That's where the real target was for hip hop, white audience, right?
yeah, man. Yo, bro, Heavy D, man. Heavy D is underrated, bro. I
Yeah,
like
so
this
so
dude,
he was
man.
black coffee, no sugar, no cream. That's the type of girl I want on my team. But the
Heavy D
Yep,
is
bottom line
yep.
Jamaican
is,
though.
That's the
white people were
song.
not feeling that because it had a pro black woman message to it, you know.
Right.
So they
Man,
so one
those were
thing
the
they had to
days,
get rid of
Carla.
all the pro black. Then you know what they came up with? They got rid of they Kiss and BLS in New York, and they created Hot 97. And these people that came out that no one ever heard of, Funkmaster Flex and Wendy Williams and Angie Martin. Nobody ever heard of these people before, you know. And they had tremendous influence over.
Yo, Carla. Back in the day, we used to have like Dr. Dre and this other cat. I forgot his name. I don't know, man. I don't know if Dr. Dre passed away. I'm talking on the East Coast Dr. Dre, not the West Coast one.
Oh yeah, Big Dre. Yeah, Big Dre.
Yeah,
Ed,
Big
Ed
Dre,
Lover
Big
and
Dre,
Dr.
Big
Dre.
Dre,
Yeah,
Big Dre, and the other dude.
Ed Lover.
Yeah, Ed Lover. Yeah, there you go, man. Ooh, man, like they were the shit back in the like 5 Freddy with your
Fab
MTV
Five
Wa
Freddy.
your MTV Jam.
It
Yeah,
was Fab Five Freddy. You
Yo,
know.
MTV Raps.
Yeah.
your MTV Rap. There you go. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, man, those were the shit back in the day, man.
But yeah, so basically, they basically took the culture and just said, "Look, man, you know, white people don't want to hear about no black power and shit. You talking about what you? Only thing that got monetized was kill this nigga, my money, my Benz, my this, you know, my gat. You know, what you have is
Yeah,
it's
it
still
totally killed it,
When
man.
when
Cause
the
poor white.
implementation of
Yeah, one of my
hold
favorite
on real quick,
rap
brother.
group fans.
Hold on.
Oh,
When the
go ahead,
implement
brother.
when
Sorry.
the implementation of as we all know already, or the gangster shit came in, 89, the Jerry Heller and all them, when they came in, that's when they really began to put a stronghold on the hip hop scene, you know,
yeah,
because it just got worse from there. What
yeah.
I mean, you would still hear a lot of East Coast cats, but when it went west, that's when they said, okay, we're gonna put a stronghold on this. And all you heard, you
You
still
know
had your
how they did it. See, in New East Coast, right? EPMD, LL Cool J, and I, their audience was mostly black people in the tri-state area. You know, LL Cool J was the only rapper in Run DMC that was making money off a black audience in the tri-state area. In the West Coast, we're not. You know, the audience was white suburbia. You know,
Yep.
it was white suburbia, you know, so they were the ones buying the record. That's why they sold so much. You know, they said, okay, Biggie Smalls sold 1 million albums. Tupac at the same time sold like 7 million albums. You know, I said, how the hell does that happen? Then they said, well, if you guys want to sell more albums on the East Coast, y'all gotta be like the West Coast, you know, and the East Coast
But
started saying,
Tupac just was bigger than Biggie. I mean, he had been rapping longer. He had been in movies. Like,
yeah, but the thing is though, when you look at it, right, Biggie was supposed to be the East Coast version of Snoop Dogg and all that, right? He only sold like
The
1 million
the
records,
thing the
right?
thing the thing with Biggie had better flow than Tupac. I'm sorry to say that. Like
I'm
Biggie
I'm
I
flow
mean,
was
yeah,
crazy.
but
specifically
I'm just talking about the selling aspect of it. I don't get it. I don't
I'm,
even
I'm,
listen to
spe-
Oh,
it.
But
I'm specifically talking
my whole
about.
thing is Biggie Smalls when he was out, right? Okay, he was supposed to be, but the thing is though, Biggie never had the white audience, you know, and because New York it wasn't like that. White people in New York they didn't get down in hip hop like that, you know. They didn't
I'm
get down. In hip-hop.
specifically.
Then y'all had the Beastie Boys and all that.
Yeah,
All
that's
them
what
white
they
people in
had.
like Staten
They had
Island and all that.
they had the Beastie Boys and stuff like that. The only group
No, but that's what I'm saying. They
right,
consuming
smart
hip hop
people.
though.
yeah, and also let
That
me tell you,
that that, that
only group that had crossover appeal in New York was Run DMC. You know,
Yeah, one DMC
DMC was it. Walk This
with
Way.
that with that rap group. I forgot the rap group
Aerosmith.
name.
Aerosmith.
Yeah,
Walk This Way.
Aerosmith.
Walk
Yeah,
This
yeah.
Way. So they had crossover appeal. That was it. Everybody else, you would try to sell mixtapes or sell tapes in the black audience, whatnot. But the West Coast, they were well organized. They had a bigger market and everything like that. It was like shit. So next thing you know, Puff Daddy said, forget this, man. So he readmitted Biggie and basically put him in like nice suits and ties and sipping Cristals, driving down Bentleys and all stuff like that. So the East Coast came back with this hyper materialistic shit, West Coast was more gangster. The East Coast was like, you gotta be driving a Rolls or Bentley and stuff like that. If you ain't shit. That was a rough
But it's
time.
reflective of the
Yeah,
culture though,
but
because they was
I'm
getting money out there.
and that's what I'm talking about. Where the Jews came in, I'm specifically talking about where the gangster rap came in to lead to where we are right now with all this drill shit. Because you had your NWA, they the starters of it. Then you came out with then the Spice Ones came out, and similar other rappers came out. I love the Northern Cali boys, the
Too
E40s in there.
Short.
Yeah,
Yeah, Too Short, Mac
love.
Dre.
Yeah, love that. But then we just got a continuation of that, you know, and it became, you know, watered down and whatnot. Then it went south, and then after that, you know, all the drill shit came in. But when it went, not to disrespect from nobody from down south, but when all the Laffy Taffy and the white tea, when all
Oh
that shit
Lord,
came
man.
out, yeah, that
Yeah,
that that
they just bombed it. They
I
ruined it, bro.
South.
yeah, they ruined it.
South. But the only
Well,
thing
really,
about the
to me,
South,
The
check
West
this
Coast
out.
ruined it.
Have anybody noticed this? Like the sound from Atlanta was completely different with Outkast and whatnot. That was basically U.S.
Oh,
Outkast was almost like
Goody Mob.
you
Don't
know,
forget Goody Mob, Carla. I love Goody Mob.
Goody Mob, Outkast, and then in New Orleans you had the Master P and Mystical and all that. They were all right in the
Yeah.
South. Everybody
And
else,
then in Texas you got
Scarface, no.
got Scarface and the
that was
Ghetto Boys.
Houston.
yeah, definitely ain't talking nothing about them. You know, those are
Yeah.
legends right there. But
Yeah,
when the
Yeah,
bubblegum rap shit
UGK
came
from
out,
Galveston. Yeah.
yeah, low IQ rap.
yeah, that's when
Not
it,
really
you know,
focusing on bars. But that's what,
yeah.
like
Yeah, I
that's just
mean,
the stigma of the
like
South. They dumb
the
down
ones
there.
that we currently have right now, man, it's just pure trash, man. I don't even listen to hip hop like that anymore.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
don't
can't
listen.
listen to none of it.
I mostly listen to Afro beats, man. You know this guy Laho, that song out now with Burner Boy. That shit's fire, man. You know that shit is fire, man. I wish I could play it, but it'll flag me. But that shit is fire, man. Afro beats, man. I'm in Liberia. I always have like several Afro beat songs that make my theme, you know, of the trip. You know, my last one, Laho. That's my theme from this year's trip. You know, that's the thing, man.
Yeah, that's Charlie Poppy and Burna Boy.
Yeah, it was Shallow, yeah, and Burna Boy, yeah.
Charlie Poppy, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's
the
that
artist name, yeah, Charlie
fire,
Poppy.
you know.
And
Yeah,
that's one thing that we need to implement back into, you know, the black community, because a lot of the stuff that blacks created in America, all of a sudden, I don't know how, I don't know why we, you know, well, because people control what we see,
yeah.
hear, and watch.
Right now,
Um,
white people want to see. They're the main consumers of it. They don't want to hear no positive shit,
Yeah,
you know.
but you know what? See, I'll tell you one thing though. I mean, R&B, Black American R&B music is fire. I don't know why, like the labels are not promoting that shit. You know, I don't know
Because they
why.
don't want to promote love in our community, bro.
you get a shitload of feminism for about, you know, 20, 30
Yeah,
years. Men aren't going to start speaking or singing about that no more. You know, they don't
right,
kill that
Yeah,
shit
right.
off. You know,
I
but
mean,
they
like
not saying
they're not
they
gonna
they
promote like Jodeci. You know, they're
Yeah,
not
'cause,
gonna
like
promote
R&B man
Jodeci,
is
Casey, and
nah, yeah,
JoJo.
they cure. That's the
everything.
thing.
Yeah, we're not
Us not
promoting none
having
of that shit anymore.
us not controlling the music industry is the people that are not us are curating what's hot and what's not.
Yeah,
If
I
you
agree.
show somebody garbage for long enough, they're gonna start consuming it like it's good. So that's just what's
Yeah,
happening. Like there's a lot of good R&B artists out here that still making great music, but they just not being promoted and signed.
no.
yeah.
And what
I
they've
remember like
always
when I was
done,
in Ghana, man. I used to love
they'll say
R&B
that black
music.
nigger music is terrible, or it's so bad that jazz. Next thing you know, you see them as the face of it. That rock, it was so this, it was that. Next thing you know, you see it in the face. And you know, look at rap now. I mean, it's a
Because
lot of
even
white
now,
guys.
because even now, the biggest artists are Chris Breezy. They're all R&B artists, you know, like because
Yeah,
even
that ain't
Chris
R&B
Brown,
what
when
he
he
do.
goes
I don't know what that is
internationally,
he do.
when he goes internationally, you see he just packing stadium in South Africa, Brazil, man.
I know,
So,
I tell you my Chris Brown story.
oh, he's from your neighborhood, right? He's from Ohio, right?
He came into the club one night after his concert, right? And I was working the doorway, and
He's
yours
from
truly was
Virginia.
at the door, right?
Oh man, Colin, man, there
He
you
comes
go.
up here, he comes up in you know, I'm crass. I said, I know who the fuck you are. You know what I'm saying? He goes, I said, you're only 17, you can't get in here, bro. Nah, man, blah, blah. Then he wanted to get his boys in, but his boys had guns, you know, and there was some police that said they didn't want to get packed. I said, nah, they ain't getting in the club with no fucking guns, man. I can't. This motherfucker was just out there, arms flailing. Then my owner came by, and he's out there talking to Chris. I said him back then, that dude's gonna be a problem in his career. Yeah, this dude was good. He was just acting irate. He go, your man won't let me in, blah, blah, blah. I'm Chris Brown. I was like, I don't give a fuck who you are, you know. I got a job to do. You ain't getting in here with no guns, you know. And I said, man, a year
You
later.
didn't say it like that, Carter, man.
Look,
Quit lying.
I had a
Quit
job.
lying to yourself, man.
Look, if he came in there with guns and whatnot, I would have to deal with two thug ass owners, Bo and Dave, and whatnot. I would rather deal with Chris Brown than deal with them motherfuckers, you know. You let guns in my club whatnot, I wouldn't even. Yo,
Chris Brown is the quintessential prototypical example of a straight goofy. Like, dude, a millionaire trying to gangbang and be blood and all that. He's a goofy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
He's a real goofy.
and this is how I knew there's really something against the community, because I mean people know like R&B guys, like when they shine in
some
America
of
they
them
go
R&B guys are tough,
internationally,
man. I hung around Black Street.
but for
Some
some
of them be
reason
rolling with some hard
ain't
motherfuckers.
nobody trying to promote them. They trying to promote drill music, killing people. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why are you promoting this music?
In Blackstreet, I heard Teddy Riley back in the day was a doughboy. Is that true?
Bro, Teddy Riley was sweet as hell, man. You know, I worked at his fucking studio, man. You know, with security. You know, at his studio, he's a little fucking sweet ass nigga. Him and Chauncey and whatnot. I think there was something going on.
Man, like, you know, his
You
daughter is
bogus.
beautiful, man. I
Yeah,
love his daughter.
yo, the way he talk, man. You being
Nah,
person,
nah, man. His daughter is beautiful.
Teddy Riley.
Kala, where you from in New York?
I'm from Queens, you know, in upstate, you know.
Right, he lives in Virginia. He lives in
Oh
Virginia
shit,
right now.
that's where I used to live at Carter, Queens.
Kyler lives in Virginia right now, man. He's a
Elmhurst.
Virginia baby right now.
Queens.
East
My
Elmhurst.
people were in the pink houses back then.
I was not too far from there, you know.
Oh,
I have family
oh,
in East
okay.
Elmhurst, but not, you know.
They got a lot of
Yeah, East
Jamaicans on
Elmhurst
there.
is the
'Cause
shit,
he said he's
man.
from Jamaica, Queens, you know. Kyler.
Kala, you know the pink houses, right?
Queens is Black America from the deep south, right there in Queens and Harlem. That's what that most
Yeah,
of them.
that's very true. There's a lot of Black American
Wait, Kyler,
in Jamaica, Queens. Yeah.
Queens is, it is in Harlem? Is that what you're saying, or what?
Oh, well, I said the people who
it's in Jamaica, Queens.
are people from Harlem. You know, Harlem and the deep south. Millions of Black people. My family. That's how my family met. My mother was from Harlem. My father was from the south, and they met, you know, side by side when they both had moved to houses next to each other in Queens. You know.
Man, what's up with Harlem, man? I was watching a video on YouTube in Harlem, man. Man, that place is dirty as hell, man. What the hell?
Harlem, all the Black people left, man. We left it. We said, look, man, we're moving on up. And moved on like the Jeffersons, man. We left that shit behind, man.
Man,
New York been dirty.
To watch, you know, on YouTube, man. I was watching it.
Hey, Carla, you think a lot of those people moved to Long Island?
Yeah, a lot of people in Harlem, like you know, Chuck D. Well, they moved out to places like Hempstead, Wyandanch, and Central Islip. All those people are from Harlem. All those are Harlemites. All the Harlemites moved to Queens and Long Island, you know, and upstate New York, Mount Vernon, you know. Those are all Harlem people, you know.
Yeah, I got a lot of family in Hempstead, at Long Island.
That's where my aunt's from, you know, Hempstead, you know.
Yeah, if you know any McCormick's out there, that's my family.
I was out there.
McCormick's and Jones.
I was out there.
Mount Vernon, Syracuse,
I left my car there while I went to the airport to go to Liberia. You know, so I left my car at my aunt's house for a month. While I was there, and I drove. Now got back. I took an Uber to her house, my uncle's house. Drove back home here in Virginia. You know, so I love
those Black people that live out there. They're doing extremely well though too. A lot of them.
My uncle just built a brand new studio in his garage. He built a brand new soundproof studio that he does recordings. He had DMX's brother in there. They were doing he was doing a track. He charged $40 an hour for studio sessions. You know, so he's doing really well. That's his hobby. Always music.
Man, that's a lot of money, you know. $40
There's
an
a
hour.
lot of money in that stuff, man. You know, my uncle and aunt, man, they make real good money, man.
That's cheap for a studio.
Well, $40 an hour.
Is that what you're saying?
They be taxing out here because everybody want to be a rapper, I guess. It'd be like 150.
Well, yeah, they got the recording equipment, everything, you know.
You know, the day that I knew like the black, like the hip hop culture is kind of cool is when the guy from The Rock, Lil Jeff, died, and his homeboy became like the new sensation because some gangs
Nah,
kill.
it's been over there with Keith though. That whole little goofy like that highlighted the worst of our city, and everybody around the country just tried to imitate the worst of our city, and it's really
What
retarded.
movie is this? What
Like,
movie is
yeah,
this?
like man, that's like man, it's over,
What
man.
movie
This
is
is the
this?
music. It's the whole like drill, what they call drill music.
Yeah.
Yeah, drill movie.
I've never met a single lady from Chicago that likes drill music, man. They don't like that kind of music.
Nah, yeah, they do. They be trying to be
Well,
blockheads. A lot
I
of them
don't. Yeah,
do,
I
and
don't
it be
think you have
goofy.
been in
I
Chicago.
mean, when
There.
I ask them, they say they don't
Hey,
listen
yo,
to that shit though.
fellas, it's been good, but y'all can stay on, but I gotta go to bed. You know, y'all can stay on and talk. I gotta go to bed.
Hey,
I'll take
YBN, man, they were telling me, man, they don't even know what drill is, man. They trying to like
That's a
Nah,
lie. They know what real music is. Trust me, they shake
and
their ass
that's
all in the street to it.
facts. Facts.